it's all the same. Some things never change. I couldn't stop and say no. It's all the same. You won't take the blame, even when you are blowing up. Don't have to wait, you know my name. Sunshine and rain, some things don't change. Thinking about the days we were younger, innocent in our ways. We were dumb, girl. Oh my, you're my broken love. Nobody's gonna save enough. Oh my, you're my broken love. So come on, let me show you how. Oh my, you're my broken love. Nobody's gonna save enough. Oh my, you're my broken love. So come on, let me show you how. Oh my, you're my broken love. Nobody's gonna save enough. Oh my, you're my broken love. So come on, let me show you how. Oh my, you're my broken love. So come on, let me show you how. It's all the same, some things never change. I couldn't stop and say no. It's all the same, you won't take the blame, even when you are blowing up. Don't have to wait, you know my name. Sunshine and rain, some things don't change. Thinking about the days we were younger, innocent in our ways. We were dumb, girl. Oh my, you're my broken love. Nobody's gonna save enough. Oh my, you're my broken love. So come on, let me show you how. Nobody's gonna save enough. Oh my. 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 Nobody's gonna save enough. Oh my, you're my broken love. So come on, let me show you how. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, 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 close to me. Hold tight, I'll be here with you all night. My mind, I'm getting lost in your eyes.
Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, ¿cómo estamos? ¿Cómo estamos? Bienvenidos, 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 bienvenidos. ¿Cómo andamos? ¿Cómo andamos? ¿Qué me cuentan por ahí? Buena Sindel, buena Isma, bienvenidos. Buena Alejandro, buena Sally, buena Zoe, buena Itzel, buena Gollum, Carmel y la gemelilla, ¿cómo están? Buena Julio, bienvenido hermanito, ¿cómo están? Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Hoy tenemos invitados, Buena Sander, buena Hosting, buena Pacay, ¿cómo están chicos? Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos, buena Science, buen asesino, buena Thor, ¿cómo estás? A ver si se configura rapidísimo el Goldrick para YouTube. ¿Cómo andamos? ¿Qué me cuentan? ¿Qué me cuentan? Buena Aarón, buena de Alex, buena Dani. Chicos, no olviden dejar ese like, no olviden compartir también el stream. Ya estamos con todo listo. Les tengo también hoy día un unboxing. Ya saben, Bueno, no sé si hoy día, no sé si hoy lo vamos a hacer o mañana. Ya veremos. Pero hoy día nos concentramos en la Champs, ¿ok? Ahorita viene, estoy esperando a Nix. Apresúrate, Pam, por favor. ¿Cómo estamos? Hola Alfredo, buena Wally, buena Quiroz, buena Science, ¿cómo estamos? Bienvenidos chicos. Bienvenidos, ¿quién más anda por ahí? ¿Te vas a soltar el casteo de Luminosity vs Stripe? Yo creo, Si llegamos a 500 likes en YouTube, si llegamos a 500 likes en YouTube y varios de Trovo comparten el stream, le damos. Le damos de una. ¿Ok? Brian, ¿cuál es el rol de HL? HL. IGL debe ser, hermano. O seguro le dicen Head Leader, que debe ser lo mismo que IGL, hermano. Buena Dani, ¿cómo estás? Buena Diego Mina, chicos, varios que no he visto hace tiempo, varios que no he visto hace mucho tiempo. Hace bastante tiempito no los he visto. Desde la Champs de la TAM asumo yo. Buena Ligabú, buena, por ahí llegó el Tule también. Buena S, buena Jinson. ¿Cómo estamos? Bienvenidos chicos, bienvenidos a todos los que van llegando. Buena Claudio, buena Victoria. Me vine por acá, gracias Victoria, para apoyarte en YouTube, gracias. Buenas Aleso, buena Igma, ¿cómo están chicos? Bienvenidos, buena Tonino. Buenas, gracias Krabi por esa donación, buena Fastito. ¿Cómo estamos? Estamos a nada de empezar esto, Estamos a nada de empezar esto chicos, no olviden dejar ese like, hay sorpresitas el día de hoy. Hoy día sorteamos pase de batalla, acuérdense. Hoy día sorteamos pases de batalla, buenas Doritos. Buenas a los chicos de Trovo, buena Nexus, buena Noé, ¿cómo están? Bienvenidos chicos. Bienvenidos al Sin Sonar Arrogante, el mejor watch party de Latam, chicos. Mejor watch party, no de Latam, el mejor watch party habla hispana. Ok, ¿cómo se sienten los 120 FPS? Súper raro, hermano. Le he tenido que bajar como 30 de esencias o todo. Hola Ligabú, buenas Raúl, buenas Latis, buenas Hello. ¿Por dónde lo compraste? Me lo trajeron de Estados Unidos. Buena Crujiente. El mejor watch party, ¿saben por qué? Porque están todos ustedes aquí presentes. Es por eso, muchachos, disfrutemos esto. Vámonos. Primera cosa para disfrutar.
Devias come out on top, they take the series, and they keep their hopes alive for North America Stage 4. Overwhelmed simplicity, control their fate. They will be in the 3 seed. And 7 straight rounds for Luminosity as they secure the #1 seed in North America.
Oh my god. Qué producción.
The old tribe team that said, nah, we're good, but are they? Because holy smokes,
oh my god.
This team's filthy.
Entró hoy en YouTube
Nearly 2 months ago, 8 teams began putting everything on the line to shoot their shot at becoming the best Call of Duty mobile team in North America.
Ahorita grabamos
Since
historia
then,
para el Instagram
we have
con
cut
todos
our
hablando,
list of
escribiendo.
competitors in half, with only 4 teams remaining, fighting for their right to play another day. Who will transform the PAX West Battlegrounds into their kingdom? Our journey towards answering that question starts right now. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Ok, Snapdragon Pro Series, así que, bueno, no voy a mostrar ahora porque estamos auspiciados por Samsung Galaxy. Así que ya será para mañana o para más tardecito. Vamos a empezar entonces. Veo bonito el escenario, no sé ustedes qué piensan, yo veo bonito el escenario. Está vacío ese Semtic. Ahí va a llegar la gente, por ahí va a llegar la gente. Nix, apúrate, Nix, apúrese, por favor. Dios mío. Un año con Nix. Chicos, ya vi sus comentarios. Bueno, ahí abajo de mi cámara estoy dejando el chat. Ok, dice, it's so lonely in there, lol, nobody got there to watch. Es que es una feria donde hay muchas cosas para ver. No sé cuántas entradas se han vendido, pero... nada, pasa nada, muchachos. Estamos con 4 años en el mercado, nada más. 4 añitos en el mercado, somos unos bebitos. El volumen está bien. El volumen está bien ahí. O le bajo un poquito. Buena Adrián, buena Dani, buena Rubio Perano, buena Travis, buena Emily, buena Marzo, buena Carmel y Row, las gemelías, ahí están las gemelías fitness. Buena Joe, buena Ivette, llegó por ahí mi cuñadita, buena Nocta, buena Whiskas. Está bien, está perfecto, lo tengo al máximo, No muevas nada. Me siento como en Stage 5 del año pasado, dice Victoria. Se parece mucho en realidad, se parece mucho. Tenía el volumen del micrófono bajo, ahí lo subí, a ver si se escucha mejor. Ahí estamos. Esto ya lo hemos visto, pero tiene un nuevo fondo, ¿Cuál es tu favorito? ¿Cómo crees que quede, Brian? Siento que Tribe... Siento que todo el mundo está esperando que Tribe sorprenda el día de hoy, ¿no? Bueno, Alex, préndela. Almorzando.
Me pusieron la de Taylor, ¿no?
Now we only have just a single weekend for Final Four squads. And when it comes to that elongated gameplay, right, we've seen a phenomenal reason that these teams right now on the screen, they've gone through a lot.
Hola Shine, ¿cómo estás? Voy a poner cuántos somos acá en Troy en YouTube. Dejen ese like, chicos de YouTube, no se olviden. 500 likes y casteamos la de Luminosity Tribe. Uy, se pintó el cabello, Big Mami.
Entonces penoso.
North America, this is where we're going to find the teams that joined those squads. And we have Gabby Durden down in the Hall of Flags to help illustrate that point.
Thank you, Tom and team. I'm Gabby Durden, and I am so stoked to be joining you from the stage in the ground floor throughout our SPS
Ahí sale TLE, Inco, Loops, Exclusive Kings, Godlike y Vitality.
Everything here at PAX West, we gotta do some table setting. And what better way to do so than a physical representation of what's on the line for these teams? Because they are not just fighting for a slice of the prize pool, not just for the title of best in North America, but a spot at the World Championship. The flags above my 5'4" self are those from other regions that have already qualified, and the
Buena
4
Rixito, ¿cómo
teams below
estás?
are those competing
Comienza la
today.
partida
At the
Debios
end
contra
of
Luminosity,
today,
me parece. Ayer mostré el bracket.
Teams will be advancing to the World Championship,
Lo voy a poner
and
acá
which
también.
team will be saying sayonara to their 2023 season. It's going to take some time to figure out how that cookie's going to crumble, but I'm sure our desk has some opinions about
Correcto.
it. Tom, what do you think?
Luminosity contra Devious
Absolutely.
y luego
As we
Tribe
said,
contra Team
2 days
Mayhem.
worth of competition for our 4 squads
Vamos a
here.
ver si la maldición del invicto cumple en NA también. Vamos a ver. Dímelo, Pepocín, ¿cómo estamos? Pensé que era más tarde, buena la info. Y me falta avisar, ¿verdad? Por WhatsApp y Discord, voy.
Right now, we're taking a look at who is going to clinch that number 3 spot because, as you know, here in NA, you have 3 spots. And that's
Creo que
kind
les
of like the
comparto
progression you
por
have
Discord.
winning
Ustedes
stage
lo
by
pueden,
last
creo que lo pueden ver en vivo también, ¿no?
I'm just going to put it out there early, and I'm
Porque
probably
si lo ven en mi stream lo van a ver con delay.
do not sleep on the 3 and the 4 seed. I think a lot of you guys at home
Pues,
are like, oh, Tribe LG,
sí,
they're
yo
going to
creo
make it
que
through
lo
today.
puedo
But
esperar.
we've seen across globally now, all of a sudden, that doesn't necessarily guarantee you spots being a top 2 seed. We've seen those top seeds in other regions not even make it to represent their region. I'm not going to say we're going to get that here this weekend, but there is a possibility of it.
No
There's
sé
a
qué
lot on
tanto
the line
le
here. Like we said, a trip to champs is a big deal. Millions and millions of dollars up for grabs over there. But here,
¿Y cómo
North
sé en
American
qué parte
crown.
vas?
And of course, some money
No,
to
pero
ride home.
solamente dale a actualizar al... O sea, velo desde YouTube, desde la transmisión de la SL.
And so you're gonna be
Pero, o
happy,
sea,
but obviously, like
Estamos
you said,
iguales.
Estará
Y lo ves ahí en vivo.
Tres, that's where these teams are looking. That's how you get the champs.
Man, I mean, and it's not just that. It's also kind of the pride that you're holding that you are representing here in NA.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it starts with Tribe first and foremost. This is your defending world champion. They're also your defending North American champion. But the thing about it is that was a different roster. So same banner, different team. And the thing is, we were looking towards this group stage to see if this Tribe team could actually provide the same storylines we had last year. It didn't take us long to figure out that, yes, this roster is still just as good as the one from last year.
Man, and speaking of a really good roster, Luminosity just seems to be super solid, especially up against the Tribe gaming series that we're seeing right in our screen right now. But they had a pretty rocky start. They've had a chance to pull things through right at the very end, definitely when it matters. But you know what? I'm excited to see what they have to bring us, especially knowing that some of these things are going to be really different.
And I think the thing, too, is even though, again, we put a lot of weight on our top 2 squads, don't sleep on this Devious team. They've looked good so far in a couple of scrims that we've had a chance to kind of watch over. They also were in a position to kind of control their own destiny. The big question mark is the fact that they've never had a chance to really prove inside at a venue like this. So there is a level of what are they going to bring
No,
to the table now that
estoy
they're on
moviendo
land.
unas
I mean,
cositas.
speaking of, this is a team where we
Que me
kind of
dijeron que no tape
expected
los
them to
loguitos
be
del-
in this top 3 spot,
acomodando.
but it's just a matter of can they be consistent enough, knowing very well they've shuffled their roster every single time in their series. So
sí, ¿por qué
let's
no
see if
vienes
they
de
can be
gala?
on the driver's seat.
Yo estoy de
When
gala,
we
¿eh?
take a look at all 4 of these teams, you know, there is a separation, I think.
No,
Chip,
sí.
you kind of touched on there.
Martecus.
We have these top 2 squads.
Hola,
that I think
Juárez.
are,
Buena, Ivo, ¿cómo
officially,
estás?
kind of step ahead.
Buena, Subiño.
North Americans
Ya
kind of
extrañaba
seems
esto,
to
dice
be-
el info.
seem to
Buena
be
Z, buena
LG
Marce,
and Tribe.
buena
I mean, the
Jinson,
thing about it is that little
buena
moniker of
Alex,
LG putting together the
buena
squad,
Webster,
it is
chicos de
very much
YouTube,
so
bienvenidos,
true.
buena
We
Sendo,
have
buena
the World
Francis,
Championship
buena
team from last year, plus
Ener.
also the team that went
Peto,
Game
¿cómo
7
estás?
in the World Championship
No te
against
veía
them.
desde
So
Latam,
they
hermano.
definitely put together the right roster.
Buena,
It just comes
Pato,
down to, are
buena,
they going
Saúl.
to show the conviction that they had during the group stage? Because even though they did come across as undefeated, you have to remember
Gracias,
that the
Joke.
Tribe
Ponte
matchup
traje
did
mañana en la
show
gran
a lot of
final.
weaknesses in LG's hard point in
Buena
particular.
Marzo,
So,
dice
yes,
Marzo,
they
dice Stuck
survived,
deja de jugar
but
un
the
tiempo y
keyword
cuando
there
vuelve
is
se mete
they
Stage
just
4.
survived. Will they
Y
be
justamente
dominant?
hablábamos de él la vez
And
pasada,
speaking
que
of
se va, se
dominance, we
retira y
saw that
no...
Tribe Gaming
Si le
squad
metiera
just
más importancia al juego, yo creo que
absolutely in that takeoff hard
llegaría
point where the
lejos.
points were so far away. So it's kind of like a question mark with how good Luminosity really is, especially up against a team like this. But that is an answer for later on.
And just to illustrate the points here with the numbers, undefeated in the regular season for LG and just 6-1 across the way for Tribe. So definitely some dominance there in the regular season. But our other 2 squads ain't no slouches themselves whatsoever either. But they're definitely kind of starting their story, right? They're looking to cement themselves and kind of get their legacy rolling.
And the thing about it is, and I have to keep stressing this, both Mayhem and Devious were very competitive when they were playing up against LG and Tribe during the group stage.
Está
So there's
avisando por
nothing out there to
Discord.
sit there and say that this 3 and the 4 seed are out of the running. In fact, I would even say that they're going to be very competitive this weekend.
And I mean,
Se
you know,
supone
we
que
bring
es
up the
media
fact
hora
that
de
LG
intro en lo que
has,
hablan y
like,
así.
those old Tribe guys, but I mean, Mayhem, that's Blur's team.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
so he has that pedigree performance. We do have that to lean on for sure.
Yeah, and like what you mentioned already, it's like Blurred, already a very experienced player, and a lot of these bottom two teams definitely need to lean on their more experienced players to kind of calm their nerves, especially in a LAN setting like this where everything can get really jittery. Obviously, these first-timers, they're very talented, but this is a different stage.
Well, we certainly set the stage, so let's dive in. I want you guys to join our conversation, though. It's not just us three and Gabby up here. Y'all are part of it.
Buenas,
too.
Checha,
Go
¿cómo
ahead and
estás?
follow
Buenas,
us on
Signal.
Facebook, Instagram,
¿Cómo están?
and the
Bienvenidos,
other one.
chicos.
And then join us in Discord
Buena,
as
Manuel
well. That's what
Montalbán.
we want to see. We want to hear you.
Buenas,
I hear you out
Centric.
in the crowd, but I want to hear you out online as well. So let's go ahead and jump right in. Match number one.
Por ojo dicen, Lan sí se sabe el nivel de verdad. Sí, o sea, el día de hoy al mismo ping con el mismo celular, muy cerquita, vamos a ver qué tal. Este es el primero.
Están jugando en Galaxy.
¡El Dios!
El Dios.
Bueno, hermano, sí, están jugando en el Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra ya hace tiempo. Kings la otra vez vino al Discord y dijo que estaba luchando porque, como estaban sin organización cuando eran Simplicity, para que les compren el celular, porque los de Tribe y Luminosity se lo compraron apenas se enteraron que la presencial iba a ser con ese celular. O sea, no esperaron que el torneo se los dé, sino que se lo compraron antes. Y como que hagan plata, pues normal. Sí. Y ellos tienen un tiempito, los de Luminosity fueron los primeros, luego Tribe, ya luego Simplicity y Devious, no sé si, bueno, Devious se lo compró hace 5 días antes, me dijo Rihan, encima se pelearon, Rihan se salió del equipo, luego volvió. Y después habían dicho que Rihan se había muerto.
Esa mamada, qué pedo, güey.
¿Sí te llegó la info?
Güey, nosotros
Se mamaron, o sea. Y los staff de la MM a los de la Master Cup nos avisaron. Dijeron, chicos, cuidado que de repente hoy día no juega Devious porque uno de los chicos se murió. Y el organizador de la Master Cup me habla y me dice, hey, vamos a cancelar el evento. Bueno, vamos a postergar la fecha porque uno se murió de Devious. Y yo, ¿qué? ¿Quién? Un tal Rahan. Que si estoy hablando con él ahorita por Discord. Y me dice, ¿estás hablando con él? Sí, estoy hablando con él. Se han peleado, me ha dicho él. Y yo, estos pendejos y no sé qué. O sea, yo estaba hablando con el muerto, supuestamente. Sí, ya quitamos el delay, Betín. Dice, no me tiran a Tectonic. Uy, 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 uy. O sea que era cierto que lo banquearon a mi estimado. O yo creo que es para el primer match y cuando venga Tribe tal vez lo meten. ¿No? ¿No?
Ajá, yo también siento eso.
Ojo, les he hecho unas tomas súper profesionales, hermano. Era cierto, que, o sea, pero han venido practicando igual sin Tectonic. O sea, no es que no han estado practicando sin él.
O sea, Chance no juega.
¿Tú crees? Qué extraños son. ¿Y quién entró por él? Pues el sexto, que era Marshy.
Güey, qué pedo con las tomas.
Llevan rato igual sin jugar con Tech. Casi un mes.
This team has a lot of raw talent. We look at Rehan, we look at S-Thug. These guys can slay, but Scott has been the guy that really, the team says he brings like a lot of intangibles and some leadership to this team.
Con SL Mobile. Ahora te lo
You've already seen top tier teams falter under pressure when they don't have that glue within their team. Rehan will be the experience that this team needs, and you have rookies like Zulf and Scott to put that piece
Oye,
together.
Rehan y Bake no sabía que eran tan parecidos. Ayer él me pregunta, ¿son hermanos? Y dije, no son hermanos. Y les hicieron un meme también en Twitter.
And I love that you hit expectations with the team. They're realistic. Listen, you know, they understand that they are this sort of dark horse.
El coach de Devious es Hacks.
So they're not
No,
necessarily aiming for the
No
truck.
creo.
They understand what they're looking at. They've got realistic expectations, but they still want to win.
Está banqueado, son.
Look at these boys. They are very much focused.
Chicos, no le tiren tanto a Tectonic con su peso. Borojo anda baneándolos ahí. Jódalo de chill, así como son. ¿Y el Gordis dónde está? Con cariño.
We're pretty aggressive. We want to qualify
Yo
for
estoy
stage
viendo
5, and that's our main
ahorita
goal
mismo,
coming
Brian.
into this
Lo de
tournament. I
Debius,
think,
una
of course,
entrevista.
winning this would be amazing, but one of
Hablando
the
Eminem.
North American spots is our main goal for sure.
Ah.
going into
Eminem, no.
this tournament.
¿No viste la entrevista en Twitter? Habló rapidísimo, último.
From every other team.
Ahí está Rihan, ahí está Rihan.
We're more like
Like,
aggressive, that makes sense. We have
No,
two
el que se
AR,
parece un
and our
buen a
second
Bait
AR,
es
S-Type
este
is more of like a flex. Because that
Forsaken.
AR like an SMG, I feel like that brings like a
Forsaken.
different pitch
Ajá.
out to the game and feels like that throws me.
Mi Dios, Stuck se la va a sacar hoy.
Brian, me veo muy
Este
pálida.
güey, ese güey
They
es muy
beat
bueno.
LG pretty bad
¿Quién
on
es?
that takeoff, but they're
Me veo
the
realmente
strongest
muy
team in this tournament
pálida
right
para
now.
salir en cámara.
Ay, pueden de a ver.
No, o sea, no lo vas a poner en el stream.
Ok, ok.
4-3 in the regular season. This squad
Mira, no sé si
certainly
es
has
¿Dónde
their
está
work
esto,
cut
man?
out for them, mommy. But when we look
No
at
me
them,
acuerdo,
this
tenía
is
el
the
coso
team
para
again. The
ponerle de
numbers
stream.
sure,
¿Por qué metieron a
they
Hack si no le
lost
iban a
the
meter?
action in the server.
Hacks.
Exactly, and looking at what we have, even from week number 2, the last time that we saw Devious up against Luminosity,
De las
they were able
estadísticas.
to take that raid control, and even when it comes to the Hacienda, it was very close. So you already know things can get really dicey here, and like what Shift already mentioned, they had a very difficult first 4 games.
Absolutely, and after you lose 3 of your first 4, you
¿A qué
essentially
hora juega
have to win
Parca?
out
Sin
to have a chance
salve,
to make it to
Don.
the top 4. So
Buena
the fact that they were
Crollo.
able to keep their cool
Buena Daniel en
and find a way to
YouTube.
bounce back
Conjunción
as consistently as
armónica
they did,
oficial.
super impressive, and
Bien
that's why I
esos
think the
nombres
hopes
ahí.
still stay pretty high
Buena
for this
Fabra
squad.
Galleries.
A lot of chatter.
Hay parte de la organización de Galleries presente en YouTube. Buena Jonathan, buena Travis. Buena Tati. Buena Nocta.
Hardpoint maps definitely important to look at. Apocalypse is going to be our first map. Beef Mommy.
Dicen que no hay nada de público.
Man, Apocalypse, this is a map that we've already seen
Ni
both
el
of these
staff ahí
teams
haciendo
win,
bulto.
and Luminosity got the better of
Haciendo
them,
ahí un
just
poco
because
de
smaller maps
sillas.
favor LG a lot more. And like what we keep mentioning when it comes to
Si se
that
tardaron
hardpoint,
mucho
especially
como
that
para que
tribe
hubiera sido
gameplay,
super
that's
evento,
where they
claro.
struggled the most. So with the addition of Marshy now, it's going to be really impressive, especially going for that takeoff where you already know
Bulma ahí
the
apoyando a
scoreline
Scott.
was so far away.
Well, the thing about it is, yeah, I was curious to see what Search and Destroy is
No me
looking at.
escucho,
Both
no
these
Nix.
hardpoints are super reliant on the ARs.
Buena
And when you
Fonji.
look back at LG playing Apocalypse to take off the pass,
Attack
you
dice,
look
bueno, en la final ya la sabemos. Pues así dijimos en Europa, así dijimos en Latam, hermano, y
roster of newness that's starting to come through. The firing range and meltdown, though, I think the thing is for LG, regardless of how their respawn looks,
estoy algo
they've
desubicado
always
en
been
esta
a very
presencial que se va a
convincing
definir
search team,
los
and I don't
3
expect
que
that
van a
to change
avanzar
regardless
a
of
la
who
fase 5
135
por
would be.
parte de
And now when it
Nearma.
comes to that standoff control, well, that's definitely going
Confirmo
to be
que no hay
really
gente,
interesting
estoy ahí.
because
Sí,
Luminosity
güey.
has not played standoff yet when it comes to that control matchup.
NA tendrá ventaja
And
por los
for-
teléfonos para fase
honestly,
5,
for
¿no
DBS,
creen?
this is looking good for
Sí,
them
ya lo
because they're
tienen
doing
hace un
a really
mes.
good job at this map in particular.
I think the biggest thing here, Tom, is that Devious did a
¿En
nice
cuánto
job,
tiempo
I
te
think,
acostumbras a un
overall
nuevo
in the veto
celular? Un mes,
process,
¿no?
putting themselves
Pau,
on maps
así al
that never come
100%.
wild card. So I think for
Al
Devious, you
100%
gave
creo
yourself
que
a
más de
chance,
un
now
mes.
it's just down to convert.
Más de un
This is
mes.
the best way you've set it up, but it's not just.
Entonces sí van a tener su
You
ventaja.
actually gotta get there and do the slaying. It's
Ah, mira, ahí
time to
está
do
Hacks de
that.
Coach,
Make
está
sure you
con-
let us know
atrás con
who's
sus
gonna go ahead and
audífonos,
take the
viéndolos.
victory. Whether you're
Sí, sí,
feeling
sí.
LG or
Por
you
eso lo
think
dijeron que
Devious
era su
can
coach.
get it done. Either way, it's
Está el
time
Lipo
to get
también.
it done. I wanna watch some COD. Beef Mommy,
Y
you
ese
said you're
headphone,
on the
¿cuáles
call.
son? Todos
I'll
usan
see
el
you
mismo,
on flip.
todos usan el mismo, hermano. Y le han puesto un logo de la SL. No sé con qué marca será.
Ya van a empezar, güey, porque ya se fueron los coaches.
Se viene.
Absolutely.
I think the expectation should be that Devious can compete. They
Ojo.
could potentially be in a spot to play. Spoiler, just comes down, will they do it? It's North
Apocalipsis.
America's
Dale,
going
Nix.
up against the number 4 seed. We're in PAX. It's the North American Stage 4 playoffs. Let's
Ok,
get it on.
sin
Alright, DBS
Tectonics
definitely
el
going
día
to be
de
in a
hoy.
little bit of an advantage because they have the more
Extraño.
favorable spawn side. They'll try to find a way to win these maps off, but they do have P1 control already.
Yeah, really good stuff. Also getting over towards the top side of
Güey,
this TV
Davis
room.
va a ganar
So the
este mapa.
SMG's already ripping
Okay.
things apart, and Luminosity empty
Claro,
from
no sé qué
finding
pasó
really
con mi
anything. They've
cámara.
only got
Bueno,
the
no con
solo
la
kill
cámara,
for
con el
LG.
Discord.
So early time for DBS.
iniciando.
LG working their way back to try to contest, but easier said than done at the moment. It's all about trying to control these long-range gunfights, and a bit of a bounce back here as all of a sudden there's a flank from behind. Rihan doing well to clear out the back and then taking the attention back
Hola,
forward.
YouTube.
Envy does keep LG inside, and hold on a second, keep
Wow.
your eye on the spawns. DBS are under pressure on the right side of the map.
But then 2Red definitely knows where Luminosity is going to be spawning off to. That
Puntaje,
this is the
¿no?
presence of mind that we
Miren.
like to see Devious.
¿Cómo?
Rehab try to go in there for that
O sea,
spawn
yo
flip,
tengo
but
13-5.
also Two Red very much well knows that there's going to be a lot of Luminosity players spawning right
¿De qué
there.
hablas?
But so far, it's still
The
going
hard
to be
points.
Luminosity into the more
Que
favorable
íbamos
spawn for them.
22-6.
Yeah, looking solid at least for now for LG to try to get back into this game, but a very dangerous.
Dale velocidad por 2 para que te quite el delay. Tectony tiene muñequera ortopédica, supongo que es por eso que... Sí, habían comentado que se había lesionado el brazo. Uy, sáquele, se le frisea la imagen. Se le está friseando, ¿no? A la transmisión. De repente la feria esa no tiene tan buena señal, supongo. Habían comentado que Tectony no estaba jugando porque algo le pasó en su mano. Pero pues algunos, como yo, creemos que es por otro tema, ¿no? No sé. Jugar sin Tectony puede hacer que Tribe se lleve el top 1. Sin menospreciar a Marsh igual. Noctafly, sí, ya lo vimos a Hax ahí con los audífonos. Es el coach de Devious al parecer. Igual Hax ha jugado en Tribe y tiene experiencia, ¿no? Lo del Stug debe ser talento puro, ¿no? Porque el tipo se retira un año, vuelve y está como sin nada en el T1
Cuando
medio.
se retira jugaba un iPhone 13 y pegaba como si fuera
Es que casi se nuquea a Luminosity, me acuerdo.
Luminosity, on the other hand, they are now trying to funnel through, and even though they brought one player there, they're not winning that gunfight yet.
It's all about this opening contest. Devious just kind of measuring, taking their time. And V gonna
Es
pop
muy
up
bueno
first
ese
operator.
bueno.
Sparrow in hand, that does well to get LG back in, and now a little bit further
Llega
forward.
más que
Comes
todos.
the pressure from LG. They will reclaim the lead. LG trying to get a read on
¿Quién
where
es
exactly
Sipo?
this Devious
Sipo
is coming from, and it is
Es el
taking a while
coach
to be fair,
de
but
Luminosity,
Kills coming
junto a
out. All of a
Cloud.
sudden, you've got Devious popping operators of their own.
Mira
Zult's gonna
WhatsApp.
take down 3 with the Purifier, and a flip of the hard point comes through.
Los
Devious a
Samsung
chance to
Galaxy
reclaim their lead.
S23 Ultra van a 120, pero en la versión eSport por ahora.
Definitely going to be key for them to get the majority of the scrap points here. And now it's time for you to decide if you're Luminosity. You're responding
supone que
in
en la
different
actualización-
directions now, where
que van a
Devious
meter a
is
todos
going to
los
be
niveles,
positioned in a really good spot for
Los que
next.
tengan el
Have
snapper,
spawn
¿no?
control,
No, no.
objective control as well, but we do get to see Luminosity is going to be getting that scrap points.
Claw does get taken down on rotation, though, so LG have eliminated some of the operator pressure from Devious. They are a bit empty, trying to get themselves an early setup here at Ruins, but still a chance to fight this back. Couple of kills coming through for LG. Band off the pinch, looking to open up the hard point in LG's name. He'll be successful in that feat. Devious spawning all over the map right now. They're trying their best to anchor on the left-handed side, but it's not coming through fully. But how about this? A little lifeline from
Está muy
Two-Red.
peleado,
He
¿eh?
makes his way through cave. He gets an opening double.
Ya hay
Out there to
4 de
follow
Luminosity
up.
que no
Big
llegan
trying to
ni a
hold on
10.
the hard point,
Bueno,
but
ya
the
llegan
clock
a
is
1,
gonna take
11,
down
12.
3, but Two-Red still in a spot to contest. Just doesn't have the help needed, and LG will sustain the hill.
LG just bringing out their operators and score streaks in the most perfect time. They're soaking up a lot of the hard points now, and for Devious, they need to find a way to get a little bit more of that spawn control. You get to see Zulf try to get that control, but unfortunately for him, is a little bit too overwhelmed with the amount of Luminosity players that are going to be right there. 16 seconds left on the clock, and now the gap is slowly just going over into the side of Luminosity.
Yeah, remember that moment right there, friends.
Se te
Because
escucha muy
LG
bajo, ¿no?
was, I would say, limping through this map up until that
Es que
late ball,
Washi
and
ahora,
now they've all of a
Washi
sudden built
jugaba
some
con
daylight in towards their
SMG.
score, up about
Y ahora
45
como no está
points.
Tectonic
They
y
rotate
Marshi no
over
puede
towards
jugar con
B1.
SMG, con AR, perdón,
Comfortable spot at the moment,
le ha
but
tocado
could
jugar
surprise
con la
this
Kilo.
LG defense, as there is a little bit of a play
Pero es
around
que
the back,
Washi
while
antes jugaba con
simultaneously
AR.
there's some action from the front. Tread missile from Washi does at least alleviate some of that initial pressure on P1.
Y Marshi
LG
siempre ha
looking to
sido
get
SMG, ¿no?
themselves set up, but even still, number
Siempre,
5 in
siempre,
blue, Scott along the back
Ya se te
is
escucha
trying to
mucho,
get Devious a
sí.
chance to flip spawns around. He wins the 1v1 off screen, and Devious can now refocus their attention towards the hill.
I think at this point, Scott already has
Esas
a free
cámaras de
combo,
abajo son
and
más
that
falsas.
just gave them so much more of an opportunity to have a little bit more of that spawn control. Yes, they have spawn control, but they
Quieren
need to
hacerlo
find a
como
way
China, pero
to
es complicado. No sé
flush
cómo
into
harán los
that
chinos para
P1,
que
which
cambie el
Luminosity
jugador y
still has to
cambie
be
la cámara.
careful with.
Bueno.
Rehad trying to get himself some space to work through.
Cambian
the
como a
top
3
side of
jugadores,
these
pero seguimos viendo al mismo.
Zulf down low, trying to slide onto the hard point, not going to be able to find much of anything, and Devious is attempts to get onto the hill largely
Ese no es
squandered
Marshi.
immediately. Luminosity continue to build up their lead, back to 45 plus. Devious still holding up the favored setup over towards P2, and they're finding good exit kills here. So even though Devious find themselves down, they have to be able to recover.
Envy
and
es el
reclaim
AR
the lead here
principal
at
y es el
45
Legacy.
plus second hold on P2.
Two red able to get 3 seconds on the hill, which we already know can be very essential later on.
No, pusieron a B y sale Rihan.
It is going to be
Que
devious
toma la
with
screenshot.
that temple spawn, and it is Rihan getting that double. That's going to be huge to get rid of those players from Luminosity, trying to go into that hop-up wall. And so far, they're doing so well right now. But with Luminosity, they could bring out an operator to try and break his hill.
Well, they don't have much at the moment. It's just down to can Vague open up space through Fire Alley. Not going to work out. Recovery here from Devious. Rihan still doing a lot of damage all across the map. LG will pop over NV Sparrow, but as he only
Mix
finds
luchando
2
con su
kills, it's
cámara.
not fully enough
No
to
se te
move the
escucha,
spawns around. A chance for LG to contest and even soak up a bit
Ahí
of
está.
time here throughout the middle section of this second hard point, but here comes Devious off the proximal spawn. They also carry numbers. The ban, he's read it perfectly. The Purifier cleans everything up along the outside. Still a chance for Devious to contest, but another
ya está,
miraculous
no te vi,
play
pero-
out of LG's operator usage.
Absolutely, I was about to touch up on that point. They did it a while ago in P4, now in P2, and we need to see something similar with Devious. They were able to counter that a while ago, and now they're prepared for that
Vamos
P3
a
control.
ponerlo.
So far, it is just going to be that one player, Rihan, trying to get that control here in that next hill. He will be greeted by some players of Luminosity, but he's still not taken care of.
Wow, that is another massive moment from LG, and in the past, when we've seen them struggle and respawn, their operator usage has kind of bailed them out. And so far, it seems like that very well may be the case again, because Devious was really putting on a show here early, and since that P4, everything started to get a little bit out of control. Zolf, a little bit of desperation here with the Purifier. He does find a handful of kills, so it does flip the hard point over to Devious's direction, but they need to hold the majority of this back 40 and win rotation to consider this a tight game again.
And Marshy's nade was just what? That just absolutely came out of nowhere. 2 red
No,
though.
güey,
He
es
tries
que
to bring
deja de
out the
matar
claw
y ya.
and not able to efficiently use that. There are still players from Devious here on the point, but it is just about time, especially when we do get to see Vague lose that gunfight. The pinch not going to happen, but it's still that front push from Luminosity that still wins this hill for them.
And it's just not convincing enough yet for Devious. There have been moments.
Yo creo que Tribe le va a ganar a este nivel a Luminosity.
It's just LG's operating usage has had so much more efficiency and effectiveness in key moments. So it's one of those dire times. We'll be starting to call for some desperation from Devious. Down about 100 points. Rotating over towards P4 again. Devious even being held a little bit here on rotation. So it's going to be a tough ask to make this rotation happen swiftly. Hardpoint opens up. LG first team in. Marshy trying to get something involved with the Pred Missile. He will be able to take down one, and that will be enough for LG to build some potential win condition right here.
Marshy se
And now
moría por
Devious
jugar,
is
eso
going to be
sí.
one essential push, and unfortunately
Se
for
nota.
them, loses majority of the gunfight.
Había visto en
And that
Twitter
just
también
allows
que
them to be spawned
andaba
out
molesto
in
porque
all
uno decía, ya no me importa el
directions. It is going
juego.
to be LG going so big right now with the operator usage, with the gunfights. 220 and 105 is going to be your scoreline. This is the one last push that Devious definitely needs, but Envy with the Sparrow is definitely going to be difficult.
Yeah, a bit of a trade going back and forth, and that's just not good enough for Devious. Win condition more than established at this point. It has to be noted that talking about the pacing issues that LG
Extraño
was considering
porque
going into this
se siente un
tournament,
juego bien
Marshy is
lento,
the
pero el
kill
marcador
leader
está
for
completamente
LG
a
as the
para
six-man
Luminosity.
sub protect. So, the role
Como que un mapa bien
may
X,
have been a
pero
question mark, but
como
it
es tan
seems like
lento
the
las
formula's working out
posiciones, el control de
nicely. Able to
mapa,
get 50 to 105
creo que mucho he
now
visto
after a
China,
really
weón,
tight
hace
opening for
poco.
Devious. LG just didn't look back
Es que
after that
China,
first
güey,
fourth
no
hard
mames,
point.
son
Yeah, I mean, they were able to
muy
find their footing, and
diferentes.
this is what we kind of see with more experienced teams. Like, even though the beginning was not working out for you, it's really
Bravo,
just
Islas.
important to close it out, find that
¿Tú a quién le
composure
vas, Nix?
mid-game, and they're able to sustain that such big lead. And honestly, like what we've been mentioning already over and over again, the operator usage
A ver, habla.
was absolutely amazing.
And that's always been the case, and that's something that we're going to be talking about a lot, even when Tribe gets a chance to play up against Mayhem,
Yeah.
because both those two teams have really executed on using their operators to their best possible advantage. It's just one of those things that, again, like you start this map off, and if you're Devious, you're feeling pretty good about how the first 3 hard points went.
Prende tu
You
luz,
got
prende tu luz.
27 seconds on the opener. You were able to kind of
Está
re-win
prendida
the
la
spawns
luz.
over
Ah, yeah.
towards P2. That turned into a flip,
No
and then
sé,
you were
tía.
super contest heavy on the third. But as soon as operators started to be earned, that again happened to be the difference maker, because really at this point, I mean, we're looking at a 130 to
Bueno.
72 score, and even here, 195
Comenzó
to
peleado.
105. Devious just was not able to put together points after that
Sí,
first set of
muy
hills.
con
Yeah, I mean, even
trenzas.
though they were there for early rotations, it was pretty good.
Sí,
And
soy.
there were some highlights, definitely, especially
Ese güey
in
con
that
trenzas.
second reset.
Soy, güey.
Getting that P2, knowing very well that, okay,
Estamos
you win hop
aquí.
up, then you go in
De-
slowly
súbele
into your
el
temple.
volumen,
But take a
Justina.
look at that. We were
Yo soy
talking
Justina,
about this
soy-
one player from LG that was the sub and now was brought in. Marshy getting 32 kills in a minute 12 on the hill.
He went 32 and 18. That's nearly 2.0 KD for the guys just subbing in and running an extra sub for the squad. So, man, it's just one of those things when we heard this morning that Tech was going to be sitting out. I think all of us looked at each other and said, what is LG on? Putting
Ahí
down
está mejor.
if not one of the best AR players in Call of Duty
¿No
Mobile.
tienes un arito de TikTok? Y tú eres TikToker. Búscate un arito de TikTok y quedaría perfecto.
That's definitely the importance of a sub in teams like this, because usually having a sub is kind of like an afterthought. Like when someone can't make it right, you put in a sub. But this is the importance of it. You need to find a way to kind of fit those puzzle pieces together. If Tech can play, there you go, you have Marshy. If another player can play, you have another player that can sub out. That definitely be a reliable player on your end.
Okay, now taking the conversation away from the hard point and into the search and destroy. This is going to be where the comfort for LG will likely live throughout the entirety of the weekend. They did not drop a single search and destroy throughout the group stage, 8-0. Thing about it is they did a lot of that on Tunisia, and I don't assume that
Buenas chicos, ya 300 en Trovo, 500 en YouTube, 500 likes en YouTube, 500 likes en YouTube y casteamos la de Luminosity Tribe, asumiendo que va a ganar Luminosity. El estilo, el flow de Hippo es increíble, ¿eh? Tremendo flow. Bacon, el anillo de la Champs 2022. ¡Ojo! Buen detalle, es Legacy. Y Tectonic, pues está de banca, hermano. Supuestamente porque está lesionado de la mano. ¿Ese es el Samsung Galaxy? Es un celular blanco.
El blanco.
El blanco es. ¿Es blanco?
Y creo que también hay negro.
Really, as majority of a squad, been underneath the lights in front of an audience and not in the comfort of their own home. So there is a little bit of an added stress and pressure built into that, whereas, again, half the LG team are world champions. All of them were on the main stage during the grand finals. So they are definitely, I'm sure, feeling pretty comfortable. I imagine they're pretty amped to be back in person again, being able to square up against their opponents. Not necessarily face-to-face, but as close as we can get without, you know, people just yelling and screaming at each other. But here we go, firing range map number 2.
Here we go.
It feels like kind of a must-win situation for Devious if they want to have a chance to upset LG. Just comes down to can they find any success as they will be starting off on the offensive side.
All right, Devious on the offense, definitely going to give them a little bit more of an advantage at dictating the pace, but Washi is going to open things up. And BryanT, an essential player, is going to go down.
Good read from Zolf. 2Red also getting into the trailer side, so even though the opening snipe was good from Washi, there is a bit of pressure over towards A. 3v4 situation, numbers stay with LG. But Washi is the only real defender around the inside. Has members literally all around him. Will be able to keep his life a little while longer. Here's the challenge from 2Red. Gets one, keeps his life, and we go to a 3v3 bomb making its way over towards A.
All right, so that's a good way to equalize everything, but he's going to be able to spot out Scott. That's going to be
en la versión global todavía está con bug ese mapa, ¿no?
Bomb is down in a really bad spot for them, and they need to find a way to kind of just get their composure. They have a minute on the clock. There's a lot of time left to kind of play with Luminosity's mind.
An aggressive game of tag was had over the middle of the map, but everyone survives through it. Ban taking an aggressive route back towards jungle side, and this is a great spot for him to just lock down B and trust that his teammates can just play contact over the top of the A site. You've got 2Red still holding in pretty tight over towards the A
Se
site.
lesiona por intentar levantar una Coca-Cola cero de 2 litros.
Time here for Devious to work with. Just come down to
Se la
find the
gente.
contact they need
Están
to get
así.
this back to level terms and hopefully put this objective in their favor with a plan.
2Red's going to just apply a lot of pressure.
Hay muchos colores, hay algunos exclusivos si los compras con la tienda Samsung, dice los datos ahí en YouTube. De Noé Pérez.
Here comes a quick contest though, Marshy. SMG shotgun combination, just trying to tag away some toes. That's stuck on the exit, slides away, but keeps.
Dice, ven, Marshy es bueno. Y Washi solo es puro baby, dice Semtic.
It doubles down for LG to take the opening defense.
That is really good patience for Marshy. I mean, he just waited, saw the plant come through, just waited for that player to just slide on through, and knowing very well that post-plant setup, there was going to be one person in through trailer. And looks like Marshy is doing a phenomenal job in this opening game here so far. And now the setup's going to be kind of the same thing. Devious needs to find a way to kind of stop giving away those first bloods.
Well, this time they do avoid the opening snipes. Bryan keeping his life and just kind of hoping he gets contact over the middle of the map. And how about this for Chell? Little double slide comes through. Bryan watching over the top of it, and Devious will earn first blood and mid-map control. But Vague, through trailer window, does find one at very close range considering the angle that he was able to take. And as a follow-up kill comes through, now Vague is looking to get aggressive, but shut down. We go to an early 3v3, minute 20 on the clock.
So this is one thing that we've seen Devious already do mid-game, right? They're able to equalize things, slow it down, playing the clock, and that's what we like to see from this team in particular. But it's a matter of where are you going to choose to be at? It is going to be Bryan that'll try to scope out the situation here and through tin, but gets spotted by Washi.
Yeah, that's a tough call. Bryan's just looking for just sheer up COD timing, see if he can sneak to the middle of the map, find an unexpected angle, but it was being avidly watched. Ban able to also scout out Scott, so that will work out for another elimination for LG, leaving it just down to S-Thug, and he's just got absolutely nowhere to go. It's a good old-fashioned Kobayashi Maru, no win condition there for Devious as LG go up 2-0.
See, they're so good.
Quería que Devious sorprenda, la verdad, pero...
But Luminosity is just 2 steps ahead, especially after
Buena Emboy.
knowing very well that the clock is going to be in their favor past that 1 minute point. And now a different look coming in from Devious.
¿Están bien las cámaras? ¿Cuál? ¿La de los jugadores? No. La de Nix y mía sí. Porque dejan a Bake media hora y me muestran como 10.
He will not be able to find the kill. The rest of his teammates now flooding forward as Vague is able to take down a double. Again, the shotgun just absolutely wrecking havoc into this Deviant's offense. And they're just completely stuck. Leaves it just down to 1. Scott, last one left. This would have to be a 1v3, and Washi's waiting for him to
¿Será que ponen las calls? No sé, hermano.
Like what you mentioned, Devious not getting rid of Band is an essential W for Luminosity. Essentially made it into a really good duo with Marshy, where he was able to finally get a little bit of composure, knowing very well there's a teammate right beside you. And now if you're Devious, you're kind of scrambling for any kind of plays, and Luminosity is going to be reading it so well.
Stuns do land, though. 2 red slides out. Zolf able to help find the first kill. More flashes coming through, and LG cannot stand tall at all. What a little transfer from 2 red. Gets 2 in the round. Make sure that Vague cannot play spoiler from trailer. And now for the first time, Devious, a convincing round in front of them, a 5v2 situation. And as Washi drops, now it all rests with Bandit. He's been figured out. No worries there. Only 1 will drop, and Devious on the board.
All right, finally, a fantastic display of util usage for Devious, where they got the timing right. Got the flash, got the kills, and essentially that is what they needed. And kind of lacked in that Bravo push that time around. They know that Band's pesky in those corners. So you know what, maybe A is the weaker side, but we have to worry about Washi.
Different setup this time for LG. Looking to get aggressive in towards mid. NV just spamming down the corner with a hole with the kilo. Not going to matter though. Devious still picking apart, find the opening 2 kills. And now the onslaught starts to make its way on towards A. Once again, the only player that can really play spoiler is Vague, and he can't do too much from inside trailer.
Gracias, estoy bien.
He's not going to be allowed to.
Qué rico, boludo.
Through the wall. 2 red also making safe the middle of the map, and Devious seem to have figured things out here in the latter stretches of their offensive half.
I mean, they already know
Un paseo para Luminosity, dice. Yo creo que el de Tribe está más difícil que este de acá. O sea, el partido de Tribe. Yo creo que Team Mayhem sí podría sorprender más que Devious. Debería. Pero le tenía fe por la maldición del 7-0. ¿Cómo?
Devious puede sorprender
a Mayhem.
It seems to just be a simple mindset change of let's not worry about trying to pick out opening snipes for first bloods. Let's just flood stuff. And it's worked out really nicely for him. Again, a little messy as their attempt over towards B a couple of rounds ago. But
hola Alfredo, ¿cómo estás? Buena Kevin Orejuela, buena Rolando.
Bother trying to contest the opening part of this A site. They will back up, keep Envy alive, and look to play, I'm sure, mostly retake. And you can see
Envoy dice Mayhem, Tribe y LG clasifican.
With backside B, does he see Bryan deep? He may get a chance. Yep, shot lands, and all of a sudden LG now control the map.
It's beautiful. We saw Luminosity just change Band, switch them off for Washi, knowing very well that they could be some flank watch for Devious and able to get that kill. And now they're flooding through mid, also in through that A lane as well. It is a matter of, is 2 red going to be winning that gunfight up against player number 4, and that's Vague.
Yeah, this is everything right here. Devious, if they can find a piece of contact, win an elimination, or on the backside, they'll feel much more secure in this post plan. But LG, looking to split hit this. 2 red catching 1. Keeps himself very healthy.
La Tati, ya nada importa sin Gallery.
Two red now just has to be a nuisance.
Ya supera la Tati.
Retake has has to now come to the front. There's no opportunity for this flank to come out. Smoke will allow them an entry. Marshy finding first blood on this take. Just down to can they actually clear out the backside of the obstacle course. Envy gets another. Time becoming a bit of an issue though.
Envy se me hace uno de los mejores jugadores y de los más, o sea, que nadie conoce, ¿sabes? Que nadie habla de él.
Infravalorado.
Ah, algo así.
Sí, a mí también es muy bueno.
Pega a R y a SMG.
From Two-Red and definitely going to
Sí.
be clutch for him, playing time to his advantage. And like what
¿Qué
we
hace
mentioned
ese güey?
already,
No
it is
mames,
going to be
Vanes.
that backside of the
No
map.
mames.
Those engagements were so key for Devious to win that and equalize everything. And now as we're switching things around, Luminosity on the attacking side.
Big hit through the middle of the map though from
Porque
LG. They've already got trailer
cámara
control
del
of two
juego
members.
se ve
Devious
como
are going to
más.
voluntarily give this up. They're looking to play right through the backside.
Ay,
It's not gonna
Sulf.
work out. What is that shot from Envy?
En la cámara
Under pressure is putting it lightly.
O sea,
And he
cuando
still
no me
converts
de la
on the two
transmisión
kills,
trae
and
la
LG's
verga.
offense off to a very hot start here
Como
at the
bug.
Bomb Planet today.
Igual
I mean, it
tienen
is
un mes
30,
jugando con el
dropped down to
Samsung y
44
eso, ni un mes creo.
Now it's up to these last two Devious players. and it is
Manqueadas
going to
así
be
sí
for
estamos
time
viendo,
for
porque
Esta
esa de la
and Scott.
escopeta, no mames.
They will be surrounded though because Luminosity knows very well how to flank, and Marshy's going to be so nasty if he gets that timing right.
Such a tough duo here for Devious to work their way back in. Just not a lot of space to work with, and Washi just pops off. Finds the last two kills between him and Envy. The sniper rifles get the majority of the legwork done for LG on their opening offense. And I think the thing about it is, at no point was that double stack into trailer ever scouted by Devious. So that's going to be a mystery part, I think, here for Luminosity if they continue to do that. And yep, same two players making the same route happen through the smoke, but Rehab connects. And there's going to be enough of a challenge through trailer itself for Devious to go 2 for 1.
Seriedad.
This is such a nice go-around for Rehan, knowing very
Ojalá
well
ganen el
it's
vídeo
gonna
para que
be
se ponga...
a push off
Uy,
that
qué bueno.
smoke, but Washi
Para que se
goes
ponga
and
interesante.
responds as well. And it's going to be a little bit of an equal gameplay here. And for me, I think Scott needs to find a way to get this kill, especially for Marshy, knowing very well that he likes to be that flank. And for Luminosity, there's going to be
Buenas,
slowing things
Detective
down.
Caster.
So far, they don't have any kind of control whatsoever in this map.
Yeah, just looking to see if they can catch someone off guard here. Plenty of
Ellos
time to
están
work
en vivo
with,
e
no
incómodos.
need to do anything too crazy. Really
Es la
good
primera
job
presencial de los chicos de Devious. Luminosity va tranquilo, yo creo.
Mostly off of Scott, locking down this B alley through jungle. You still have trailer control. Nice up close contact can be made by two red. And it looks like that's just going to kind of float to wherever the defense
soy Justina,
needs
soy
to
Nix,
reinforce.
por
On the
favor.
other side for LG, both the sniper
Sobre todo
rifles
los tres que han ganado de Luminosity deben estar tranquilos, ¿no?
pick an angle and find a free
¿Qué
kill.
te
This
ríes?
is what I love about Devious right now is they're not giving away anything, just holding their angles, just playing
Yeah.
time to their advantage. Looks like though Envy is kind of clearing it out and tries to clear corners, but Envy is going to be making some noise, and Scott is going to relay that information to his team.
Now alarm bells will be ringing, but Scott's in a very
El Red
safe
Magic 8S
position.
Pro Ronald.
Yep, just no one checks. Scott gets one, damage onto the second. Defense hasn't rotated over to assist him yet. Envy, oh goodness, tried for a little slide shell to see if he could make something happen. Neither shot will land, and now the rest of Devious have arrived. Envy opening, no, not going to connect, and S-Thug will convert, keep us level at 4.
Well played for Devious. I mean, Luminosity tried.
No mames.
They were trying to get that information, but Devious was not giving them anything.
Es lagueada la
Scott was the
transmisión, no
playmaker
sale el
for that
marcador.
round, just being quiet, able to tag up those two players.
Brian, una pregunta. ¿Ellos pueden usar dedales en las presenciales? Claro, hermano. El dedal está permitido.
Coming in from LG, as they're not going to be pushing in through mid. Instead, they want to go in through the mid lane instead.
Ese Marshy viendo la Championship con Bryan.
Que
como soy banca, como soy banca,
A couple of trades back and
¿verdad?
forth, and LG will gain the ground, but
Me dio
thing
más
about
risa
this
de
is
él.
defensively,
Que me parece
Devious
ambos.
still have the bomb carrier down, and they're still holding some very contestable shots around both sides of the map. Washi
No, confusión.
isn't able to use a
No
sniper
triunfó el
rifle
amor.
to convert another freebie, so two red will still be contesting this A site.
Two red is going to
Gracias,
be
Rolando.
good
Necesito un mes para acostumbrarme,
vantage
hermano.
point. Being prone like that. Esta gets an important kill as well, and that might stop
Ayer le bajé
Luminosity in
30
their
a mi
tracks,
Sensi,
and
so...
so far it
Una
does. That
cagada.
also
No, qué
allows
tonto.
Two red to go in there
¿Por
for that
qué?
rotation in through jungle.
Sentía
and
todo
they might be on
rápido.
pinch.
This is so well done for Devious, staying proactive like this. They have got LG.
O era eso o acostumbrarme. Escapando un ratito del trabajo para pasar a ver al mejor. Mi Bryan dice, gracias Luis. Te amo. Buena Adri. Pacherita la Pamela, no me he fijado. Chicos, concéntrense en la partida.
Nade's coming through. Marshy trying to be scouted out. He's just holding a shoulder. Big contact here, and he wins the first gunfight. Now just down to 2 red. Sliding in towards
Ay, qué buen tracking, man. El Marshy, el dios.
Marshy holds his ground, provides the kill, and a key round goes the way of LG.
Man, that was really tight. LG played it really well.
Porque siento que lo estoy viendo
Not
más
going to be too aggressive, and so far,
¿Te parece esa Lindra? Dice.
to the wire. Did not expect that it would
Sí.
be this
No,
close.
mames.
That time around, though, 2 red was in a really good spot. It was just down
No,
to
no,
those
o sea, yo lo tomo
ones, and
como burla.
50% of the time, it's just not going to work out for you, especially up against
Dice, pero vas a mejorar. ¿Quién es la invitada? Se llama Nix. Los chinos son otro pedo, la neta. No, sí, yo creo viendo este VID que la verdad entiendo por qué los chicos están viendo la cámara de Nix en vez de la partida. Pero los chinos se les van a comer vivos a estos dos. En VID.
Latam, yo siento que se va a comer vivos en VID.
Tu VID es bien. Pero vas a mejorar tu.
No mames, puto de mí.
Te lo chingo. Pero vas a mejorar tu gameplay, ya verás, aparte poner la mirilla personalizada y poner la saturación rica para los videos. Y hermano, la cosa es saber cómo poner esa vaina. Te puedes quitar la gorra tantito. Como así, Pepodiño.
¿Qué?
Te quites la gorra. En YouTube.
No me voy a quitar la gorra porque literalmente tengo una hora que me desperté. Estoy toda despeinada, por eso me hice estas trenzas.
Pues chicos, no se bañó. O sea,
no me bañé.
Increíble.
No me bañé.
Y Gellar, la verdad que el bait de China sí es más divertido que ver esto.
I mean, that is probably the most detrimental thing is Washi needs to play back a tiny bit, and he's losing out on majority of the engagements.
Ese BD no lo pueden jugar así con Tribe. No.
This is going to be so difficult with Vague, going to be the only one left, and we are still evened out here.
Está bien random, se están como que improvisando. Se nota cuando improvisan y se nota cuando hay estrategia detrás. En estudio de mapa y todo lo demás. Como que dependiendo de lo que pase, bueno, igual siempre tienes que improvisar en el BD porque cuando tienes una táctica no te sale, a veces improvisas, pero ya desde el inicio acá habrán dicho, ah, vamos a ver. Y ya se mandan todos. Y el que gana las gunfights, pues ya. Uy, el retake de Deja va a ser bueno aquí. Bueno.
And now, finally, it is brought down to 40 seconds. All 3 lanes covered by Devious at the moment. It's definitely going to be one-on-ones happening here. Washi going to be in a really good spot to try and get rid of Scott. And it's just all about timing for Devious. When are you going to push?
Well, they get the first blood over through mid. Rehan makes his way on towards the site. Washi can't connect. And now all of a sudden, S-Dog trying to make the player on the backside, but LG do find the kills they need. Rehan now the last one left.
No,
one with Ban. Ban's in trouble, and
¡Qué pendejo!
takes him off the heady and lets him know about it. Fireworks early here in Seattle as Devious take the edge 6-5 up.
Claro, crimen, esa granada de camo a metal o el trophy en el techo de trailer, cosas así. Nada de eso se ve por ahora, ¿no? Ninguna granada, todas tiradas a lo random. Bueno, imbécil, bienvenido.
Hola, imbécil.
Similar setup here for Devious. The big question mark here for LG is how do they deal with Scott through the middle? Opening frag does open up the A site a touch.
Es de la transmisión Celtic. De la Champs. O sea, de la Champs, no de la mía. Acá la gana de views.
Here comes the play from Ban, but he can't even get to the doorway. A primed nade takes him out of the picture. We stay 4v4. S-Thug over the middle of the map, takes down the bomb carrier. Zolf can just still hold this as he takes out a trophy system. He does get slowed out, though. Big opens up trailer. And we'll go 3v3, bomb collected.
And now Washi gets
verga.
another one. And now they have the advantage. And also trying to bring that pressure on, putting that clock down, winding it down. In an essential gunfight onto the backside of Mac. Take a look at that. That is play number 5 from both teams.
A ver, era para que la ganen, weón.
We've seen Scott. So yeah, they have no idea.
This is a huge shot from Estog. Gets one.
Ay, un poquito más.
Down low. Scott on the rotation. He wins the first 1v1.
1v1. Está one shot bait. Y rushea. No, no lo vio.
Scott looking to beam him across, but Vague's just playing with his food.
No
15 seconds on the clock.
Scott.
Vague continues to play whack-a-mole over the top. Here comes the
Nah, no, Scott tiene problemas con el celular, yo creo. Ese fue el problema de Sensi, ¿no? Se le apretó el de la mira, creo, se le quitó.
Como que se quiere deslizar.
Sí, no sé, no ha puesto bien su HUD o algo así.
Luminosity is so good on the defensive side. And now it really is reliant on those first bloods for Divas to try and make a play here.
As a reminder, the normal target for search in COD Mobile is
Yo ayer con el Remayo, güey.
to win by 2. So this will go as long as it has to have that outcome come out. We'll swap sides every single round. LG opens things now on the defense with first blood. Washington.
Nervios no sé, pero el celular influye mucho, loco.
Well, you can tell just by the way he's moving. He wants to take a peek into the bomb site, but very wisely stays down, and we'll continue on.
Again, there's so many engagements all across the map, and
Ay.
they have to be spotting out Ban. But it's a good thing that Ban is just going to slide away just like that. So it is going to be an open point for them to try and go in there for the plan, but unfortunately for 2Red, he loses an essential gunfight.
No mames.
Stops the bomb from being planted. Key timing on this challenge, their trailer, and now Devious are stuck behind the bomb site. Follow-up kill comes for Band. Marshy making sure there's no deep exit. Rehan the last one left. So it'd have to be a 1v3. He's got time, but no bomb. Also playing between the Fennec and the sniper rifle. Knows that he should have isolation onto one player towards trailer. Just comes down to does he guess the correct corner? Nope, he slides.
No estaban los tres ahí.
And the double up for Luminosity gives them the advantage here in overtime.
Man, it's just so hard because all of them were just inside of the trailer, just playing the angles right. And now we're going to be switching it again, where Devious had the more favorable side on the defensive.
Saludos, Jeremy, de España.
They have the advantage this time around.
Es nochecita ya, buena taquito, buena
They're
cube.
going to be slow when it comes to the approach. So far, it's going to be util. I don't know, there's no information yet.
But look at Zolf, he's gotten so far forward with the shotgun. I don't think Vega's seen him. Here comes the check. Zolf misses the first.
No, se mamó. Se mamó.
Devious still trying to hold on to the ace side. They do pick together at least one response kill. And a second from
Rehan la está salvando, weón.
takes the scalp of Vague. Middle of the map though. Washi makes safe the aggressive play from 2Red. Numbers hold with LG, but they've lost the bomb, they've lost map control.
Even though they have the numbers.
Wow.
A la verga el Rehan,
Speaking
weón.
of Rehan,
Oye, ese güey
able to
como
equalize,
pusea,
and now they're going to be backed up in a corner. Luminosity need to find a way to kind of play the time. Yes, they have a minute to play with, but an essential
Sí,
gunfight
Mabel.
will be
Hoy ten
one
4
here.
jogos.
Oh, does that Stug get the sound cue?
Dale tú, dale tú. Levántate ahí. Levántate tú. No mames. Puta que timing, no mames.
And somehow
Está
Estog
rodeado.
gets out of 10, keeps his life. Now he's on the exit.
Ay.
Retail comes out, but Marshy takes the win. It's all down to Rehan. He's gotten the majority of kills so far this round, but this would have to be a 1v2. Clock is on his side, especially considering that LG have to sprint to get back to this bomb.
Yo soy Rehan.
He's going to hear it though. He should get that sound cue that there's going to be the
Ya lo
plays right
escuchó,
there.
ya lo
And
escuchó.
good thing he has
Me
his
fue a
CDR
agarrar
and
la
he picked it
espalda,
up. Timing is going
No
to
sé
be
si
on
revisará
his
baños.
side.
Revisa
Marshy's
baños,
gonna
pendejo.
rotation, staying put right there by bathroom.
Who's done
No
their
mames.
sacrificial duty
No.
to the
No,
It's
man.
Marshy.
Timing.
Holds all the way
Tuvieron
back
dos
towards
rondas para
bathroom,
acabarlo estos
and
güeyes.
he's able to pick out Rehan before any action could come through.
Tienen
So
el
LG
HUD o no sé si la Sensis de la verga. Es que son el último equipo que agarró el celular, hermano. El último.
in this opening series.
Honestly, it was so doable for Devious to win this, and I feel like the weakest link that I'm seeing here right now, we've seen it on the screen, Zolf with the R9,
Ay, Dios.
almost getting those first bloods or getting the trades, but just not hitting his shots. If he had another gun in hand, like an SMG, I feel like he would have had those big essential kills.
It's just so tough to put
El
that out on the
Lipo.
table because, honestly speaking, from the
Fcita.
playbook's execution standpoint, Devious got what they wanted. They got their shotgun up close and personal in a position that you wouldn't normally expect someone to get to so quickly if you're LG. But the difference of getting into a position and making good use of it is where I
Una
think
semana para acostumbrarse es nada. Y se nota, o sea, hasta Luminosity también no le siento que esté en su máximo. Mira ahí cómo se les fue la mira, no, la verdad. ¡Salud! El único que veo cómodo es Rihan con el sniper. Yo tengo el S23 Ultra normal, pero no se ve diferencia mejor el Red 9.
Incluso debe ser más grande, ¿no?
Creo que son iguales de tamaño.
Le costó
Sí.
16 on the board, kind of the same case for Washi here with 17. So really excited for the scorelines that I'm seeing here going into that control game.
Y bueno, si Tectonic tiene su vendada a su mano, pues asumiremos que, entre comillas, es verdad, pues, ¿no? Que está lesionado.
Thank you. I did want to take this moment to ask you a couple of questions, Hippo. I know
Ahí está
that
el
going
Hippo,
into
que
this, you had to
slow.
make some decisions. Tectonic not playing. Can you tell me a bit about your fielding decision to kick things off?
You know, I think we have 6 really strong players that all come from, you know,
El manager y coach de Luminosity.
¿Es manager?
Manager y coach. Y el otro coach es Cloud.
At the end of the day, we just have to think about, okay, what do we need right now to make sure that we
¿Qué dice
win
Nix?
NA? And then we'll see how the roster changes up once we get to stage 5. But I think right now we have the best lineup that we could possibly have to win this entire thing.
Que ellos, él está seguro que tienen el mejor.
La mayor posibilidad para avanzar, ¿no?
Para
ganar, no avanzar.
That was a very close play on S&D. What's your evaluation of what we just witnessed?
You know, I think it's
¿Cuál es su
we haven't been able to, you know, scrim as much with Devious as much as we'd love to. So, you know, I think for them being able, they had an element of surprise against us. But in all honesty, as I said before to you, we have to respect them. They're an excellent team, and they're playing out of their minds right now. Hax and I, their coach, we're just backstage like, dang, they are turning it up. So I'm excited to see what happens in Control Standoff.
Dice que no tuvieron oportunidad de tener scrims con ellos como él quisiera y tuvieron un elemento sorpresa que él no esperaba que tuvieran, que sí tienen muy buen equipo.
O sea, tuvieron lo de Tectonic, supongo.
No, está hablando de Devious.
Ah, Devious tenía un elemento sorpresa.
Tuvo algo hicieron que era como que sorpresa.
Y por eso les dieron tanta pelea.
Do matter. They shouldn't just be treated as a substitute where, okay, if this person is absent, we're going to be placing that person later on. It's just a matter of, can this person be the final
así se viste siempre, Tati. Él sube fotos a Twitter y siempre es su flow.
But this is a map that we already said is a must be the final puzzle piece. We know how good Tectonic actually is. We know how good Marshy is. They were both from Tribe in that championship winning roster last year, and it seems like they're making a statement this time around. But this is a map that we already said is a must.
Ya parecía que Luminosity había ganado 3-0, ¿no? Porque la entrevista y todo.
It's their last chance here, but also the fact that they play this map really well.
Yeah, in LG, we have not seen them play standoff control throughout the group stage, so a first taste to see what LG has to offer. Opening gunfights looking decent here for Devious. They'll take an early life advantage and also control the majority of the map. It's pressure from Vague, but he is also a bit active. So even though Devious find themselves almost trapped in towards spawn, they do create an exit, and all of a sudden clock gets stopped every single time a player gets on towards the zone. So it'll stall at a minute as Devious try to make their opening play over towards A.
So yeah, what Devious needs to go through right now is get a tick of progress for each. You won't be able to erase it once that tick is locked down. But we can see here
ahí abajo dice, mira, Galaxy S23 Ultra, share the epic and level up your game.
So far, they're just going to be stopped at the moment. It's still even when it comes to the lives, but they need to find a way to just put on objectives.
Yeah, great opening here for Devious, just kind of creating some space to work with around the map.
Se me está haciendo muy lento este match. Es que ese es el estilo de juego de NA, hermano. Después de ver lo de Latam, Y también siento que es el celular que no los hace jugar al 100%.
Qué rápido.
Envy con Chris. Chris, Kilo, Fennec, R9 de Bake y otra Fennec de Marcy.
Just so good when it comes to playing that time into their favor, not allowing Devious to even step on it at all.
Del otro lado lo mismo, solo que en lugar de 2 Fennec es una P90 y una Fennec. Y luego una LK24 de Stu. Y una huele de Scott. Y luego el Space con la huele. ¿Qué?
Tienen el juego más lento a los de Devious.
Everything is down to can you capture these objectives and find the coveted offensive win. Nice control here from Envy over the top, just spraying players down with the Krig. Able to open up some space at mid. Fake trying to get himself on towards the zone, but does get bounced out.
Al mejor de 5 es Checha.
Double for him on the opposite side. Clock still stalled in a minute.
La verga, el surf. Mira cómo se le va la mira a la mierda.
Man, Rehan is just so good at defending this A side, able to get rid of 3 players, and in the moment that Band actually touched that A side, that gave information to him to funnel out all of the players right there. Band, again, speaking of, gets a taste of his own medicine as Rehan is going to be shut down.
Yo creo que si hubiesen estado con los Rockfon todavía, hubiese sido un juego más frenético.
Sí. If they can get this first tick of progress, it will be locked, and they will not have to recapture it again, but easier said than done. 19 plays 17, clock at 44 seconds. Red making his play from the high ground, not able to double down. Washi staying alive, but cannot double up in his own right, and with that, the clock will continue to tick away at a 14v16. Operators being called in for LG here. Marcy tries to go into the War Machine, but only gets one. Vague in the corner does keep a little bit of pressure here at A. The second tick is locked. Sparrow is out for Devious. They're feeling the pressure. They want to clear off this zone and keep the clock ticking, but it's not going to work out. The A zone gets captured. LG now in a 12v12, and they get the extra 60 seconds added to the clock.
And Band is going to try to be a shark in the water, trying to get those kills down. And
en YouTube dice, ya se rindieron con lo de las cámaras. Dejaron a uno, ¿no? Sí, a la verga.
And now Luminosity is going to be having a 3 life advantage. Second tick of progress already down, but Instagram of his own, trying to go into for the defense. So far, so good for him though.
8v5. Devious stuck, bunkered up on top of the B zone. Luminosity has a chance to threaten from the front. Washi, the only one operator in hand. But Sol beats him to the punch. His Purifier clears the front steps. 4v6 situation. Trades continue to come out for Devious. Now to the 5v4. Envy in a spot to walk over the middle. He gets smoked out from taking the cross.
Dice, hay un comentario ahí en YouTube que dice es que también quien debió estar ahí es DICE, no Devious, dice. ¿Qué opinan? Sí, ¿no? Por nivel.
Así sí hubiera sido muy bueno.
Eso hubiese estado más parejo, dices tú.
Sí, muchísimo más.
Eso que fue tema de bracket, ¿no?
No,
la cagado, creo, ¿no? Ah, DQ, ¿verdad? Un jugador no podía, me parece, ¿no?
Un DQ después de esto con
It is going to be a mano y mano. That gunfight's definitely going to be here as both teams have no score streaks or operators to play with. Pure gunfights right here to open things up in round number 3.
Here we go. Envy over the top dumpster. Yep, makes safe to play over towards warehouse side. So early advantages for LG defensively. Devious.
Gracias, Oguiño.
Use no operators, no score streaks. This is going to feel very, very difficult for them to just avoid being spawn trapped in the first place. I mean, look at how far forward LG have pushed. Zolf hoping that
si hoy día tenemos 4 juegos, tenemos cuáles. 2 de ahorita, luego el de la loser y luego el de la winner. No, no podemos ver el de la loser porque el de la loser ya elimina uno. Y eso se ve en el segundo día, ¿no?
Son 2 días.
Son 2 días, hoy y mañana, pues. Pero hoy día hay 4 juegos, se supone. Lo normal sería 3 juegos. Y mañana vemos quién se elimina, como el de Loops y Galleries, que lo vimos el día 2. Pero no sé cuál será. Son los primeros equipos, Giovanni. Bien, el cambio de celular claramente les bajó un poco su nivel, pero creo que de cara a la fase 5 ellos van a tener la ventaja igual, ¿no, Fau? Y te dan a ti el celular, porque en la TAM, ¿qué les han dicho? Les van a dar pues en diciembre, a lo mucho un mes antes, tal vez. O allá cuando lleguen a la presencial.
Pero yo creo que con Lux y Tele se lo van a comprar antes. Bueno,
lo van a comprar antes. Pero un mes antes, por lo menos.
Yo digo que ahorita ya, viendo esto, ya se lo están comprando.
Ya estaría. Una buena inversión igual para la TAM. Son 5 o 6 Galaxy S23 Ultra, no mames. Ese es el hipo, se Vanet.
El que estaba atrás.
Están diciendo que hipo es papá de Vanet.
Es primo de
That was an impressive display from Devious. Who knew it was going to be a back and forth in firing range, search and destroy, and it was
es que están haciendo la misma feria de Clash Royale y lo de codmobile.
Sí, es que la feria principal esto es por Clash Royale. Si han subido foto con público es de la Clash Royale que fue hace 2 horas también.
In the drawing board, especially in that search and destroy.
Well, I think the thing too is we're going to have another evaluation we will later today when LG meets whoever they meet in the upper bracket finals, because Marshy, you know, again, is still going to kind of have that
muy normalito, la verdad, ¿eh? Pero bueno, para empezar, ya se vienen los dioses.
¿Me dejas escuchar? Ese es Washi.
Hey, welcome everyone to the stage.
Oh, estoy con delay yo.
Es Bolu. Ese es Bolu.
To kick things off, but I was looking at you while you were playing, and you were even out in the audience saying 3-0 to people, smiling. Tell me a bit about yours and the team's expectations going into this matchup.
This Devious matchup, it was actually pretty exciting. We were first trying to figure out what they were doing against other teams and see if we can obviously play against them. And so far, you can see why the 3 matches worked out pretty well. We ended up 250-100 hard point. S&D was pretty close. Teams and see if we can obviously play against them, and so far you can see why the 3 matches worked out pretty well. We ended up 250-100 hard point. S&D was pretty close. Control, we ended up like sweeping them 3-0, and we plan on doing that for the rest of the tournament.
I do want to dig a little bit more into S&D because I feel like Red was playing really well. Is there anyone else giving you more trouble than anyone else on the opposing side?
Con el que más batallaron.
Was really challenging. I think.
Es el equipo con el que más batallaron.
No, o sea, ella preguntó por un jugador en específico.
Oh.
Y ella
el
dijo,
dios es tú.
Pero él dijo, no, es que como que más castró fue esto.
Super team coming together, ending the regular season undefeated, but you still have to carry that focus throughout the LAN environment. How do you feel that the experience on this
no es Space.
play into your performance as you progress through the bracket?
Oh, so every single one of us had already played last year, so we already had that intensity.
Que ellos ya están acostumbrados a jugar así en presencial, que no sienten nervios. Solamente como que les causa más como emoción.
And then, yeah, that'll be it.
A lot of tools for y'all to play with based on your experience and more. Thanks again.
Que eso el mental ya no les afecta en el mental.
La presencial.
La presencia.
O sea, primero dijeron que tú fue el jugador que más se les complicó. Luego que la presencial ya no les afecta en absolutamente nada, solamente que los emociona más. Y luego, ¿qué más? Eso, ¿no? Eso nomás, ¿no?
Sí.
Ok.
Que pues que iban a seguir avanzando. Y que tiene pues, o sea, ya está como dijo algo de... Está muy seguro de la lineup que traen y que pues espera buenos resultados.
No le preguntaron sobre Tectonic ni nada.
No le dijeron nada de Tectonic.
Okay.
Más como que hablando del equipo en general. No dijeron ningún comentario así como de tirar a los de Devious.
Respetando, respetando.
The tempo is definitely going to be super hard if you're a rookie. These more
El nuevo
experienced
look de Big
teams have
Mami,
an
increíble.
advantage at getting that composure mid game.
Well, each
Amo
match these
Ginebra.
guys play adds to their experience, so that counts for Devious. It is double a limb, so they'll be on the other side. And we'll take a look
Me
at the
falta Bobby
screenshot
ahí
and see where
igual.
the teams are lying, because our next matchup
Ahí falta
determines
BryanT.
who Devious goes head to head against.
Ahora, este juego que viene sí va a estar... Bueno, espero yo que esté peleado, ¿no?
We've got Tribe Gaming and Team Mayhem going head to head. We'll see you then.
Ahora, ¿por qué dice 4 juegos? Deberían ser 3 nomás. A menos que hoy nos pongan el equipo que va a ser eliminado. Que no creo.
Ginebra.
No, a lo mejor juega el equipo de los winners.
Es que por eso jugarían la final winner. Y luego el que gane eso iría para la gran final directo. Por eso está bien raro. No sé cuál podría ser. Ahora vamos para allá.
Oye, ¿y el 8 te corre en los 120 estables?
Sí, me corre 120, 121, 119. Hasta ahí. Sin el modo diablo. Tiene un modo diablo esa cosa.
Sí, modo.
Tú ya has tenido Red Magic, pues, ¿no?
Ya. Pero la diferencia que noté es que el Rockford y el Red Magic casi no tiene sonido, no tiene mucho sonido.
¿Cómo?
O sea, el volumen, pues. Da más fuerte, 3 veces más fuerte lo del Rockford.
Pero de parlantes, no de audífonos.
No, de audífonos. O sea, de parlantes y de audífonos, los dos.
¿El Rockford tiene más calidad o más volumen nomás?
No, más volumen. Pero como por 4 veces, o sea, está muy cabrón.
Pero, ¿hace diferencia eso?
Y para mí sí, o sea, muchísimo.
Desde el iPhone 13 Pro, Pro Max, 14 Pro, Pro Max, iPad Pro, va a 120 FPS, chicos. El que preguntó por ahí. Y del
¿Viste lo que puso después?
¿Qué puso?
Oh.
A ver. Y por ejemplo, ese fue para Fau, tenés que responderles para eso.
¿Qué?
Yo no leo. Todo tiene el teléfono, solo le faltan las manos para los screens.
Depende.
El Red Magic 7 para arriba va a 120 FPS. El Red Magic 6 para arriba va a 120 FPS. Los que se quedan en 90 son el Black Shark, ¿no? El Black Shark 5, eso se quedan en... Solamente Red Magic. Los que tienen Snapdragon generación 1 y 2 van a 120. Y bueno, el iPhone, ¿no? Ahora, la diferencia principal es la tasa de refresco táctil que tiene el Red Magic, que es de 960 Hz. Y la del Rock Phone es la de 720.
720, ¿no?
720 tiene. Hoy día, el de Inco Gaming, me preguntó por Instagram qué tal el Red Magic. Y creo que se lo piensa comprar, pero no creo que se lo vaya a comprar si van a jugar con Samsung, ¿no? No, IFO, desde el Red Magic 7 para adelante, dije. Desde el 7 en adelante, el Red Magic 7 en adelante, dije. Y el Rock Phone 6 en adelante. No se confundan.
Ahí está, mira, sí, hoy se va... O se define los que pasan la fase 5.
¿Cómo así?
Ahí se los match.
Luego sigue... O sea, sí, hoy día vemos quién queda eliminado, ¿no?
Sí.
Verga. Y ya mañana solo definimos el top 1, top 2, top 3. ¿Entiendes? Pepe es banca, sí. Ahí está, Try contra Team Mayhem, luego el perdedor se va con Devious y luego el ganador también. Larga jornada hoy día, lo han tenido que hacer así, supongo, porque mañana lo querrán hacer un poco más corto. Porque mañana son 2-3 horas nomás. Bueno, por acá tengo la publicación. ¿Qué te ríes, Nix?
Mi mamá.
Acá está. Acá están los horarios. Mira, mañana solamente start del show, o sea, el inicio del show a las 11 de la mañana, o sea, 12 p.m. México. Luego media hora después, match 1. Y lo siguiente, gran final. Nada más. Y el día de hoy tenemos el inicio del show, match 1, match 2, match 3, match 4. Será por tiempos, porque siempre el partido importante que es por la eliminación de uno de los equipos, pues lo ponen para el día 2. Pero cosas que pasan. En fin. El de Tribe con... El Aria dice, no. El de Tribe con Team Mayhem, ¿qué espera, Fau?
Es que yo creo que va a ganar, ahí yo creo que va a ganar el que mejor se adaptó al celular.
¿Verdad? Predicciones.
Todo eso va a ganar.
Dale, hermano, abramos predicciones. ¿Dónde dejo Nix? Predicciones. Predicciones del chat.
Uy, sí.
Ok. Predicciones. Ya ganó Luminosity. Voy a tomar la screen. Buena Nebula. Ahora, por lo que veo ahorita, todo está muy normalito, o sea, siento que, o sea, si a estos equipos los pones con un equipo de Latam va chill.
Fabuloso, güey, ¿qué le pasa?
Sí, yo siento que sí, va súper sobrado.
Sí, como que se la asegura, ¿no? A ver, opciones. Ok, predicciones Tribe contra Team Mayhem. ¿Qué dice el chat? ¿Tú qué dices, Nix? ¿Tú qué dices, Fabu?
Tribe.
¿Cuánto? El marcador.
3-2.
Es best of 5, ¿no?
¿Qué?
Es best of 5.
Sí.
La gringa.
Mejor de 5, si no lo entendiste, perdón. ¿Tribe contra quién? Da.
Tu equipo. El que decías que era tu equipo.
Ah, Mayhem. 3-2. 3-2 Tribe.
Y el chat que dice 3-1 Tribe, 3-1 Tribe, 10-0 dice Kata, 3-0, 3-1, 3-2. Es la hermana de Envoy, ¿no?
Di que sí.
Tribe gaining our second seed coming up against Team Mayhem, the artist formerly known as Simplicity.
3-2 vamos a dejarlo entonces. 3-2 para Tribe. Del primero vamos a hacer que latinamos 3-0.
Siento que primero lo va a ganar. Uy.
Pasó.
Ay, no, el super chivo.
Sí, les hicieron buenas tomas.
Y Dios, boludo.
out there, and like you mentioned, it is a prolific roster, not just overall for COD but in mobile gaming period. But I think they did a really nice job of kind of waiting and making sure they had the right roster put together. It looked really solid at the group stage, more so than I think
Da
we
miedo, da miedo,
Remembering roster mania, it was insane.
Pero
because
tranquila,
when
Nix.
we saw the final roster here for Tribe, there were some question marks.
No me
If we
preocupé.
do get to see the likes of Raballo really just performing, you already know that it is 2 players from the Tribe gaming champions that are present here today.
Los
And
dioses.
so far, they've shut down any kind of doubt in the
Bryson.
group stage.
And Raballo's got Bryce in space and the rest of the guys alongside of him, and this is a strong team.
Parece una agencia de modelaje, dice el
We look at
cowboy.
these individual names. Shift, is there a single name that comes to mind?
You know, it's actually really interesting that you asked me the question, because at the beginning of this season, we spent a lot of time kind of having expectations for Jez's second season in competitive action, but he hasn't necessarily been, I would say, the spotlighted player overall. I've actually had a lot of fun watching Solo play. I think he has been, one of the players that has really stepped up his game from last year to this year, and it's been a major reason why this Tribe gaming team has been so good. In particular, in Hardpoint, they were
Go Mayhem, dice el Envoy. Uy, uy. Acá están tus modelitos, Nix. Ojo, ojo, ojo. Ahí está el Kings.
Vamos, Mayhem.
El Pepe. El Blur.
El Pepe.
Él no sé si es Kings o A-Ruff. A-Ruff es el otro.
Kings es el de las trenzas.
Ah, ya. Kings, A-Ruff, Jesus. A ver, que pongan sus fotos ahorita. Ahí está Kings, el que nos comentó todo sobre su equipo. Blur, Pepe, Cartels es el que tiene cara de tímido. A-Ruff es el más suelto, parece estrella artista. Y luego Jesus. Nice.
Vamos Blue, vamos Jesus. Vamos Kings.
Mira, se han entrenado, van serios, la química supuestamente está al máximo, la confianza, la seguridad, el mental está bueno.
Tienen como 2 semanas juntos.
Y por eso han dormido juntos, todo lo demás. Que los de Tribe también, ¿eh?
Ficharon a Drake.
¿Ficharon a Drake? No, ese mama, güey. Ojo, vuelvo atrás de coach. Ya sabíamos ya que andaba ahí.
Bromas.
No, Day no volvió a Tribe. Es Forsaken, chicos. Oye, Bryan, ¿hiciste el unboxing de Red Magic todavía, Lizzy? Creo que mañana, tal vez. ¿Te puede ser buen jugador a 3 dedos? Claro, como Mihawk. Saucy creo que también es 3 dedos, ¿no, Fau?
Sí.
Pero acá está Lizzy. Arce. Igual me ha tomado su tiempito acostumbrarme a esa cosa.
Pero Mihawk no es 3 dedos, ¿no?
Mihawk es 3 dedos, es 3 dedos.
El que es 3 dedos es Blur también.
Blur también es 3 dedos.
Because this is going to be a really good solid map number 4 for Mayhem, because they have such a good run here in this map. And now we're pouring things over into that search and destroy, where we're going to be
Están las predicciones del chat. 3-2 dice el chat. Vamos a ver si atinamos.
Ruizo dice, a Fabu le caben 3 y juega bien.
I think both teams are going to be happy to see this map set overall. Meltdown, great news for Tribe. Express, great news for Mayhem. Raid's kind of a 50-50. More overall play time for the side of Mayhem throughout the
Vamos a jugar Hardpoint en Takeoff, mapita de Tribe. Claramente le metió 250-32 a Luminosity, que nunca va a olvidarlo en su vida.
Ve mi cámara, Bryan.
This
Te
one
mando
definitely
saludos.
has, based on what we're seeing here in the
Oh,
Kings advance,
a ver,
an
esa cosita
opportunity
es.
to go
¿Cómo se llama tu
five.
burrito?
Both teams feeling very confident
Domina.
in their own selections, be that either the hard point or the search and destroy of their preference.
If it does go
Así está
five, I
mejor
kinda
el stream.
like ending on Express. It's just such a simple, straightforward map. You know, it's been done. How many times have you watched Express Shift?
Too many to count. I mean, it's a map that's been in the pool for, I mean, it's been around for 10 years. So, yeah, we've seen plenty of Express. It's timeless.
That's what I'm saying. And so it's a good one to land on. And this one, listen, when we looked at the number 1 and the number 4 seed, yes,
800 personas,
we're in
Nix.
the middle now. This is 2 and 3, evenly matched up. So this might go that 5.
Miren mi perrito, otra vez se los voy a enseñar.
Looking at these players,
Mi
though,
perra,
I am
la
eager
perra de
to
Nix.
see what they're going to eke out here. Last ideas, Beef Mommy.
Oh, this is going to be tight. I mean, if we saw a close matchup, even though, yes, it was a 3-0 a while ago in our first set of matches, this time around, I think we're going to take it down into
¿Quién es el que está atrás? El
OTs
coach
as
de
well.
Team Mayhem.
Round number 5's for control.
Es-
Vamos,
And I guess
Mayhem.
it suits both
Vamos,
teams when it comes
Mayhem.
to the map selection.
Vamos,
Well,
Mayhem.
we
No
got
se
a little bit
conocido,
of
no sé.
time real quick. Players kind of fixing things and getting set up. So,
Vamos,
remember when I told you
Mayhem.
we had a video with Mayhem? We got it, boys. Let's roll that tape.
Events that Team Mayhem are coming in and saying business as usual.
Ahí
even though
está,
they
hay
come in as
gentita
the
ya.
overall number 3 seed. And the thing is,
Él
even
está
though these
haciendo.
teams, again, because the round robin form, they all played each other. The last time these two teams met was all the way back in week number 1. So even though the result was a 3-0 for Tribe back then,
El
the
solo.
Team Mayhem squad has had
El
more than
solo,
enough
sí.
time to get themselves prepped up for this second
Nix,
matchup.
mamá,
And
estoy
this is what we like
trabajando.
about this longer format is these are completely different teams back in day number 1 or even week number 2. There's just so much time in between them when it comes to kind of curating their own team. So the question always was, can Luminosity, especially a while ago, be
No,
so
Isma,
that
en YouTube se
standard
maman, ¿no?
number
Con unos
1 team?
comentarios
Tribe Gaming
dejan.
is just slowly creeping in right
están
there.
diciendo?
Tribe
Antes
also
peleaban por sus
posting
derechos.
a really huge statement here for Takeoff as well as
están
Mayhem
diciendo?
will be on the not so favorable
Sí,
side of
mamá.
the map.
ese
We'll
güey.
see how things go.
Ey, banea a esa gente, hermano, chicos. No, siléncienlo sus 10 minutos para que aprendan.
Ya no puedo escuchar porque me lo
Sí, me di cuenta. Arranca, chicos. Primer mapa y la transmisión del... Está de la verga esa transmisión, Se corta por... Pero bueno.
But Raph is going to be able to get
El
this
Kings
essential
aquí se los da
gunfight
mierda,
down to kind
¿no?
of just slow down the push from Tribe, but as I
Puedes
said
verlas
that,
en
though,
YouTube,
they're able to
VIVO,
get
gratis.
just a tiny bit of points down. Team Mayhem, on the other hand, still just controlling
Dale,
this
Fiorella, ya llegó
2-1
Fiorella a
very well.
YouTube, llegó
Especially
Fiorella
looking at where
a poner
he
orden.
saves his ad, he is very much primed in position for that next set of rotations.
Yeah, spawns a little all over the place for Tribe, and in the midst of all the chaos, they actually do a really nice job of isolating some gunfights and getting themselves back on for some key time to make sure this game does not quite get out of hand early. Looking at the status of the minimap, though, as we look to take our attention over towards the bottom left of the minimap, the next hard point shows there that will be
Habrán
opening up
acostumbrado
over
al
towards
celular,
the
a ver.
side. Tribe winning the gunfights on exit. They will
Uy.
sustain the left side of the minimap. Off to the
Güey, el
conversation
Kings no
of,
está
is that
jugando con la
actually the
web.
favorite side? It does get you proximally to the hard point first,
Muy
but
bueno.
as Team Mayhem try to find a
Los
way
que
to break
tienen más
through the edge,
movilidad,
they've got
así
a lot
como
of space to
solo,
work with, and now all of a sudden they're
esas son
threatening all fronts.
las gunfights más complicadas para acostumbrarse a un nuevo dispositivo. Los que juegan como Space, así clavar mira y ya mover la mira, más fácil. Pero ahorita que estoy viendo a solo, como que se le ha complicado un poco los flicks.
They need to find a way to control it very well when it comes to those spawns, and they are winning
the
the
fuck,
gunfights
Jesus?
in the front side.
Oh, massive double up from the side of Jesus Saves and Team Mayhem. They get
Bueno,
their
ya
rebound
hizo más
forward.
puntos que Luminosity.
They got themselves a 10-point cushion and more kills on top of that. Cartels cleaning up
Ya,
the
ya
space,
ganaron.
putting a little bit of pressure on towards
Ya son
Tribe
mejores.
spawns. Really well done here from Team Mayhem. I mean, in terms of kind of the status of the opening of the hard point, maybe not as comfortable as you would have liked, but they have definitely provided the action needed to grow a bit of an early cushion. 13 seconds of scrap time still to fight for, and you can see the minimap. Tribe Gaming have already conceded the majority of this and rotated over towards 3.
Güey, Layer Raft juega muy cabrón. Tiene más movilidad que solo ese güey.
Yo lo ponía como top 2 movilidad de DNA. Arriba top 1 de solo. A la
Yo digo que tiene
verga,
más
güey.
movilidad.
Layer
Raft.
¿Viste lo que está haciendo en top rojo? Uy, se veía. Ah, no era solo también. Es que para mí los dos son los mejores de movilidad de DNA.
Para mí, esos dos son mejores en movilidad que el Latam y todos.
Y con la escopeta también solo.
sudden, Tribe, they're looking to kind of force the play, but they're late to the party here. Kings able to get the
El Kings se está sacando y el Garfield.
Team Mayhem are throwing the kitchen sink at Tribe Gaming early in this match. An opportunity for them to really blow open the lead.
Hay que ganar Derme.
They're going to feel pretty comfortable to do just that. 50 points occurring.
Puedo Derme
have really spent quite a bit trying to work their way through, not finding much at all.
Mayhem also have the more favorable spawns by
No te creo que va a perder Tribe en su mapa, güey.
Yo creo que ahorita andan con mucho, o sea, con mucha seguridad los de
Mayhem.
Tribe va a ser así una sorpresa y eso los va...
Es que te acuerdas lo que dijo Jesus en la entrevista, que vienen bien en las scrims ganándole a LG y a Tribe y que van confiados. Es buen líder el León. Qué buena War Machine. Y están haciendo la Tribe lo que ellos le hicieron a Luminosity en su mapa.
Nada más que ya pasaron ahora.
Pero es que si sueltas el control de mapa en este mapa y te lo agarra el otro equipo, te lo puede...
Güey, ¿qué pedo con ese que ya matado otro? Llevaba dos kills desde el 0-0, creo.
Y lleva 3 ahora. Y ya le dimos vuelta al mapa. ¿Con qué arma está el Kings? Es un
Con la
LK.
LK. Se me hizo raro,
Space sigue con... Por eso lo quería ver Space con la abuela, porque sé que la estaba viendo bien con... Y ahorita va en MVP.
El Space es muy bueno, güey. Bueno, siempre ha sido bueno.
Pero mira cómo se le da la vida a la verga de por ratos. O sea, desapunta y apunta y la mira termina no donde él quiere. Pero bueno, está con la...
A Space no se le va a complicar tanto porque él mucho tiempo jugó en el...
Más de un año jugando en Rockford, ¿no?
No, pero jugó mucho tiempo en el... Ay, en el Samsung del año pasado.
En Xperia.
Mucho tiempo.
Él no destacaba por eso, creo yo. Y es lo que dije en el stream último en la fase de grupos. Dije, Space nunca habla... Porque muchos lo hateaban, ¿no? Que hace Space en Tribe y no sé qué. Yo dije, yo me acuerdo que él empezó a sonar cuando dejó el Xperia después de haberlo usado años y se compró un Rockford.
Sí.
Y ahí fue que ya empezó a llamar la atención por cómo estaba jugando.
A mí siempre se me hizo bueno Space. No se me hizo bueno el equipo donde estaba,
pero no como ahorita. O así a ese nivel. No, nunca ha destacado tanto.
No.
Mira ahí cómo se le fue la mira a la verga. 27 kills ya, por lo menos va bien. Se está recuperando otra vez. Tiene muy poco tiempo para acostumbrarse.
Mira, el tímido, se los están viendo.
Rizu dice, él, Nero y Tectonic jugaron en Xperia bastante tiempo. Dice. Bueno, Javi. Gracias, Alexi, por la rosita.
Están jugando full scraps.
Ay, que no debió dejar que se le acerque. Debió seguir presionando. Bueno, pero Tribe sabe cómo romper ese control de mapa igual en este mapa, pues. Sí, el Samsung es como el Xperia 2.0, mi chico. Son celulares enfocados a cámara, a uso personal.
Desde el año pasado, bueno, desde hace unos años intentan hacer gaming.
Y como que quieren abarcar ese mercado, pero no.
No se puede tener todo en un celular.
Claro. No, mira, el aim de solo está de la verga, ¿no? Apuntó al techo de la escalera de... El Jason. Se le ve muy manco, no sé por qué. Parecen dos equipos junior, ¿no? Pero con un supernombre.
Ese güey está jugando solo.
Sí.
A ver por las 40. Me he dado cuenta con Fennec.
De los pocos, fue el poco por ciento que sí se pudo acoplar.
Yo creo que 2 mejor de 5, 3 mejor de 5, ya no te aguanta el celular. Ya. A menos que le pongas un ventilador. Está calientísimo.
O sea, tú dices que...
El Samsung. Porque el Rockford se te calienta con 3 mejor de 5, ¿no?
O sea, ¿con cuántas partidas?
Con 2 mejor de 5, ponte. El Rockford se te calienta y no tiene ventilación.
O sea, ¿con 6 partidas?
Sí, 6 mapas.
Sí.
Sí, es el Samsung más todavía. Entonces. A los 3-4 mapas se calienta ese Samsung. Sí, Ruiz, yo creo. Es que son mapas largos, ¿no? ¿Verdad? El Rockford E6 que ustedes usan para el mundial, Pau, ¿tiene refrigeración? ¿Tiene su ventilador?
¿Interno?
Interno, ajá.
Sí, pero nada que ver con el del Red Magic. No, no mames, no, creo que no tiene, güey.
No tiene. Claro, y este tampoco, si esto está lleno de cámara, güey. Va a ganar Team Mayhem.
Le dije que iban a dejar Mayhem. El BID y luego en control Drive.
Aparte se ha visto los videos de Lucasín. Aunque está por ahí con el Space.
Puede ser 3-1 de Mayhem. Un 3-2 de Drive.
Sí, sí tiene sistema de refrigeración.
Se les va la mira, nunca he visto esa mira de Kings, mira, el lane. Quieren hacer el flick, pero se les va, güey. Se les va mucho.
Creo que es el tamaño del celular, ¿no?
Creo que es el mismo tamaño, igual.
Es el mismo tamaño que el ROG.
Y solo que la tasa de respuesta táctil te obliga tal vez a subirle un poco más de sensi, o la tasa de... O la sensibilidad que tú puedes ponerle al Rock Phone. Del Rock Phone y el Red Magic tienen una sensibilidad aparte que tú puedes subirle.
Vamos.
Para que sean más sensibles al tacto, ¿no, Fau?
Sí.
Y yo no creo que el Samsung tenga ese sistema, porque ese sistema
O sea,
se activa.
chance sí lo tiene. O sea, chance sí lo tiene porque el S22, sí era el 22 Ultra, el de hace 2 años, sí lo tenía. ¿No?
Tenía para subirle la sensibilidad.
Sí, el celular. O sea, pero nada que ver con un gaming phone.
Claro. Yo hoy probé, o sea, ayer probé el Red Magic y no mames, tiene un aim assist que yo habiendo jugado en iPhone 3 años casi, haber probado ese celular gamer por ahorita, o sea, la mira se te repega al personaje, es increíble la diferencia. El aim que te da, un control de recoil que yo siento mejor también. O sea, puede ser mucho más preciso con ese celular. No sé si tendrá algún sistema, algo para que... Porque tiene opciones, tú sabes, para mejorar el cosito.
Ver cartel.
They weren't able to just efficiently sustain it, knowing very well that they have more of that operator usage. It is such
Pero no muevas nada
a
ahí.
great way for Mayhem to show up here in this first
cables.
game, and I really like to see it, especially knowing that Cartel's able to slay out, looking like the pieces of the puzzle are
Hay un
finally
espacio ahí, ¿no?
fitting in together.
It's just wild that, again,
Cuidado con mover el
based
otro.
on how the maps were selected, I don't think either team is going to be upset to see the 2 hard points that we have take off an arsenal both.
Gracias, Mario
Really
Sim.
strong maps for both these 2 teams. but considering the last thing we had to really kind of taste what Tribe brought to Takeoff was a beatdown on LG, 250 to like 35.
¿Qué celular te has comprado este,
In
hermano?
their own right, on one of their stronger maps is a huge surprise. But with that in the mix, the conversation moves over to Meltdown for the Search and Destroy. Again, another playground here for Tribe. The most played Search and Destroy, but the results not as convincing as you would think. They played it 5 times, and they're 3-2 in the group stage that we had when we were back in Poland.
Yeah, it is really quite impressive to note down the meltdown of Mayhem. Yes, they lost their one and only meltdown map, but it was just so close up against Devious. On the other side of things, Tribe on their first day, yes, granted, it was a long time ago, lost their one and only S&D back then before they saw Luminosity. It was a 4-7 up against DICE, so it is looking kind of shaky when it comes to their S&D gameplay. Knowing very well on the other end of things, LG versus Devious a while ago, it was down to the wire, so I'm expecting the same here.
The thing is, when you kind of lay out both of these two teams and you look at their head-to-head side-by-side, the only real major favor you have is to talk about Tribe's hardpoint. Neither team has been significantly great at Search. Even during things like interviews throughout the group stage, we even heard from Tribe that they're not feeling particularly confident in their Search and Destroy. Their map pool is very limited. So this kind of feels like a 50-50 map, even though, like we continue to talk about, Tribe has put a lot of playtime in competitiveness on this map overall. It just doesn't necessarily boast an opportunity for us to sit there and say like, oh yeah, for sure Tribe take this map and we go 1-1 into the third map.
You're also taking a look at individual players at this moment where they need to make a play. First blood's definitely going to be essential, and also when it comes to that mid-map control is definitely going to be very essential here in S&D.
Well, let's see how it all pans out. Teammate
Empezamos.
The offense for the first half. Tribe Gaming looking to get things going defensively. A little double stack over towards A. They're opening up a lot of vacancy through mid. The only player to contest would be Solo with a shotgun, so he'll hold in towards Boiler. Space also at long range with the UL will be playing up towards Nest, but there's not a chance for him to contest, and Team Mayhem will get a free plant. 5v5 retake on the way. Solo gets to read on one player in towards mid, but can't really make too much out of it.
Para mí debería ser Yes. Primero era Space y ahora está haciendo Seiken. ¿Se lo lleva Tribe o Team Mayhem, Fabo? ¿Tú crees el BID?
Yeah, it's just really just
Yo digo que Tribe.
fights, even though you're in really great positions, it's just
¿Y el
did
Fabo?
not work out for them at that moment. So yeah, Mayhem. That is a pretty
Unix.
good setup after that plant down, and I feel like Raf will be that first
Siento que se
line
van a ir
of combat. Knowing very
overtime.
well that Tribe had so many players, 3 of them funneling in through mid.
La gana
And now as we go into our second
Tribe.
round, it is going to be a different
Tribe.
case here for
Tribe,
Team Mayhem, where yes, it's still a B-side, but
¿Por qué el Chase no tiene? ¿Quién le quitó el moto a Chase?
Oh, Solo just full scented. YOLO right through mid. He had a little bit of assistance out of Seiken, who was sniping from doorway to doorway, but that is a bold opening challenge, and it works out beautifully for Tribe. Turns that into
No
a
sé por qué
second kill
Jesus no juega con el
response to
sniper.
Mayhem.
¿Tú sabes, Nick?
Just as
¿Por qué no está jugando con sniper él?
They've now turned it to a 3v2 situation with numbers favoring them and more kills to come. Last one left.
No,
as
creo
a
que se lo
pistol
dejó
wielding
a
for
Blue.
Seiken, and everyone knows exactly where he's at.
Man, great response coming in from Mayhem, and I was looking
Había
at player number
dicho,
2
pero no
in
me acuerdo
Mayhem.
que
It was Blur. He was
Estuvo
on the
más
upper
constante
left
Blur
side
con
of the map,
Sniper que-
close to that alpha
Está más
side.
constante
Bringing
Blur
up that
con sniper que él.
information was quick to rotate,
Kings-
and that is
Kings
the most
incluso
essential
también,
thing that you
Kings.
have
Él como
here.
que lo dejó
Seiken,
usar
though,
hace tiempo,
still
¿no?
left
Se
in
fue con
that
arma.
1v1, 35 seconds left on the clock.
Se fue con
It's going to be a little bit tricky, but
fight.
I mean, we've seen miracles happen in this
Igual
match.
recordemos que Tribe fue campeón del mundo desde la loser bracket, pero no creo que quiera perder tampoco.
Everyone's just stacked up. There's just no way he pulls this off. Surely not. First shot, an impressive one. Time an issue. Pistol almost
El que tiene el
works out.
sniper ahí es
Holy.
Blur, ¿no?
Definitely a
Blur.
chance, but again, very difficult to work through that 1v3. The
Que
bottom line
no
against
siento
you,
que sea el
and with
mejor,
that,
pero por
Mayhem,
algo
brilliant bounce
han
back
practicado
after
así,
some
pues.
very early aggression from Tribe that really honestly was
Tal vez no es el mejor,
It worked out in
pero
round
15
number
Jesus con
one. It
arma
sort of worked
sí
out
son
in
mejor
round
que él,
number
entonces
two, but
prefieren
Mayhem
dejarse.
just picked up the pace again, knowing very well that Tribe is going to be aggressive after the plant. And now, full send coming in from Bravo. 4 meets
Uy,
2
qué timing.
players of Tribe, and it will be no one in through mid for Mayhem.
Little feel out here from Blur. Team Mayhem opting
¿Más
to
de
give away
$1000
one of the
vale ese
rooms.
cel?
They will
Sí,
once
Tati.
again have an early plant. Should surely know that there's
So,
gonna
en
be
la
retake
TAM,
through mid.
pues, en Estados Unidos no,
Confirm that
menos.
information here. Space trading off one, but the rest
Oh,
of
no,
Mayhem
creo
on
que-
one in a very
sí.
beautiful position. Solo changing things up, oh, but he only connects with the arms
Verga. Ahí el Space anda con una sensibilidad de la verga. A veces conecta, pero a veces se le mueve mucho. Y muy altas, creo. Vale $1,100 el más barato, dice Reason. Claro, porque el iPhone está como 1,200, 1,300 y son competencia directa. Ve al baño, Michi, tienes permiso. Profe, ¿puedo ir al baño, Michi? ¿Quién jugó el primero? ¿Cómo quedaron? 3-0 para Luminosity contra Devious.
The Team Mayhem approach over towards B. At least so you would think. But they're still going to allow Cartels to get on and get a plant. Does he get away, though? That's the bigger question, as Space is just riveting him with bullet holes. Small slide out, but Cartel's down to a single bullet health. Cannot stand tall against it. It all rests with Jesus Saves. Has to live up to his moniker, and no.
¿Andan haciendo tira qué? Bueno,
Los de Drive. Que quieren bajarle el mental que tienen después de haber ganado el primer mapa.
Yeah, I mean, this time around, Tribe Gaming had a very solid response going in through that right side, and both teams are already kind of performing.
Sí, o sea, te ganan el primer mapa y tienes que empezar a comértelos mentalmente porque si no.
And Tribe Gaming this time around able to go in something similar that we saw in round number 1, and now a different.
¿Dónde puedo comprar esos celulares gamer en Perú? En el centro de Lima los encuentras, hermano, pero el Red Magic 8S Pro me lo querían vender a $1,100. Y en la página oficial está 675 o 700. Entonces como... no sé si tengas a alguien de Estados Unidos que te lo pueda traer, pero sería lo mejor. Porque comprarlo aquí es muy caro. Dios. Kings no anda tan fino, ¿eh?
Doesn't work out, and now it's just down to Space, who tries to hop it. There's the double scale perfectly read by Team Mayhem. The post plant works out again.
Space es un poste, por eso lo ficharon otra vez.
And even though they lost that first blood in solo, he actually goes in there a little bit too aggressively and gets traded out, essentially just evening out the playing field for Tribe Gaming. And now, same case here, it will be an A push, but it seems like a different kind of look where they're going to be holding more of a mid presence.
Yeah, this may not be a full commitment. You've got double trophies down, a bunch of nades, but Team Mayhem are actually trying to focus in the middle of the map, and it's really not working out at all. A couple of trades will allow them entry back in towards A, and the kills following are actually beautifully well put together. Again, it looked like Tribe off the opening was in a great spot to respond to this, and Solo can still contest at the worst.
A la verga, buena.
El Solo.
Okay. So now down to the 1v2. Raph caught mid, still finds the first kill. Now to the 1v1. It's Rabalo on the corner, pistol out, but Rabalo has
mal ahí, se loco. Eso es lo malo, mucho se loca el Raph.
Tough gunfights right now.
Ya estaba calladísimo porque tú matas a alguien y él ve para dónde te vas. Creo que debió cambiar dirección ahí.
Confía mucho en su
Definitely, they need to have any kind of lead whatsoever. It is going to be a fast push in through.
Mayhem va a ganar 3-1, dice. Ey, no vale cambiar la predicción, hermano.
He's going to have help through the middle of the map, but he has to keep his life backside of these generators, and he does at least go 1 for 1. Not bad news here for Team Mayhem, but a lot of recovery still needs to happen with Tribe Gaming owning the site and now looking to plant. Split focus from Mayhem's retake. Kings on one side, the rest of the team playing through mid or around the more traditional defensive side of the map. And Kings Jesus gets eliminated, destroyed, and Kings turns it into a double around the back. Now it's down to Tribe trying to hold this from right inside the site. Solo gets the first, slips away. They have a sound cue, could turn this into a double, but Solo gets turned on, and with that, Team Mayhem's retake works.
Beautiful gameplay by Kings, getting that long wraparound, just trying to provide so much space, clearing out a lot of those angles.
A pesar de la incomodidad que tienen por el nuevo celular, se nota que ahí está como que el talento todavía, ¿no?
Sí, o sea, está notando mucho la diferencia de estos dos equipos a LG contra Devious, ¿no?
Electric first round of this second half. Tribe still trying to keep the gas pedal down. Moving pretty quickly over towards B this time. There will not be any aggression from Jesus Saves. He's just looking to play contact at safe distances, maybe toss a couple of nades, maybe get lucky. The thing about it is the nades will not fully connect. And Rabalo will get a free plant. Take a look at the minimap, though. Team Mayhem looking to put together a retake around the back. What is that nade from Raph? That's through the middle of the map, and it lands before the bomb can get planted. So now we've got a 5v3 situation in Tribe, who I'm sure we're thinking...
Según yo, LG Tribe tiene mucho más tiempo con el celular. Sí, Luminosity se lo compró antes que todos y luego Tribe. Luego Simplicity, que encontró organización un poco tarde. Y lo de ellos no sé si lo compraron.
Wow, Mayhem looking phenomenal here.
I mean, that had to have been a sliver away from the bomb being planted, but Raph from mid cooks up a perfect grenade and gets 2, stopping the plant and turning it into a very comfortable 5v3 defensively.
Qué buena.
And now up 5-3. Tribe are kind of forcing the square peg into the round hole. Similar setup here.
Es que ese es su nivel, pero falta que se acostumbren, ¿no?
Not going to work out. Cartel's there to meet him. And you have to be thinking, if you're Raballo, you're like, I just don't want to get naded here again. This time he does get the bomb planted. But numbers with Team Mayhem, opening shots from Cartel's decent, just can't quite finish the kill. It's just down to can Tribe actually hold this with 4 members all on top of the site. Nade does a lot of damage, sliding through. Jazz, kill comes through quickly.
Ya tiene que despertar, ¿eh? Jugando a buen pin se supone que mejoran.
Blur opens up. But the clock is starting to tick. 17 seconds on the clock. Couple more kills coming through. Blur still stuck in the middle of the map, but he gets the kill with enough time for the...
Están muy crecidos los de Mayhem, ¿eh? No le tienen miedo a este drive.
Well, even though yes, there was like 20 seconds left on the clock, they won all of their gunfights on 3 areas of the map that it was important to try and funnel in through Bravo, and it was really important. Even though the Tribe brought down the bomb, it just was not enough for them to deal with the firepower that Team Mayhem definitely brought down to the table. And now it looks like they want to go for that A side, but Mayhem knows that so well that Bravo is just not working out.
This is the definition of a blind counter here from Team Mayhem. Trophies on both sides, opening shots from Forsaken Raballo work out for first blood. Entrance is gained, but Raph through the middle of the map again, this time by the CBR. Gets another double, and with that, it's straight gas, no brakes. Team Mayhem wiped the floor on their to the tune of a 7-3 search win. And no, do not adjust your monitors. They are up 2-0 on
What happened?
Oh my goodness, that was such a good search and destroy, and now it's looking like a very solid and well put together team of Team Mayhem. Tried to look certain looks, but look out in Bravo every time they round, and I feel like it was just so readable the moment that they wanted to switch gears in through Alpha, and Mayhem rid that to perfection.
And the woes that we had for Tribe Gaming and Search and Destroy through the group stage.
Ya va Bolu a regañarlos.
Alleviated in any form based on that first appearance. And initially, you know, defensively speaking, I thought Tribe was putting together a pretty good option when it came to really doing a lot to evolve some plays. It just ended up being the situation I'm remembering back from the map previously when they get...
Pero está de coach, increíble, ¿eh? Sé que no, pero ahí anda.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of shows, and especially knowing very well that they had a difficult time here up against Luminosity Gaming. It's the same case around here on the offensive side, which is very surprising. Here in this particular map, they just don't go and provide all of those plays that we're usually seeing from this team. And now we're going to give credit where credit is due, and King's just slowly going up the ladder. And we always talk about Raph, Cartel's, Blur, and Jesus Saves, right? But King's is a name that we still have yet to see perform. Him being that top cracker for his team here in Search and Destroy
es una muy buena gunfight también. ¿Qué decisiones habrán tomado?
Well, with that, can we find ourselves quickly to a tally? This one a bit surprising compared to the last time. But we do have an interview ready as Gabby is with Bolu down on the floor, seeing what exactly is going wrong with this Tribe team right now.
Pues sí.
You can kind of like look at me if you want to look. Hey everyone,
¡Ojo, el dios!
I wanted to speak to Bolu after
Atenta.
what we just witnessed on the stage so far. Last time Tribe faced off against Mayhem, it was a 3-0 for Tribe, but things are going a little differently this time around. Thoughts on how you're going to make the bounce back?
Yeah, I agree. It's much different than we expected, but Tribe is known for coming back in difficult positions, so I think it's important for the team to stay relaxed and play their game.
And you have so much history, not just with Tribe, but so many of the players playing on the stage throughout this entire event. How does that help you in terms of insight when facing off against your opponents?
Yeah, it gives insights, but I can also say they played it with us also, so I think it's equal, but I'm not playing, so I don't really have much insights in how I play, so it's okay.
Se escucha tu transmisión,
Any
Mitch.
takeaways now that you are standing back behind the stations?
I think it's much more nerve-wracking watching than actually playing.
I've heard that a lot from coaches, right? So you handling the nerves all right?
Yes, of course.
Le preguntó
thank you so much for joining
qué
me.
sucede,
Best of luck
o sea,
moving
bueno,
forward.
qué pasa por la mente de ellos cuando les toca un
point,
resultado así,
is that
cuando
Strive is
ellos
no
pierden.
stranger to
Y
adversity,
él
at
dice
least
que
by
no, pues nosotros
organizational
somos un
name.
equipo
Again, the
que, o
biggest
sea,
thing about it,
reconocido
and for
por
those that may be tuning in and seeing
levantarnos,
this for the first time, these
estando
are your
desde
defending
abajo.
world champions by name of brand
Y que
only.
como
The
él
roster
no tiene
is
como
not
tal un
the same
control
that it was
total de qué se
back
hace,
last fall.
él
So there is
afuera
still a
como que
proving point
los
here, and
apoya,
even though,
pero
again,
pues
the Tribe name has gone through
sí,
some very
obviamente es
difficult
diferente
moments,
porque no
this is
está
new
jugando.
to them, being down two
Pues,
maps
no es lo
so
mismo
quickly in a
estarlos,
critical
¿Quiere jugar? Pero lo dijo como que... No lo dijo como...
No lo dijo porque, o sea,
En plan,
porque
¿quiero
él
jugar o plan...?
No, no, lo dijo como en plan, yo estoy para dirigirlos, pero no es lo mismo dirigirlos por fuera que estando yo.
Ah, es como también él diciendo, es mi primera vez intentando dirigirlos desde afuera y también como que está practicándolo, pues, ¿no?
Ajá. No estoy nerviosa, estoy escuchando.
Nice.
It definitely is a step up and also a boost in confidence winning these two matchups. And now we're going into control where
Pero como
it
que no
is
está como
raid,
que
where we do get to see mayhem.
nada más
This
está
is
dando
a
la cara
really
por el
good map
equipo,
choice
pero
for
no,
them.
It is,
no.
and that was as we were looking at the initial vetoes and pick selection through the map process.
2-0.
I think both teams
No
look
esperaba.
at a certain map mode combination. You say this is our map, this is their map, but this
Sinceramente.
again, as a swing map often comes, you would hope to see something a little bit more favorable towards Tribe, considering we have to somehow build the narrative towards reverse sweep. This would be the hardest map, I think, for them to possibly take of the next three. So obviously it starts here with this raid, but I still think overall this is not a favorable
Ok.
matchup that you look at and say,
Control el mejor modo del antiguo Tribe. Veremos si remontan aquí.
heavy-handed match to come. So we'll see how it all fares. Tribe Gaming
Te escuchan tus TikTok, Fau.
defense first
Ay.
and foremost. Again,
Viendo la
control
Kelly,
está
the
viendo
la
venue. 5 rounds, first to 3. You get 30 lives to start at a minute 30 on the clock. The offense has to capture
Ah, no,
both
sí,
zones,
hermano.
and if you do
TL
that,
en Rockfront se
we'll
los
add an
recoge,
extra
güey.
60 seconds per full zone captured.
Oye,
Let's
siempre
see how it
escucho mi
fares
pared.
with Team Mayhem on the opening offense.
Taken goes down in an essential area of the map that is
No lo
top
he visto.
laundry to try and defend that push from Mayhem. And now,
A
as he
ver.
looks to do so, there will be backup right there. So they can find a lot of these engagements trying to defend this side. And it is still Mayhem getting those points down. Second tick of progress already going down, but will be contested.
Y este
by
mapa lo
Solar.
gana Tribe.
Huge retake from Tribe.
Ahí sí Mayhem va a tener
Sí,
posibilidades
ahí
de ser remontado, ¿eh?
Second was not locked in. The defense can deplete the progress that has been made. Look at
Tiene
the
que
quick rotation
presionar,
for
man.
Mayhem. They say job done at B. Off the spawn, they full flood with the cover of smoke over towards the A zone. First tick of progress being worked out. A couple of opening kills allows a chance for that status to sustain. Raph in the corner, Forsaken at range.
Buena,
He's
buena.
going to be dated out of position. Raph looking for the follow-up, but again, Mayhem just
Es que
all
también estoy
over
viendo
the map.
que
And
están
this
muy
is about
iguales
as
en
convincing as
Wi-Fi.
you are going to see when it
No sé
comes
si
to
tenga que ver
offense
por el
towards A.
celular
Util usage coming
o
in from Mayhem
porque
is so good. Jesus played
o sea,
his
realmente
life so
se
well, getting
enfocan
those kills down, just trying to get as much
practicando una
information
gunfight.
and try to kind of confuse Tribe just a tiny bit. Third
Están al
tick of
mismo nivel de
progress
gunfight,
already
¿no?
on lockdown. Second tick of progress as well on the other side of things. And Team Mayhem is just on it here in this control as they secure that A objective.
There's the extra 60 seconds, and for what it's worth, 2
Está ganando en
minutes of
kills
goal time to
Mayhem,
capture the
pero
second
capturó
zone
bien
is
Tribe.
a ton of time.
Perdón, capturó
It's
bien
gonna feel
Mayhem
like a
también.
year that Tribe have to fight off, and in the same moment, they're still down in overall life count as well. So a lot of things working
Y ese
against
Tribe está
Tribe at
muy
the moment,
débil.
but to be fair, they are setting themselves up pretty nicely to respond to any further pushes over towards B, but Blur getting a little bit of art control and letting Tribe know about it. I mean, he's got plenty of ammunition in the kilo, and he spent most of it lighting up the body of Tribe members around as here comes Team Mayhem on their break attempt.
Well, to be fair, they're keeping the lives pretty close down, and it's still not over for Tribe to win this
Kings
defensive
con
round.
kills hoy.
Mayhem needs to find a way to push as a team. They are winning these gunfights one-on-one,
Preocupante.
but he saves, able to get that
10-5.
double, essential
9-5.
for his team, and it's all Tribe giving all into one side of the map. That is
Güey, va a
top
quedar
laundry.
3-0 este juego.
5v9.
No sé.
Opportunity for Team Mayhem to possibly spend operators if they need it, but ideally they'd like to do it cleanly, and boy, they say cleanliness is next to godliness, and Raph is trying to really bring that to play.
Todavía no, es que aquí en este mapa todavía no están los spawns actualizados, güey.
En la global ya. ¿O no?
En la global ya, pero aquí no, o sea,
Aquí
ahí es
no.
más fácil atacar. Bueno, tú siempre eres más fácil atacar.
Nade's being cooked and tossed in towards the B zone. Damage dealt, but Jez stays alive. Rabalo only a couple of shots.
La
Not
remontan.
able to connect with more than just the first, but it gets into a 3v4. Hit around the back. Jesus looking to make a play off the flank. Tribe very aware that this is a potential play.
¿Qué tal si sí les está afectando a algunos de Tribe estar en presencia?
No mames.
Pues en realidad, de Space no creo, tiene mucho en cámara.
Jesus,
¿Qué les tienen que hacer esos dos? ¿Qué les tienen que hacer esos dos?
Uy, ya lo vieron.
No.
15 aniquiladora. Y la falló, la falló,
No.
la falló.
Ojo, el cartel.
Cartels around the back, holding the clock at 9 seconds.
Timing, va a ser timing.
Perdió.
Looking to make contact. There it is.
No mames.
¿Qué
Beats
pasó?
him off the head and Tribe.
¡Qué
Sustained
perros!
through 2 minutes
El
of
operador.
defense.
Ey, se sacaron los operadores al final.
Güey, el King se la cagó, güey.
Sí, esa aniquiladora para llevarse los dos. Y él no falla, esa mierda, qué raro, man. Se pusieron bien gays.
Que perdieron como 3 operadores, ¿no? Cada uno. No,
Y con tal de
Tribe
ganar la
perdió uno.
ronda.
Nice opening chaos and barrage here
A
from
la
the
verga,
Aztecs.
mira el lane ahí. Se les va, hermano.
Blur's War Machine deep, and yep, everybody will tally kills. Forsaken up top, no nothing to do there.
Buenos
War
operadores,
Machine
sí.
absolutely tilting the
Qué
favor
bueno.
early for Team Mayhem, and now Rafa's got to claw out towards Tribe Gaming spawn at Garage. So extra damage to the life count already being really enveloped here for Team Mayhem. Jez does get the shutdown, but a 6 life advantage and already 40 seconds off the clock as Tribe are struggling to find any footing over towards this offensive.
No, es importante en el control los operadores, como siempre.
They're going to be met by 2 more players right in through basketball. So right now, Tribe Gaming kind of struggling to find their footing. And even though they won those essential gunfights, a little bit slow when it comes to that rotation.
Yeah, really smart rotation here from Jesus as well, just to kind of play around the backside of this Tribe hit. It actually blocks the spawns and it keeps the reinforcements from Tribe at bay. 22 seconds on the clock. Blur in trouble. Does get taken down by Jez, who can stop the clock by getting on towards the B zone, but he is by himself looking for help. And an Annihilator will be called just as he tries to keep his life. First shot will land. Jesus up top, thinking about the contest, but he's the only defender here. And with Team Mayhem still being tested over by A, they're likely going to have to concede this, add an extra 60 seconds to the clock for Tribe, and then hopefully just live with these last 5 lives. But hold on a second, they're getting caught in the middle of the
Lani de 10 también.
all of a sudden, not fully engaged.
La Q9 de ellos, ¿no?
Second tick being contested. Jesus tilts the turns again, and 14 plays 5. Team
También
Mayhem
nerfeado,
look like
man.
they should cruise to a defensive response.
Absolutely. It's just definitely going to be really hard with just 6 seconds left on the clock with no map control whatsoever from Tribe Gaming. And that should seal the deal for Mayhem to get
Escucha
their
doble la
defensive
transmisión.
round in order. But we saw how close things were on their attacking round. It was down to those last-minute operators from both teams to make that decision. And now we're looking at the economy of both of these teams. I'm pretty sure that Mayhem is going to have 1 operator on the ready. Tribe already have 2, so it's a matter of when are they going to use that.
Su transmisión se escucha ahí. Un poquito.
Make their way over towards B. Rabalo just trying to connect with something with the War Machine, but it's not working out at all. Team Mayhem don't drop a single life off the breakoff. They go 4 for nothing. Raph looking to get up top into Laundry. Shut down by Forsaken. Gives Tribe maybe a chance.
Es el fabuloso.
The rest of this B zone. And Jez,
No, yo no tengo
feels like he's got an
volumen.
opening, but Cartel shuts him down. No follow-up from
Nix.
Forsaken. He's going to be kept at bay, and
Ya está.
even beyond that, Blur will wallbang him out. So again, an early extra 60 seconds tally. You thought 2 minutes was impressive.
Yo estoy viendo esto que va a ganar más Team Mayhem, ¿no?
Not just that, 4 operators on the ready for Mayhem, and definitely going to be very much sustainable into that rotation
¿Qué
in their
carajo le
alpha.
pasó a
They're
Tribe?
winning majority of the gunfights, not even having their operators out in through mid.
Está fabuloso,
And
se escucha su
definitely Kitchen is a
abanico en
point
el
of
3.
contention if you want to go in there for that alpha control.
Yo.
Raph wins 2 essential gunfights. Jez gets the read on him though. Able
Y a Fabu se le escuchó el ventilador. Ya no, ya está todo bien.
There's just not a
Es la
gunfight on the
podadora.
map that Raph doesn't want.
No, no, no.
And now 21 plays 15. They can smell blood in the water. Claw is out. Raph is getting to work. Down towards the low ground. He even finds another. Raph can bounce to get Jez. It's just sheer destruction. Team Mayhem
Buenos
Pero están
operadores,
cogiendo.
buenos operadores.
Es que como te dije en el Harpen, creo que te dije, solo no está para nada acostumbrado a ese celular. 4 kills. 5.
Tribe still has operators if they want to bring it out, a 4v15, but it will be difficult with one tick of
Pero qué
progress
raro,
and
porque
so
solo
much
y
time
se
for
supone que
Mayhem
solo
to try and
ellos
clinch this
Raptor
A side.
no.
Tribe's in a really good position though to
Pero en el
try
Harpen
and
le vi
get
que estaba su
control,
infra
which they do.
la verga.
Sagan still applying that pressure.
El Layer Rap
Just a
del
few
Harpen
ticks of
en
progress
Takeoff
left,
les
a
fue
few
de
more
la
seconds, but 13 plays in 3 is just so hard and difficult as that zone into that
Iba
outside.
3.
Lasting
Y
5
ganaron,
days
ganaron
observed here
capturando, güey.
and
Aquí está la
clinched by
regla. Aquí está
Mayhem.
actualizado
They
que si
have the
queda 2-2
advantage,
defienden.
2 and
¿O no?
1. On the defensive side, they did a phenomenal job.
Vamos,
Ya
Mayhem.
debería. Pero si quedan 2-2, luego tienes que ganar por captura, sí o sí, ¿no?
Si queda 2-2, defiende el que tenga más capturas.
Dicen ya ganó Luminosity 3-0, pero va a volver a jugar el día de hoy. Son 4 juegos hoy día. Luego de esto vamos a ver el enfrentamiento por la eliminación, quién queda fuera. Y ya luego la final winner. A ver, acá Tribe, que está a punto de perder, ya debe sacarse la verdad. Así que lo que veremos en esta ronda de Tribe es cosas que ellos han planificado para enfrentamientos tryhard. Y les está saliendo, ¿eh? Están tomando A, solamente uno. Otros B. Creo que se viene una captura rapidita. Se viene una captura rapidita.
And even though they don't get too much on B, they do lock that first tick of progress. So the cards all of a sudden shuffled, start to stack in Tribe's favor. Mayhem, with not a lot to play with operator-wise, are just trying to make a mess of this end of the round. Maybe try to force out a couple operators from Tribe as they make their way on towards B. Second tick locked in. Solo still holding on a corner. This is looking
Oh, qué
clean.
buena.
Solo
Ahí despertó solo.
triple up. That'll be enough for a convincing round, and Tribe didn't have
Sí,
to spend
capturita.
more than a single
La que ronda
operator
perfecta, ahora sí se notó, ¿eh?
This is not a foregone conclusion as we head to round 5.
A ver, vamos a ver.
This is
Vamos
an
a ver
essential
si...
moment in the game because
Defiende nuevamente. Ah, no, defiende Mayhem.
Tribe will be on
Sí.
the attacking side here. Mayhem, on the other hand, they're gonna try their best with nothing on their bank. Blur is
Gracias,
the only
Canario.
person left with an operator, and it's all up to them to try and capture it.
Well, here we go. Operators out early for Tribe. First couple of kills very easily tallied. Nades also creating space. Tribe make their way on. Blur
Oh,
shut
qué bueno.
down. He only gets one with the War Machine.
Mira, van para A como que 4 y Yes es el único que también
Y
pushea.
ya ganó una pelea con ese spawn. No está el spawn actualizado, güey.
Sí, ¿no?
Ah, no. Nada más se metieron 2.
Y la cagaron ahí. Perdieron mucha vida.
And now they only have one
Güey, no está el
operator
spawn
to play with.
actualizado.
They're
qué
absolutely
bien.
broke. And on the other side of things, we do get to see Mayhem having 3 of their own. And yes, even though that Tribe has the more favorable life count,
Qué buena la del
they still
Space
need
para
to
sacar
find
al
ways to
blur de ahí, güey.
equalize it if you are Mayhem, but it is going to be Tribe
Me dio en
trying
Snake con
those
Sniper, ¿verdad?
1v3 here in Bravo,
No.
not being
No.
able to get it. It is just player number 4 in
Güey, el
solo that
Cartel,
will
güey,
try
con
to
su
capture this
pinche
very important
gris.
point in the
Se
match.
está haciendo la partida, la ronda, literalmente. Ya le sacaron.
Operators in favor for Team Mayhem, but the life count and the ability to get onto A starts to build advantages for
Esta
Tribe.
captura de A, de Tribe, definitivamente.
War Machine
Man.
out again for him.
Ujú.
26
Están
total
muy bien
kills. He's been
posicionados.
doing a lot of
Mira
damage
esa
for
posición del
Tribe. He
minimapa.
will make sure that nobody from Team Mayhem can come close. Second tick
De hecho,
of
Team
progress,
Mayhem va a
he
vender,
worked on it,
¿no?
it should be locked in.
Ni uno está
Ya
vendiendo.
vendió.
Looks like Team
Sí.
Mayhem, they're just going to give this up. Didn't want to flirt with the War Machine.
El 2 y
Fatal.
el 4 se tienen que ir para Londres. No.
Va a estar bien difícil meterse a esa B.
That is so
El 4, es
smart
que el 4 la está cagando ahí, mira, lo van a matar ahí.
Qué tarado.
Y va a aparecer ahí, mira, va a aparecer ahí, le van a hacer spawn. Ah, no salió en Londres.
Va a ser guerra de operadores ahorita igual. O sea, Tribe debería aguantarse, que ya capturó y tiene tiempo, y esperar sus operadores.
Y cargar.
Porque no tiene ninguno.
Este güey la está cagando el Layer. No.
Sí, exacto, agarraba el pedo ahí. Ay, casi se lo llevó.
One kill tallied. Nothing further though. All things told, that is not bad news for Tribe. Getting the claw off.
Ahora aniquiladora de King.
Es que ese es el pedo, ya sacaron a los de Londres, güey. Ahí van a avanzar.
No, Kings otra vez.
No, ya lo mataron, ya lo mataron.
No mames, Kings. No, 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 no. Te mamo.
¿Estás nervioso?
No esperaron los operadores lo de Tribe.
Es que no tienen tiempo, yo creo. Ya no tienen tiempo.
Ay, la War Machine. Ay,
Ya,
Dios.
3-0, cabrón, se cogieron las 3.
3-0, hermano. What?
Oh my goodness.
Big Mami no lo puede creer.
Causing chaos, destruction here in this second series. Things are turning up for our third seed. Tribe needed to figure something out, knowing very well they're going to be brought down up against TBS later on, but oh my gosh. Mayhem did a phenomenal job in all three maps. They gained their composure.
Vamos a saludarlos ahí. El Blur, mira, me botaron, le gané.
These are not the easiest 2-3-0s that we've seen. I mean, we have seen some contests, but yes, we can at least label this as an upset on this main stage. The fact that it started with a takeoff hardpoint win for Team Mayhem already kind of shook the ground in some pretty seismic
El
ways.
Pepe ahí feliz.
But then to come out and dominate a search and destroy that Tribe is most rehearsed on, and then survive through real tight moments in that control from start to finish. Unbelievable composure from Team Mayhem to lock in a chance to take on LG in the upper bracket final.
It really was that raid map.
Team
that I
Mayhem
kinda
jugó.
knew that Mayhem was
Ahí está,
gonna get,
entrevista a Nix.
but wow,
Siento que Team Mayhem jugó bien.
so
Tribe jugó
amazing
mal,
to
la
have,
cagó. O
but
sea,
as
tuvo
we're
muchos errores.
hyping up the moment for Mayhem, let's take a look at the stage at the moment. Gabby, what do you have for us?
Thank you so much. I'm hanging out with Jesus Can Save You. What a victory from Mayhem today.
Mira que en
I think
algunos
it's fair to say, when looking at the storyline set up, that this is considered somewhat of an upset, especially considering the result last time you faced off. But you don't seem to think so. Tell me about what the difference maker was.
A few things, but one of the biggest things is confidence. We came in here knowing that we were going to win. We're not coming here thinking, oh, it's Tribe, oh, we got 3-0'd. No. It was mainly that we were going to be the ones aggressing them, because they're an aggressive team overall. So when we work together and when we're on point with our teamwork, along with the aggression, I already knew. I genuinely did because of those reasons. So, yeah.
That confidence is very believable from you and the rest of the team.
Que es, o sea, lo primordial era la seguridad, la confianza en ellos mismos. Y saben que Tribe es un equipo muy agresivo. Y lo que hicieron fue jugar siempre juntos.
Y esperarlos, como hicieron en esa vez.
Yeah, for sure. The beautiful thing about my teammates is that they don't care. Like, just because it's in person, it's not going to affect them. They have a certain
que les pregunta que qué se siente pues lo que es la presencial y todo eso. Y dice que no, o sea que a su equipo no le importa, que a sus compañeros no les afecta a tal grado del mental. Que ellos van con el único deber de ganar. Que ellos fueron con la mentalidad de que vamos a ganar y que iban a ganar. Tengo la confianza de que vamos a ganar y vamos a ganar.
Can you tell me a bit more about yourself when it comes to that specifically and how that works as somebody to lead the team through the front?
All right, well, yeah, for sure.
De qué manera su personalidad y su carácter sirve en el equipo.
Outside of the game, everybody's, in my eyes, like, it's super important. So getting to know each of my players, for example, since you asked about my team, on an individual level, you know, outside of the game, in the game, understanding what makes him tick, what makes him, you know, thrive. I enjoy the whole process because personally, I want everybody around me to grow. If I'm going to be friends with people, we're going to grow. I'm not the kind of person who wants to hang around with people who are devolving or like just not doing anything with their life. So just pushing each other, like surrounding yourself with the right, I would say just people. It's just, it feeds you. And I try to help do my best to
Es
give
guay,
back
guay.
and feed
No
them
es, no es
however
ilegal
I
llevar
can,
armas.
however they need. So, yeah.
I know
No,
that you have friends all across multiple
No,
teams here, but enemies
Dice
in the
que
temporary
No,
short
tiene
term. Yeah, thank you so
que
much
lo
for
que
joining me for
caracteriza a
this interview and
sus compañeros de
congratulations on
equipo
the win
es
today.
que son personas que se ha dado el tiempo de conocer
You know, I really like the way
individualmente,
he,
tanto como
he
jugadores y
approaches. Also,
como
just like,
amigos,
man, he's just chilling.
y que,
He's leaning up against the trophy like, hey, what's
y
good?
que él no tendrá de compañeros a personas que no buscan superarse. Y eso es lo que es la cualidad que tienen sus compañeros, que no les importa que los, o sea, jugar en presencial, son muy competitivos y que siempre buscan también divertirse en o sea, al mismo tiempo, pero con el mental.
El Jesus lleva el sexto jugador en el tiempo.
¿Cómo?
Güey, qué poca madre.
¿Cómo?
No, nada, ni. Concéntrate en la traducción nomás, en lo que importa.
Jesus escondió el sniper en el bandana. ¡Hala! Los comentarios. Pero te das cuenta, Jesus
Dice que Jesus se sacó la verga en esta partida.
no destaca como, o sea, de los top players, pero como que cada uno tiene lo suyo, ¿no?
I also really like that. Listen, Blur. Is he a leader on like is he one of these leaders on this team?
I'd say so. I think just from
Es correcto.
his ability to calm from what position he
Te
plays
quiero
for
mucho,
the
Nicky,
team.
también
It
interesada
definitely
ahí.
feels like, especially watching the move around the respawns, that he's kind of the guy over the top, maybe even quarterbacking some of the plays. Hard to say.
Te apagó la lámpara, creo.
I
Ah,
think
no,
Blur,
está
just based on his performance and where he was at the times that he was, very critical, I
No
think.
se apagó la cámara, digo,
La lámpara.
la lámpara. Es o sea, literalmente la tengo de frente, pero la cámara hace que yo o sea, se oscurece y luego se ilumina.
No pensaba ver a Tribe en la loser bracket, pero
me voy a buscar algo rápido.
siento yo que está evitando, bueno, no sé. Podría ser que estén evitando el try contra Luminosity y lo estén guardando para la gran final. No lo sé. Ya no va a haber Luminosity contra Tribe, sino va a ser Luminosity contra Team Mayhem. Ya es todo por hoy, ese güey. Falta, muchachos, falta. Falta ahora el juego que va a definir quién queda fuera del mundial. De hecho, va a volver a jugar Tribe. Va a volver a jugar Tribe ahora. Ahora mismo.
Mejor tres Tribe contra Devious, ¿no?
Tribe contra Devious ahora. Tribe igual Gallery, dice el otro. No le digas así que Tati va a llorar. Sí, tú no creo que ahora Devious le gane a Tribe. No. Se viene el juego por la eliminación ya. Por quién queda fuera de la fase 5. Si Tribe pierde, adiós. Correcto, Justino. Si Tribe pierde, ya ahorita GG's. Pero ya estaríamos un poco, tal vez, adelantándonos mucho. No creo, ¿no, Fabu? No creo que...
No creo.
Tampoco tanto.
Tampoco para tanto.
Bueno, así dijimos de Galoris, pero... Sorry, Tati, sorry.
¿Puedo apagar la cámara en lo que están los comerciales?
Está apagada, tu cámara hace rato.
¿No?
Yo lo voy a apagar. Algo iba a decir. Ah, ya que así dijimos de Kings o de Animus, así dijimos de Galoris. Y terminaron fuera del mundial.
Así es.
Así que... Predicciones. Yo digo que 3-0 Tribe. Pero así dije de Galoris. Pero bueno, igual sigo confiando en que las estadísticas y todo lo que hemos ido viviendo todo este año, pues van a seguir avalando que que Tribe no puede perder este juego, ¿no? Yo digo que 3-0 Tribe. ¿Qué dices tú, Fau?
Yo digo que también 3-0.
Unix.
Uy. 3-0 también.
¿Qué dice el chat?
¿Quién sabe? Igual un 3-1. 3-1.
Ojo que es partido de eliminación, chicos. Tribe. Debut. Ahí creamos la nueva encuesta. ¿Estás leyendo? Nix, ¿el chat qué dicen?
¿Dónde? ¿En dónde? ¿En el chat?
Ajá.
¿Cuál chat?
De Trovo y YouTube.
Estoy en el de Trovo nada más.
¿Cuál es la mayor votación?
¿Dónde veo eso?
O sea, están votando, pues estoy poniendo 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, 3-3. 3-2 Debius.
3-3.
3-2 Tribe, 3-1 a favor de Tribe, 3-1 gol de Mbappé. ¿Eh? 3-1 a favor de... A ver. Gracias, Dani por esa suscripción. Tier 3, vergación.
Por el momento, Drive.
3-1 gana, ¿eh? 3-1 por ahí marzo.
Sí, yo también pienso que 3-1. También pienso que 3-1.
Ok, 3-1. Por ahora fallamos en el de... Ahí estamos. Yo digo que Team Mayhem gana. Ahora el de Team Mayhem con Luminosity, viendo cómo jugó Luminosity con Debius, yo no le aseguro la victoria a Luminosity, ¿eh? Puede sorprender. 3-1 Tribe. 3-1 Tribe, digamos. 3-1 Tribe. Se fue. No, ahí está, ahí está. Ahí está, Daniel. No hay que apagar la cámara porque está sacando los mocos.
Sí.
Queda fuera Tribe. No, eso sería noticia mundial, hermano. ¿Ya viste que los de Mayhem tienen los logos de los demás equipos de la fase 4? ¿Cómo así, Rex? Va a ganar Debius. La oportunidad que tiene Debius para eliminar a esa mentira es 3-1, dice. 3-1 penal para Argentina. Drive no va a pasar. Y Wolf ya está en la fase 5, hermano. 3-1 para Quetzapili, dice el chicha. Buena, Daniel. 3-1 dice Debius en YouTube. En el Edwin. Buena, Michigot. ¿Dónde queda Wolf? Wolf es de China, hermano. ¿Cómo que dónde quedó Wolf? Estamos en la presencial de la fase 4 de NA. Solamente NA. Team Mayhem y Sonaconda. ¿Cómo así, Gustavo? 3-2 gana Parca. 3-0 Galoris. 3-1 Tribe hace la del año pasado. Yo también me voy por ahí. Yo también siento que Tribe va a ir por Luminosity, pero no quiere enfrentárselo antes. Y va a ser la del año pasado. Yo creo. Y de las demás regiones, ¿quiénes son los equipos que han clasificado? A ver, muchachos. Primero van a YouTube. Ponen esto. Van acá, van acá, van acá. Y buscan cuáles son los equipos que ya están clasificados. Ajá, acá está. De parte de India tenemos a Godlike y Vitality. De parte de Japón solamente un cupo que lo agarró Bolt. De parte de Europa tenemos a Kings, que luego de ser top 1 todo el año cayó y luego se levantó en los playoffs. Exclusive, que era el top 4, pasó a ser el top 2, hizo la de Loops. En Latam tenemos a TLE, Loops, que de ser el top 4 eliminó el top 1 y se quedó con el top 2. E Inco Gaming, que ahora con Leocera muy probablemente esté tal vez al nivel de TLE. Un poquito menos, ¿no, Fau? Un poquitito menos.
Poquito menos.
Y ya solamente falta definir lo de NA, que lo estamos viendo el día de hoy. Lo de Garena, que todavía faltan sus playoffs. Ya eligieron a sus 8 equipos mejores. De China Masters, ya hemos visto la Season 5, la Season 6. Lo de China es por puntaje. En la Season 5 te llevas puntos, en la Season 6 te llevas puntos, dependiendo qué top quedaste, ¿no? Top 1, top 2, top 3, top 4. Y los 4 mejores equipos avanzan a unos playoffs, que los playoffs van a ser el 8 de septiembre, si no me equivoco. En esos playoffs está Wolf, U9, KZ, que es King Zone, y SPG, que es el otro equipo de China. Son 4 que van a enfrentarse en unos playoffs de acá a unos días. Y eso sería todo. Entra uno directamente por la Season 6, que fue Q9, que ya tiene su cupo asegurado. Y luego por puntos entran los demás. Toda esta información está ahí en mi canal. Vamos. Gonix. Jesus jugando a 8 dedos. ¿Cómo así? Ahí se va por las luces. Una pregunta, Bryan. Una pregunta, Bryan. ¿Se va a jugar Luminosity versus Team Deja hoy? Hoy se juega, hermano. Hoy se juega. Está anunciado acá, mira. Acá a la izquierda. O sea, abajo mío. Drive, Devious y luego Luminosity contra Team Mayhem. Se juega hoy.
Yo
también juego con 8 dedos.
Drive va 85% en la encuesta.
Is a big moment shift.
I think this is actually, for me, like the most important match of the weekend outside of crowning a champion, because this is the biggest.
Dice que el match siguiente es el más importante
¿Cómo?
fin de semana.
Getting to world championships and at least securing
Es el mapa, es el match más importante de este.
Claro, este es el más importante de toda la fase 4 presencial. Que usualmente era en el segundo día, pero
Which is
está bueno.
absolutely insane because as we jump into it, man, this is that elimination match.
¿Qué pedo con Agustina? Ahorita la activa su cámara. Uno ya está asegurado por la Masters. Sí, porque ganó la Season 6. Igual por puntaje. ¿Cómo?
Who knew Tribe would be here? But I mean, going in for that.
Me quieren así sin bañarme.
Last year, they
¿Estás quitando la gorra? ¿Te estás bañando o qué?
Me estoy bañando. No, simplemente la quité para
Potentially trying to win it here,
peinarte.
but definitely added a little bit more steps on there. And yes, it's a brand new roster compared
Justina es
to
novia
last
de
year,
Jus.
so definitely still
No,
going to be
Michi.
difficult for them to
Ya
pick
no.
it up. Just because we saw
No triunfó el
previous-
amor.
They played phenomenal a while ago up against the Luminosity.
Yeah, and I think the
El
thing
fabuloso,
is,
Se ríe.
time to like talk over what went wrong.
El Hacks con Devious. Es su coach, el Hacks.
You're right back into the action. So when we talk about things
Imagínese el
like
primer mundial sin
individual
Tribe. Lejos de festejar, todos quedaríamos sorprendidos y con la boca abierta. No, hermano, ya desde que Bolu dijo nosotros somos un equipo que se caracteriza por venir de abajo, pues yo creo que preocupados no deben estar, aunque no son los mismos jugadores que remontaron partidas. Y claramente con sus caras me di cuenta que perder no querían. Pero miedo no tienen, son bastante fríos. A ver, Toxin. Estás correcto, Toxin, estás correcto. Bastante correcto. Dice, ojo, Mark Zuckerberg está jugando en Devious. ¿Cómo así? ¿Quién es Gerán? No tengo idea nada. Pero solo Jess y Bolu son campeones, los demás no. Correcto, Jonathan. Buena Optic, buena Piroja.
Not to do him a disservice, but I was legitimately surprised, and that winds up being hey, that guy's juggling. Winds up being a positive because, come on, man, wake up! You are battling for your elimination badge. Oh man, it's gonna be a problem.
Ojo, la fotito.
Maybe he just doesn't have. He needs a third hand right there. Come on,
Uy,
give this guy
uy, uy.
a hand, and right now it
Soy
feels like
Space.
his team
Dijo,
is on the brink of elimination.
¿qué decía en la pregunta? Tribe quizás use qué?
Come on, man, wake up! Winds up being
Tribe con sueñito. Digo, Space con sueñito.
oh man.
Decía Tribe quizás use a este chico. Ah, que Golu. Y el caster le dice a Space: bro, despierta. Ese partido de eliminación, porque Space está ahí bostezando.
Winds up being a positive
Yo
because,
sería Space.
come on, man, wake up. You are battling for your elimination match. Oh, man, it's going to be a
Come
problem.
on, man,
But
wake
how
up,
do you hold all
please.
these trophies?
We just really need
Get to the grind.
¿A qué se duerme ese güey? ¿Están más relajados? No te digo, no tienen como que nervios. Están ahí como que... Bueno, ya lo que sigue.
¿Ven una jeta?
Ah, te estabas haciendo nuevamente las trenzas.
No, esta me la estaba arreglando. El Trejan está bonito.
¿El quién?
El Trejan. Es como un base bonito.
El Forsaken.
Ah, ándale, el Forsaken.
Me Traihan. Es la fusión de Rihan con...
Sí,
Con Bryson.
Con Traihan.
Sí.
Con Traihan.
Le parece a Bale.
2.0. Hacienda, primer mapa. Luego jugamos Deja Fighting. Luego Control and Raid. Mapa 4, un Summit. Ok. ¿Quién? Es chiquito, tiene 18, 19. Hay mucha gente ahí. ¿Cómo?
¿Quién es ese güey?
El del medio, Rihan.
No, el que está al lado de... que no es tú.
Ese está bonito, el base blanco.
Base blanco.
Ah, es el tuyo, seguro.
El Stewie.
O el Sloopy. El Turret, el que decían que era hacker.
Sí. No estaba bostezando, estaba viendo la de Jesus. El chat de YouTube, mamá. Y mami, ¿sabes quién es guapo? Hola Mike, ¿cómo estás? Hola Rambo, ¿cómo estás?
Opening 9 seconds, looking decent. Try battling back. Trying to work their way across the left side of the map. You'll notice on this map in particular, rotation between hardpoints is everything. And setting yourself up early for these hardpoints is where you can really gain
Uy, el Spade está fallando ahorita.
attempt to do that. Devious there to meet them while still soaking up time in the hill.
And now we do get to see that is going to be smoked out that right side of the map. That will provide Tribe a little bit of leeway to try and control this.
Escucha tu transmisión, Nix.
Definitely a heavily contested one, knowing very well that the angles are just so wide open here. We're also seeing Tribe Gaming on that P2 rotation already. 3 players right there, and Devious needs to find a way to catch up in that rotation.
También está chiquita. Bolo juega BID. Ojalá que lo usen.
Rotational time, it's actually Devious who will spawn backside driveway. Tribe getting a couple of kills, creating some opportunities for numbers to persist over the top of the hard point, but all of a sudden S-Thug, he's able to take down 3 solo! A little left-right combo, getting 2, makes safe the cross in towards Trophy, and with that, Tribe Gaming will be the ones to open up the hard point to their name.
Solo, the melee god, and he is no stranger to getting multi-kills when it comes to the close range, and now Devious had an opportunity to go in there for the pinch, but was shut down. Big kills essentially from S-Thugs, but unfortunately not able to connect when it comes to
ahora sí me tengo que cambiar, así que nada más voy a escuchar. No me van a ver.
But finally, we do get to see the back 25 points going to the favor of Devious.
Que dije que iba a salir.
No one expected it from either side.
Okay.
It does create chaos though as the last minute hits start to come through for both sides. Tribe hitting from both sides at the same time, finding a little bit of an opportunity to trade things out, and with that we'll have essentially a dead tie game. Rotation underway as we head over towards
Peleadito.
as we open up the winery.
You get to see play number 2 from Devious. That's 2 red, trying to provide those exit.
Se siente el nivel bajo, ¿no? De gunfight que hay.
Does get taken down though. Off control going to be absolutely great for
Ay,
Tribe. That is one good thing, even though the rotation is early for
Pero bueno, Samsung está poniendo la plata, pues, ¿qué se puede hacer?
Control will be good later on when they go in for the pinch.
War machines dueling with one another, both finding value, but ultimately both will be completely expired. 58 plays 49. Tribe from the front, looking decent, but Devious will have the chance to reinforce this with more speed. Solo trying to contest topside fences. Oh, not going to quite fit back over towards 10. Kills coming through as S-Thug is absolutely dominating early, already on 12 kills. Rehan up top with the Annihilator, just trying to make sure no one from Tribe can flood from the front, but the cutoff is good, and Tribe will turn that into a 3-for-1 exchange, holding onto the hard point the entire time.
Beautiful double Forsaken stops the pinch, coming in from Devious, very much aware that everyone else from that team is spawning off into Well's side. Definitely a good statement to have in the presence that he definitely knew in the back of his hand. And now the rotation coming into P4, definitely going to be important. We've seen it already in P3, but what needs to happen on their end, they need to time it right. They have two operators to play with. Are you going to take it out early to stop that rotation into Tribe, or will you go for more of a counter play?
Well, Jazz has got the Annihilator out. He's playing from the front side of the hill. Not the angle that I'm sure he'd like to have, and he tries to take his attention back over towards more open spaces. Works out for one connection, but the battle over the top of the hard point is looking really solid for Devious as Rehan's able to get two. Jez's Annihilator doesn't really do much if we're being honest, and the kills continue to come out for Devious. They've played today has been really solid, and where they may have missed on LG with the Annihilator and some of the operator usage in the past, boy, I'll tell you, Devious really cleaning things up as they stay toe-to-toe with Tribe.
Good play from Devious to try and not be in the crossfire of that Annihilator from Tribe. That could have done so much damage, but we also do get to see Seiken taking out the claw. And what we saw a while ago was a little bit of a misplay with the Annihilator. It's not the same case here for that claw, able to deal with so much damage, and they are going to secure scrap points down here. It's still going to be contested though, but that rotation for next is definitely going to be right there for Devious as well.
No reason to not play through the old time here. They'll allow you rotation up towards the open hallways, get the second floor under control, and then eventually take your attention in towards the fountain itself. Try a couple of good exit kills, but Zolf.
A Samsung no le va a salir nada rentable esto, nadie de la comunidad va a comprarle. No, igual con el Xperia nadie la compró, creo yo.
Rotation from Tribe Gaming from P5 to P1. That's the rock area that you definitely want to have just because of how close it is to the next hill. And so far it will be Tribe getting a hold of that. Devious on the other hand having a difficult time trying to clinch at least a 1 point of entry here. Also trying to find those angles down. It is still going to be Tribe getting majority of the angles down.
Space and a little bit of trouble. Still trades out his own life for a 1-for-1. Tribe can
¿Cómo será el proceso de cambio de los equipos de la LATAM al Samsung, ¿no? Va a haber un tiempito en el que van a estar de la verga también.
Devious will find some pretty critical scrap time if we're being candid. Getting this back to right around a 40-point game. Look at this end of the minimap though. Devious looking to play down the bottom side of well, get driveway control, win the spawns, and then eventually the hard point. But easier said than done. Tribe finding a lot of eliminations around the inside of the hill. Jez in particular with Rapallo just continue to finesse it. Every kill goes their way. Now it's down to just holding down the back door. The Thug can only get one with the Sparrow, and Tribe feeling pretty comfortable with operators suspend as they try to hold.
Igual poner 2 millones de auspicio para un juego le cuesta más a Red Magic que a Samsung, ¿no? Para Samsung es algo que ni lo va a sentir. Por eso más que todo también.
Is going to be spawning off through, throws the nade and able to possibly stop the push coming in from Tribe.
Yeah, no more operators at 3 for either side. So for Tribe, this is a very difficult push to do just by using the raw vanilla gunfights. And how about Devious clean things up? It's S-Thug again dominating in the kill feed. I mean, between him and Rehan, they are pretty much doing it all themselves. Solo, Rapallo looking for some scrap time. Oh my goodness, how does Rapallo get 4?
El Red Magic 8 Pro también corre los 120.
Sí, 120. Desde la optimización. Se revaló a 36.
Doing it a tad bit better. Rapallo brings out that Hunter Killer Drone to get rid of that one player that was trying to set up for next for Devious' side. And now it is control for that office that Devious wants. Will be met by one player. They're going to win that gunfight and essentially can provide that pinch that Devious needs.
Sí, Satoru, llevaban más de un año con el Rockfon, yo creo. Más, ¿no? Claro, desde la fase 4 del año pasado creo que tenían el Rockfon ya.
Acabando la fase 4 del año pasado.
much more favorable location to try to pull this.
Esperemos que el resto de regiones ya empiecen la transición en teléfono, de lo contrario las finales serán malísimas.
There's no way they could get back in from the front here, already considering rotation the long way around.
And this is where Devious kind of had a difficult time when it comes to obtaining that P3 control. When they did not have office control and went into the front instead, they just didn't know how to respond to Tribe's just definite gunpowder there in through the front side.
Con el Samsung, Lucasini en vez de matar 60, va a matar 59. Pobre de Lucasini. Hola, Samito.
And there really isn't anybody nearby. Tribe are trying to hit this from multiple points of entry. Around the back, 2Red keeps things safe. Solf was getting a little antsy. Tries to
Y Leonardo, el que pierde queda fuera. Ya es el partido más importante de toda la fase 4 en realidad. Ya después es para definir puestos nomás.
Ya después puro dinero. VIVO van igual, güey.
¿Quién?
Devious picking up the pace now, and definitely the claw just took so
Menos-
much advantage on their side. Scott having the
Nos regalo.
last war machine for his team to try and
Regalo
go revenge,
41.
trying to spam it, and that's definitely going to be
Lo de ahí
information
en fuera
given to his
todos,
team, but
sí.
definitely not enough for them to try and contest it as these three players try
Es que es el lane, mira eso sí, man. El de Taking y
winning
y
the
el-
essential gunfight, obtaining that last 8 seconds here in the hill. Rotation needs to go next.
Yeah, Devious just they need to continue to reap on these exit kills. You
Y Andrea lo vi.
set up around this first hard point, not at a 40-point deficit, going into one of our scrappier hills, not just on the map, but also in the title in full. That's Thug continuing to just rip apart this Tribe squad, but is it going to be enough? Oh, no, not here. Tribe go 4 straight eliminations onto the hard point they have, and now it's just down to Devious again. They have to force every single play. You have to keep focus on the objective target. 221-65 to score.
Man, Solo is on a rampage. He finally gets taken out, and it will be Devious to try and touch this.
Nuevamente, partida un poco lenta como la de Luminosity, pero que va ganando Tribe por alguna razón. De control de mapa, farma su DJ. Lo que le está costando al Solo.
As well, a shorter rotation into P1. Tribe still gets a hold of it though. 227 and 174 is going to be your scoreline.
Yeah, game will not be able to end here, but boy,
Mira lo que le costó al Solo.
dangerously close. Rotation now has to be perfect for
Parece que
Devious.
todos tienen sensis muy altas, no sé qué le ha pasado.
233. Numbers for Devious over towards
Se les va la mira.
decent, but Tribe also have some threat of their own starting to amount. Saken taken
Como si
down.
estuvieran
Okay,
jugando,
here we go.
jugando sin
Devious
ayuda al
a chance to get
apuntar. No
themselves
sé.
really set up. Solo caught with his boxing gloves out, but he's got help. Rabalo right there to assist, and now a chance to flip and block the spawns. Hard point opens. Devious in control for now. BryanT with the Annihilator out. Trying to do whatever he possibly can to give his team a little bit of space to breathe, but Tribe are finding the kills. There's the break from Solo. Now the Purifier to put this one likely to rest. Oh, but how about this? Hold on. There's an opportunity here for S-Dog with the Sparrow out. He could continue a little bit further through this map.
Uy, qué buena
No,
es.
Saken.
No,
Claw will rip
Taken,
everyone
qué
apart
buena.
from the side halls, and that will be enough for Tribe Gaming to take
Yes.
map number 1, 250 to 188.
That is the win that Tribe Gaming needed.
Se siente ahí que Devious
Though for the side of Devious, they tried their hardest, but at the
muy por
last set
debajo.
of rotations, it was just
O sea, no es un
too much
loops,
for them.
¿entienden? No es un loops que está, que da pelea.
The game here where Tribe did not let that go whatsoever.
Está
Even though
muy
Devious went in there for early rotations, not able to hold them.
Yeah, it's just,
Y desde
it
antes,
feels
¿no?
like a
Son-
little bit of the same from what we saw from Devious during the apocalypse. Great moments.
Este
when
stage
operators
parece de
are
tier
not
2,
out,
dice
but
Jefa.
as soon as there's a
Sí, es
chance
por el nuevo celular
for
que
one
le
of the
están
biggest power
obligando a
weapons
usar,
of
pues.
the game to be pulled, Devious
Lamentablemente.
just feel like he is not finding the same kind of efficacy that teams like LG and Tribe have been able to pull.
¿Qué ha
I think we
pasado?
saw Saken a couple of different
Ganó
times
Tribe, ganó Tribe.
really do
Lo
damage.
estaba arreglando,
Claw
lo siento.
right there on the
Marcy,
first
mira.
replay, but of
Marcy, ¿qué le
course,
pasa?
at the end of the map as well, just putting it out of reach. And it's another moment where, again, I don't walk away feeling like Devious is getting completely outgunned or outskilled. It just comes down to when you have the ability of popping in game-changing
Dice hubiese dado una pelea buena.
not finding the same kind of value that Tribe are, and that continues to be a comeback mechanic for both LG and now here Tribe as well.
That needs to be a lesson learned later on if we get into
Soy
that
simp
summit
de
matchup
Saken.
where we know
Mm-hmm.
Tribe can definitely bring on the gas. A while ago, we saw Devious kind of fall into the same kind of trap up against LG, and now it's the same for Tribe. Firing range, on the other hand, they kept it close.
Dejen ese like, chicos de YouTube. Dejen ese likecito. Uy, ahí pusieron twitters. ¿Qué? ¿Da SKS God? Ese es Lucasim, no Space. Perdón.
The SKS was definitely, I think, the difference maker when we were watching the World Championships last year. And obviously the players share their perspective on it not being a part of the equation now. And for Space, I mean, his story is, as an individual is also an interesting one. You talk about just his competitive career. I'm sure he's pleased to be a part of a squad that really can also hang with him, because there were moments on games previously where it's just like, someone's got to help Space out. And it looks like now he's finally starting to get it. And a lot of it did come from a former teammate in Raballo, who went 48-31 with an SMG in hand, also tallying nearly a minute 45 in the hard point.
Not too long ago when it was roster mania, everyone kind of questioned why Raballo is going to be here, was replaced, and Blur was that guy in their team that people were kind of looking at. Maybe he'll
Bonito el escenario, eso sí.
It seems like it will be Raballo to provide so much goodness when it comes to, one, being the anchor for his team. We saw an amazing way for him to just change the tides in this game, getting those points down, and also getting the amount of seconds that he has on his hero. He's very much present when it comes to the objective control.
Está revisando la talla.
The segue moves over to search and destroy. This has been the thorn in the tribe side all season long. Just earlier today, previously in the group stage, it just feels like one half of the map goes well for them, but the other half does not ever fully come together. I think a lot of it actually is just, again, we saw it on the meltdown. Offensively, it just felt like eventually they got so frustrated that they were just forcing things forward. So that's got to be something different. And while they again, want to give a big shout out to Snapdragon, and you can see the performance meter, the FPS these players are getting on the Galaxy S23 series. So it is the absolute best in class device for mobile gaming with exceptional battery life, incredible power, and you see it represented in the FPS meter there.
Güey, ¿quién es el que está al lado de
¿Estás tú? Perdón, estás... ¿Cómo se llama el Eminem? Scott. Luego estás tú, Rihan. Acá está Rihan.
¿Quién es en los últimos dos? No sé quién es tu red y quién es Sloop.
We definitely see this firepower this time around from Tribe that we didn't otherwise get to see a while ago in their gameplay. Seems like they're really revitalized, especially when they're backed up in a corner.
Well, they're going to have it here again because the firing range for Devious was a very winnable map when they were playing up against LG. They want a chance to run it back, and they will start on the offensive side.
Zulf es el más morenito.
Zulf es el más morenito.
Sí. O sea, el que seguía de Rihan era Turret y luego Zulf.
Zulf looking to get aggressive and actually picking up the pace a touch to threaten this trailer staircase. Nades coming through, that should at least flush Raballo out a touch, but no follow-up as there's no hit marker connections. And Devious will have to kind of wait a little while longer before they commit to trying to threaten this trailer position.
Raballo will be the first point of contact for Tribe. He will have a little bit of backup though, so Soul's gonna be right there beside him. He gets that information down, and there you go. Does a little bit of damage, and Seiken gets that first kill.
Raballo, he's got to be feeling pretty anxious here. A pistol out for Rehan, couldn't quite connect, and after a very elongated battle, Raballo and the rest of the Tribe's defense do win back the A site. Follow-up kill from Space.
Esto es loser bracket y el que pierde queda fuera, Fer. Queda eliminado.
I would be surprised to see it, especially considering the circumstances. So this is one of those good luck, have fun moments. Clean shots at Raballo. That's an isolated gunfight win. Now down to the 1v4.
And with the way that Tribe Gaming is kind of spread out right now, it might be deemed possible for Estug if the timing goes in his way. 42 seconds left on the clock, oh, definitely going to be really troublesome as he's just dealing some damage but not actually executing the kill.
That's two bullet away shots from finding kills. And now the utmost impersonal challenge from Seiken puts to rest any possible heroics. Clean opening defense from Tribe, and I think a lot of that, again, just comes down to their focus around trailer side, something that we had seen from different Tribe rosters in the past, and it seems to be a moniker of success, at least early here for Tribe as they start their defensive firing range.
It was interesting to put Solo inside of that close range and Space very well. Have the upper hand up against 2 Red and gets that kill off very early on.
What the fuck?
Gets that kill.
¿Ese se metió por la ventana, parecía?
¿Cuál?
Se metió por la ventana del tráiler, ¿no?
Ah, cabrón.
Se bugueó, creo.
Defense for Tribe now has to rotate over. Jez working with Forsaken as Scott will try to get the bomb planted. Trophy system will be used first.
El Scott como no puede ni plantar y se le va la mira, la
A bit of
verdad.
a transition here. Scott will get into trailer.
Pobre
Look at Rehan, number 3 in yellow. He is so far behind this play. No one from Tribe is going to expect this at all. Pistol shot
Qué bueno.
land.
Qué buena
Secondary engagement
espaldeada.
onto Jez. That will work out, and Rehan gets aggressive with the pistol to tie
Y
it
se
at
puede
1-0.
meter por ahí.
Was such a good
Por la,
backside push
por
from
la ventana de
Rehan. We
trailer.
saw it a while ago in firing range up against Luminosity.
Se puede
It
meter
seems
a
like the
trailer
case
por la
here,
ventana de
he's
trailer,
able
me
to
están
time it
diciendo.
right. A while ago, the timing was
No
just not on
mames.
his end. It was kind of slow when it comes to the rotation. Now it is absolutely prime. And now for Devious, trying to go in there again. That
¿Hace
fast push
cuánto
going in through
tiempo?
Alpha will be met by that smoke.
Well, no aggression from Devious, just an opening poke and prod.
¿Tú sabías, Fau?
Commitment towards either side at the moment.
No, no se puede, güey.
Que yo sepa, no se puede.
Puede brincar.
Se puede brincar, claro, pero meterte completamente y luego moverte ahí, ¿no?
No, no se puede.
Desde que actualizaron Firing, dice, desde la temporada pasada.
Claro que
Que sin screen y en el mundial hemos visto intentando meter si no pueden. Pero es muy difícil, dice. Están troleando, esos pendejos. Siempre se ha podido entrar, dice otro. O sea, se buguea, como que entras y puedes contestar el hardpoint incluso. Pero no te metes completamente. Bueno, lo haremos en privada. En privada después.
Will be the first point of contact here for Tribe.
He's got to go.
Hace unos días me pasó, dice.
Does get a check, damage tally, tough gunfight, and Rehan is so slippery.
Después de la optimización de ese mapa se puede. Ah, ok, recién, entonces.
Taken down by Jez very quickly. The team shots from Tribe work out. Esta, I mean, that's just a tough call because he's got the angle to
Se puede
watch over the
salir,
bomb
entrar,
being
no.
planted, but he was forced to take the gunfight. Critical win for Tribe. Get him a steal away round, up now 2-1.
Te tienes que meter por el lado izquierdo de la ventana porque hay algo que te detiene. Ya, voy a ponerlo después. Cata dice pene. Concuerdo. El de Jesus.
And now that trailer control coming from Devious as Zone is going to be right there in their face.
Oh, he's trying to get even further aggressive. A bold call, but it goes 1-for-1.
Ay, el turret.
Shots over the top of barrel. Goodness, what a transfer.
Están jugando como sin aim assist, ¿ves? Como que...
And even though the aggression from Devious looked good, Tribe is still in a very contestable spot. Jez on the backside of this play. Has to win this gunfight in the trigger discipline. Oh, so good.
Solo los fieles pueden pasar por esa ventana, por eso algunos nada con razón. Me faltó probarlo nomás. Seguro hay paso. El yes. El dios del clutch. No, la acabó.
Ese güey, ¿qué pedo que hace? Güey, lo quiere.
No sé. Ay, Dios. Guerra de mancos.
And we go back to level terms.
Rehan again, his plays definitely just putting it in your face.
No sé qué pasó, pero la mujer creo.
Went in there very aggressively, knowing very well that he was going up against a long-range weapon, bringing things close with the CBR. And now we're going to be evened out when it comes to the points. It still will be smoked out, and so far it will be Zone that will be taken down.
Shoddy versus Shoddy action inside a trailer. This time Tribe stack the box. It works out beautifully. Trades continue to come through in favor of the defense space.
La otra sale.
Very early on in the round. Bomb is still in hand for Scott. Someone's gonna have to pull off some miracle
Obviamente necesitas en presencia de los dos más fieles de todo codm.
Yeah, try they're just gonna play off that information, wind down the time very much, and
más fieles que nosotros
be met by Jez.
no hay ninguno. Y abajo nosotros solo están Jesucristo.
Ah, que más infieles que ustedes no hay. Ah, claro.
Más fieles.
No, sí hay, por ahí. ¿Qué tú sabes?
Ah, sí.
Esos hay todos.
A 1v2 situation.
And he's created a lot of space through the defensive side of the map. Both
La Tati, entre más pro, más infieles.
The thing is, he's also
Ay, no.
completely put himself
Ay,
in
no,
a
vienen las...
position to where there's no way he can read what
Entre
Tribe
más
is doing
celosos, más
defensively.
infieles.
And wouldn't you know it?
Ya
all
basta.
three members all stacked at the same
Que
time.
luego sacan clips y...
Has a look at Jez. Shots
Ay,
back,
sí,
but Jez, too much of a
Ahí
power
salen todas las
position,
mujeres
wins
en
the gunfight,
Cata.
puts the
Y
rest
sí.
heroics.
Devious played it well at that round. Obviously, it would be hard.
Todas las afectadas, las damnificadas. Son easy. Envoy dice, lleva como 1 hora este macho que parece, no Envoy juegan bien lento, hermano. Están jugando bien lento. Es el estilo de Nea. Oh shit. Buena, yes. Me mató.
KBR, Stage 5. Es que KBR es el coach de...
Ay, Stage. No, ni con el sniper pueden pegarlo, hermano. Ah, la verga, el reloj. No.
Ese güey.
Están de la verga, hermano. ¿Cuánto tiempo han tenido con el celular? No les puede ir tan mal, weón. El Sigma, así me gustan traumadas.
No,
Ni quien quiera, ni quien quiera.
But look at Devious, they're already clearing out A, so they know for a fact
Ya me arreglé.
that
Ya
this
no me
is
parezco
eventually
a
going to turn
él.
into a B hit. Just comes down to how do you want to set up your retake. The flank is an option, but it's going
Él solo intentando avanzar escondidito, su compañero encima de él.
on the ladder room just to make sure no one hits through the jungle path. Rehan hoping he could find a shot deep through mid.
Sí, no están pegando ni una bala, hermano. Me parece, eso le quitó todo lo... Bueno, igual el nerf ha sido para todos, ¿no? Igual la diferencia a nivel... La verga, ¿qué pasó ahí? La diferencia de nivel se mantiene, ¿no? Pero estamos viendo unas erradas de bala, hermano, que...
Great retake from Devious, knowing very well that, okay, they're not going to be stacking Bravo. So when the plan actually eventually went
Siento que
down,
la
was
jodieron.
so far away when it comes to
Para la fase
the
5 lo hubiesen
gunfights.
dejado,
He
como
was
el año
all the way
pasado.
in through Alpha, and Devious waited for him to rotate together as a unit, and it worked out. Rehan doing a phenomenal
El
job
público
at getting
exige
those
la
plans
cámara
out,
de la
and those
Envoy,
focus
dicen
picks.
en
It's not
YouTube.
going to be the same case here. Tribe goes in there very aggressively into Bravo.
Ya está
Still
puesto
trying to
desde
get that
media
information.
hora.
Ay, perdón. No, quité. Oh, wow. ¿Pero qué ha pasado?
In a spot where once more retake will be required towards this B
Me
site.
bañé.
Scott will confirm that someone slid on.
Chicos, y así es como una mujer le pasa trapito.
I mean, they could play this post play
Así toallitas húmedas, ¿sabes que?
It may just come down to this contact here. Rapalo on the shoulder, Rehan, damage.
Que son para los bebés y ya.
Chance at the shot, but values his life more. Backs off. Next one up is
Si
going to
Envoy
be
se bañara,
right on in through the middle.
luciría como yo.
Envoy después del baño. Sin gorra. Ojo, uy, el Space. Mira, 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 ¿viste eso, hermano? Mira cómo hace el flick de 180 y se le va la mira a la pared.
Y le falló.
Has been the case here every single time in firing range. Devious bringing it very close. That time around, they tried to go in there, bringing their
No,
sniper into
Bryan,
the jungle.
es
That could have been
septiembre.
really great for them if Rehan was
¿Y qué
able
tiene,
to get
hermano?
that scope down.
¿Qué
But it's
pido
still a
con
valiant effort for
ustedes,
them.
güey?
Fast push coming in from Tribe, though, going in through that trailer side, but it is still Devious to
Sí,
try to get those kills.
raritos.
Yeah, well won by two, right? He had to take a couple
Oh.
with him and off the reload. Oh, long
Ah, verdad que
down
Ruiz
for
había
Rapalo,
dicho,
but
¿no?
can't
Septiembre
quite
sin fa.
finish. So Rapalo
Anda ahí intentando.
gets us to a 3v3. He is a bit stuck though at
No,
the moment.
gatito.
Not a lot of help nearby.
El problema es que no está optimizado totalmente. Es lo mismo cuando se usó Red Magic 6 y pasaron al 7 y no tenía buena optimización. No, 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 el Samsung Galaxy S23 ya está optimizado en la versión eSport para 120 FPS. ¿Qué tan bien optimizado? No lo sé, pero ya está. En la global sí no está.
O a lo mejor,
It
o a
is
lo
still a
mejor no.
2v2 though, but Bomb
O
is
tal vez
down.
no, ¿no? Porque, o sea, habían comentado que estaban jugando a 30 FPS Space en Twitter, pero... Y en su stream lo dijo, de hecho Tati lo vio también. Y hay clip de eso, pero en la global, él dijo, en la global estamos jugando a 30 FPS con ese celular.
Es que no creo que en la eSports así un salto de 30 a 120. ¿no?
Claro, y yo dije, no, ¿cómo 30? Eso no existe, eso es como que exagerando mucho. Es como que no le creí. Mira, está la ventana. Uf.
Se intentó meter, pero no pudo.
No pudo. Falló.
And Devious. Rehan is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Deagle in hand doesn't matter. And so far, we need to see
Dice el
Rehan.
Marcos
If
en
you
YouTube,
need to play
son
your life,
virgos, no
that
la
is the
ponen,
number one
entiéndelo.
thing, because once he's alive at the end of the game, Devious
¿Cómo?
finds a way to catch up. Tribe, on the
Argentinos.
other hand, now will try to go in for a three-man push.
Mano, lo
Jungle,
que
try to
falló
get that
Rehan.
information, will be met
Sí, pero es
by
que
one person.
él le metió 15 kills a Sniper, a Luminosil, pero no sé si... No sé, la verdad, media rara la esencia de todo.
He can stand tall in the face of
A
the
la
ball.
bestia,
Tribe
ven eso.
hit. Continual kills coming through. It looks like Tribe
O sea,
getting
si el objetivo no se
comfortably
mueve,
after
tal vez se
sixth
pueden dar.
round. Zolf is in a spot to
Pero ya cuando
possibly
quieren
catch
ellos
one on the edge of
acomodar la
the
mira,
play.
ahí
Not
se les va
gonna
la
work
verga.
out. And yeah, at that range, the shotgun's only going to tickle. Space
Es
kills
que
with
hacer
no
los flicks ha de
worries.
estar
And
muy
now
cabrón.
map point on the line for Tribe.
El iPhone 12 va a 60 FPS, Héctor.
Tribe finally
Es que no
found
se
their
baja.
footing here. Devious needs to find a way to catch up, and Rihan needs to find a way to get that back up from his teammates. Tribe Gaming going to be very much present here in through mid, and they are getting those hit markers, and Rabalo finally gets one, but again, information also given to them. Zolf will be trading.
Wow. Little shotgun aggression coming out from Zolf. Gives defense of Devious a bit of an advantage, but the bomb is still collected by Jez. He's looking to get aggressive. He's moved all the way through. Space is just looking for a pixel to shoot at. And Jez knows that he has isolated himself, and Devious,
Lo vio.
well, they're very aware. Are they? I thought for sure Jez was shot at, but two red.
No he visto ninguna manqueada
look
todavía de
right
ellos.
instead of left. An opening kill comes through. Space follows up, and even though there is an isolated kill on the backside, there's plenty of time here for
El
Space
iPhone
to
13
try to
Pro Max o
weasel
Pro
his way
o
around the
14
map.
Pro o Pro Max va a 120, Enrique.
S-Thug trying to play up top, and he may have seen a laser across the
¿Qué
middle of the
cantidad es la
map.
mejor? La 120 FPS, hermano.
As everything will reset 60 seconds
No lo vio.
There you go, he gets
A la
spotted,
vez.
Space goes down, and
Cuando hacen ese flick, ¿ves? Como que la sensibilidad estándar, la de cámara, cuando voltean sin apuntar, se les va a la verga. ¿No sientes eso? Como si tuvieran una aceleración de velocidad súper alta.
Ajá. Es que se pasan por mucho.
Y no sé por qué no le bajan.
Heavy-handed push here from Tribe over towards B. Will be met by a lot of the defense, and this time it's Forsaken who finds some favor with the pistol. Rian doing what he can for the backside of the boxes, but only gets one. Tribe now with numbers. Scott doing what he can.
Los iPad Pro solamente. Los Air no van a 120. Solo los iPad Pro. Y el 11 Pro Max y el 12 Pro Max no van a 120, aunque pudiesen, porque la pantalla es de 60 Hz. 7.5, ok.
La cara de Scott, ¿eh?
¿Qué?
La cara de Scott.
¿Dónde?
Y salió en chiquito.
¿Qué tiene?
Se veía así como de...
En
shock.
Es que ya su eliminación. Realmente es un sueño, pues, ¿no?
El Seiken parece un hermano chiquito del Space, pero se parece a Bait.
A ver, no me tomo el tiempo de...
Get through this series, get yourself qualified for champs, and then, you know, the monkey's off your back. And you can start playing a little bit more loose. Because I won't lie, even in the midst of this series so far, it does not feel like we're watching Tribe in the same form that they were during the group stage. But it's just enough to this point to get them 2-0 up in the series. And Devious will be required to try to find
A
a way
Bolo
to
le queda bien ser coach. Tipo de esos jugadores como Zidane que luego se hacen técnicos. O Maradona, creo, pero bueno, eso le fue mal, ¿no? Son 3 cupos.
Ese le fue mal. No, sí, no. El puto gato está mordiendo un cable. ¿Qué está haciendo?
A ver, tu gato.
Thank you. I am standing by with
Uy, el Bake,
Luminosity
el
today.
dios.
We saw you
Traducción
play
ahí,
earlier today.
Nix.
So happy to get to speak to you. I know we heard from you at the end of the regular season. And you and Tribe were actually locked before we even went into week 4. Now you see your former team in the lower bracket. What are your thoughts on how this bracket is shaking out?
¿Qué piensa del cambio en el que Tribe está ahorita en el lower bracket?
Going into it, we knew we were going to face Tribe in the winners bracket, but unfortunately, it was a big upset. And now that we have to face Simplicity in 3-0, we have to, come up with new plans to see how to face them, whatever. And if we do end up beating them, we have a free spot going to the grand finals.
And I know that you're looking to grab onto that spot.
Que ahorita están como que sorprendidos que ellos esperaban tener o sea, enfrentarse a Tribe.
So how is your team kind of handling this shakeup from your perspective, being that you got a whole
Y
different
cómo
team?
están ahorita ellos acoplándose al nuevo como que cambio en la alineación desde su perspectiva.
But even though they beat Tribe and they're in the position that they are, we can't underestimate them. We gotta keep going and
Que a pesar de que Mayhem esté
that
en
can be
upper,
basically bite us in the back.
no, no los pueden,
Has been the name of the game. We're looking forward to
no
that
los pueden
matchup later
subestimar.
on. Thanks for joining me.
Well, on top of that,
Yeah.
hope that Vague starts to
Yeah.
feel a little bit better. I know he's been a little
Yeah.
under the weather since finding himself in Seattle. So
Fino,
best wishes
fino,
out to you,
fino.
buddy, as we'll see him and the rest of LG take on that Mayhem squad in the upper bracket finals. But again, looking back at this,
3-1 dice la predicción de Tribe.
if not
Vamos
the most
2-0, vamos
anticipated
a
matchup of the bracket, at least the second most anticipated as we try to qualify the third team to join
Vamos,
LG
Mason.
and Mayhem to represent North America World Championships. And
¿Tú crees que le va a ganar a Luminosi?
they're waking up a little bit. I still need to see something that would really solidify them as a major threat for the championship. Because even still, they're being tested in a major way.
Definitely, it's so hard going up against teams
Un
like
poquito,
LG and
complicado.
Tribe in your
Aunque
run
3-0 le
here.
metió
So,
Tribe.
the
No sé.
last ditch effort will be in
No creo.
control,
Hasta
which is
quinto
the
mapa
best
te
case
puedo
scenario
decir
for
que
them,
puede
that
haber.
will be on raid.
Pero lo terminaría
Granted, it is
ganando el
up
eje,
against a
según mi
Tribe
punto de
game
vista.
that they're so good at raid as well, just providing so much more pressure. Even though it was close a while ago up against Mayhem, definitely very doable for them to make it very
Venga,
close here,
perdida.
as it was close in this S&D.
It just, it's one of those things for this Tribe team. The thing that's felt off right now is the fact that this was the most
Con
dominant response
Space
team in the group
como
stage.
el
And we
Invader.
just have not seen
Ya
the
llegó
same
el
shades of
cabrón.
that yet. And I think, again, being tested by Devious at a search and destroy map, that's kind of neither here nor there. I think
Ya
Devious
tiene
played this
rato.
map pretty darn well.
Ya se va a
They
salir.
obviously learned when their matchup against LG.
Ya se va a
but
grabar, recién pregunto.
it does feel like
Ya.
something needs to come through here for
Ya me voy a
Tribe,
jubilar.
just to kind of really, again,
Y
boast
sí,
the
hoy
opportunity for them to
bien
play for that
rico.
number one seed, pending, of
¿Cómo?
course,
Uy,
that they
sí.
even make it through this Devious team in the first place. Because as
Ruco.
much as I think there's
Ah.
a lot of people out there looking at a 2-0 tally in the map count saying that Tribe should
Bien
cruise
rico,
into that
cuchillo.
third position, if Devious can find a way to win this map number 3, it's a wild card summit hardpoint, and then an express
El
search and destroy, which
Dios.
they're not going to be particularly
Saludando ahí en el
seed.
rebaro,
So,
¿no?
I think this is definitely a map set
Ya se
that
saludó,
gets
le dije
longer,
ahorita, le
and
mandé por
Devious is gonna
Insta que
start
me
to feel more
saludara.
confident in it, just
Ahí
come
está,
back
un
and they
besito
actually
también.
get to that fourth map
El
in the first
rebalo.
place.
Absolutely right. You just hit it right on the nail
Yes,
where
but
Tribe needs to end it now, or Devious will have more of an upper hand the longer that this game pulls
Chinga.
through, because the
Le
match
rompió los
kind
audífonos
of
a mi
favor them
hermano.
at the
Ay,
end of the day.
pendejo.
So both teams
¿Esos qué
still have a lot
audífonos
of
serán
work
los que
to do.
tienen ahí?
Devious, it's not over for you yet.
Han de ser
Still
la
more
Son los de
something
la
what we
ESL,
saw a while
¿no?
ago,
Los,
Tribe
no, los del
performing
ESL
that
no los
raid
CDL.
control, man, that was definitely
Creo.
very close.
Tienen
Every
el logo
match
de la
we've had here so
ESL.
far in this day number one was
Pero
very
que-
close, but here we go. We're gonna start
Ok,
things
mapita
here.
que domina Tribe supuestamente.
It's gonna be very close here as Devious. This is their last
Son
fighting
audífonos
chance.
militares, dice.
Here we go, map number 3. Big shout outs to our presenting sponsor, the Snapdragon.
Nix no busca novio, pregúntale por favor, Brian. Pregunta Héctor Serrano en YouTube.
No busco novio, gracias.
Anda en busca, anda en busca.
No estoy en busca de novio.
No busca, ya los encuentra.
Yo no los encuentro, solitos llegan, pero no estoy interesado.
And now when it comes to the gunfights, it is
¿De qué
Tribe,
tanto
the
te ríes
majority
con
of
los
them
oídos,
possibly
Cami?
getting even
¿De qué
further
tanto te
in,
ríes?
winning
Quiero
in
también
the
que me
gunfights
cuentes
here,
un
clearing
chiste.
out so
¿Cuál es el
much
chiste,
space and
Brian?
able to shut down all of the players that
Yo
he's
estoy
being up
luchando.
against Devious.
Lo sé, Rixito.
Man, this is just
No busca, ya le
amazing
llegan.
play.
La son.
Indeed it is. Devious over towards B though. Still a chance to keep this offense in grip. Stop the
Mi
clock
corazón le
at 51
pertenece a
seconds.
Seiken. Es broma,
The
es broma.
Tribe looking to kind of set up a bit of a spawn trap here. I mean, they are all over the back line of Devious, but this has costed them in terms of the clock.
El fabuloso
Solo
se ríe
getting
porque es
control over
igual,
towards
dice
Art.
la Tati.
Only one more member to find. That's going to be number 4.
¿Cómo que igual,
And
Vicky?
Doug, who definitely has the opportunity and ability to finesse this a little while longer, and that's
Héctor
exactly why.
dice,
It takes two individual gunfights.
al
Second
cabo
to
que
the
todas son
progress now
iguales.
locked.
Gracias.
Will be traded out, but the rest
Sí,
of
y
the team
luego
is already finding some
son
success,
peores
moving to the bottom side of the map
Ay,
with
no,
eyes
nada.
towards A.
And now for Devious. as a
Gustavo
Tribe
dice,
player,
Brian, ¿tú andas en busca de
spot here,
novio?
full-sided Tiki as well. Have to
Ya tengo
worry
ya,
about the
fabuloso.
one last player in Tribe,
¿Qué
and
pedo,
he's just
Brian?
supporting
Ay,
a lot
¿Qué
of
pedo?
boys here.
Ya
Seiken
me iba a
goes
desconectar,
down.
ya me iba a
And
desconectar.
Devious not wanting to go
Go
in there,
Mayhem,
touch
dice
that
Envoy.
A-side, but they definitely want to get that kitchen control. Tribe, on the other hand, will have
Perdóname por la
control
cochina.
here.
Voy a dar
in the
sorpresa,
back
de
wall,
verdad.
and
Bueno,
will
ojalá,
definitely
vamos a
just
ver.
allow so much more defensive
pedo?
presence here on that A-side.
Yeah, Devious is getting a little bit too
Mistaken.
cute here, just not committing to one side or the other, and now all of a sudden
No,
you're
está muy
down on
chiquito.
lives and you're down on the clock. Rihan, backside pool, gets one. But
Ay, no llega,
he
eso sí
actually
fue
turns
muy...
into a solo capture. He's got one more member around him.
¿Qué?
Rabalo will call the
Perdóname por la
missile.
cochinadota que estoy a punto de hacer. Pues,
Supongo que...
Sí, estoy esperando que escriba algo. No imaginándome que se va a hacer algo.
¿Qué le pasó a las trenecitas? Ya me las quité, es que me las puse en la nota porque si me
Ay, el aim.
That was good. Even though Devious was able to
5000 Adri. Puedes ganar Adri on Cube pases de batalla con los puntos que ganas viendo el stream o comentando los videos de YouTube. De hecho, hoy día sorteamos eso de ahí. Hoy día sorteamos un pase de batalla con todos los que han comentado los últimos 2 videos de YouTube. ¡Salud! Solamente comentando los 2 últimos videos de YouTube ya participas.
¿Sí leíste esto? Dice, Nico está haciendo que la gente pierda septiembre. ¿Septiembre qué, güey? El grito de la independencia, qué putas.
They don't actually lock the first tick do tribe. A chance maybe to put it to rest here, but still the contest is in, and finally that last 1v1 for Solo will continue building progress for Tribe on A while off respawn.
Ganó Tribe Luis. Va 2-0.
Both sides are being threatened at the moment as that Bravo finally gets that first tick of progress. Solo able to kind of literally solo hold that
No sé qué estoy haciendo para que ustedes
down, and now finally we do
no
get to
hagan
see a
el
little bit of
septiembre sin
firepower
fa.
from Rihan with the Annihilator, but he will not spot
T-Bane nuevamente en loser bracket.
that was trying to get that third tick down.
That's
And
Rihan.
it's so difficult because they're just not giving anything away.
Yeah, I just don't love that Annihilator call. He's essentially on an island by himself, just trying to wallbang with it, and even though these exit kills look decent on paper, the extra 60 seconds has already been tallied, and Tribe are winning gunfights over towards poolside. This is how it happens, friends. Scott with War Machine.
Es de Tribe ya, ¿no?
S-Thug doing the same with the Sparrow, but Smokes will completely cover the front side of this A zone. Progress being made on the second tick. Scott and S-Thug do find a couple of kills, but Tribe still threatening as the second tick of progress is looking like it should be locked, and there it is. Scott up top, deals with a couple. Jez has the Annihilator out in hand, and he will actually be shut down, so good recovery.
No, hasta para cuando Scott quiere quitar la mira, sigue disparando solo.
And also for Zolf, he
Está
could
todo
actually
bugueado.
potentially get out and take out his operator skills, and 2 ready, so he had the claw out. Still definitely applied a lot of pressure into
Yes,
mid,
2
and
kills.
now
Ah, recién
Devious
veo,
still has the
hermano. What the
advantage
fuck.
here. In the life count, 2 lives above him, and now a minute and 27 a lot of time for
Bien
Tribe,
raras las
like they don't have
partidas
any
así.
kind of
La
map control
cagaron.
whatsoever here.
7v8. Zolf, the only one who could possibly bring an operator into play, but he's in respawn mode right now. S-Thug popping out 100 killer drone, hoping for something. Contacts starting to be made. Tribe looking to get a setup together, but it's all in pieces. And really, you look to Solo to maybe have to be a catalyst to get this offense going because they're being held at the front door. Purifier gets called for Zolf. He takes care of the threat and then down towards Tiki. S-Thug does well to take down a couple. And just when Tribe
¿Cuál sería la clase que ellos usan con la LK trae? Mira, la de Lucas, ¿sí?
Le quitan el desactivar nada más.
And that is Rihan just getting that last kill, and finally they're up on the board. Tribe Gaming will now be on the defensive side where they had a little bit more of a fun time. A while ago, Devious is far away. They need to find a way to win this offensive round just in case it gets into a round number 5, which will definitely be so difficult at the very end. Again, mid-presence is definitely going to be very much difficult for Tribe Gaming to have, as Devious is going to win a lot of their gunfights there.
Good opening through the middle of the map and over towards
Como cuando el nivel no es tan alto al que estamos acostumbrados, se siente todo raro el juego, ¿no?
Se ve todo raro.
Bien X. Pero bueno, confío que el de Luminosity contra Team Mayhem va a estar bueno.
Va a estar bueno.
Confío. Y te lo vas a perder tú.
No, ¿cómo se alcanza?
Así será la fase 5 para no darla. No creo, Tati, ya hay con meses de acostumbrarse a este teléfono. Ya mira, encima él quiere entrar a la puerta y se choca con la pared. ¿Qué es eso? Acá lo que vamos a ver es quién tiene mejor proceso de adaptación a cambio. Un Mayor Rush, por ejemplo, me he dado cuenta que se ha adaptado bastante bien a un nuevo celular. Se ha adaptado bastante bien su propio sistema nervioso, su memoria muscular. El stug.
Ah, ese güey pega con un Nokia.
Let's just get this thing
Tap tan
around more
rápido.
comfortably. Raballo looking to try to get his team back in the mix, and whoa, they do pop the EMP here. Both
Te creo que la remonta de ellos.
the advantages that have already been
19-10.
built. I don't know if I love that call, if I'm being completely
No,
honest.
se lo meo.
You had the whole world was your oyster essentially in front of you. 18 plays 6. That is an investment that may come back to bite DVS.
Oh, la verga. Él es tú.
Question marks right here. I
Triple
mean,
kill
even if
con
they
Blade.
didn't use the EMP, the Preddy, they still would have won it through gunfights. It could definitely bite them in the butt, like what you mentioned, because this is definitely a do-or-die situation for them. They have 3 operators in the ready, and
Se
Tribe
escucha
also have
doble.
3 to play with.
Nix,
This would
mutea todo
have been a
esto.
way for them to just take him out and just end the game here.
Go to the more favorite side of the map as well, so having things like a Fred and an EMP could just put this out of contest.
No, está siendo muteado.
Did have a really solid finish to that last round, so he's been able to earn up some pretty good streaks of his own. Pred Missile called in early, Hunter Killer to follow. 2 life advantage for Devious off the opening rip. Jez looking to get over to assist on towards B. First tick of progress going to be locked. Raballo, tough gun fight, almost lines up too, but Scott provides the trade, and now Devious can work on their retake. Around the back, pinch looking good. And even though Tribe are still making some progress here at B, will they get the second tick locked in time? Yes, they will. Jez steps off, holds his life, and wait a second, Tribe still have numbers here, so Devious once again kind of dropped the ball, and we're going to get an extra 60 seconds on the climb here for Tribe Gaming.
But take a look at the life count as well. Devious is trying to get that secured as well. That allows Scott to get that ready, gets that double. And he's been so good and patient here in through gallery.
Stoje Rijaman por ahí, 27-28.
But unfortunately for him, goes down.
It's not done yet, but the life lead is significant for Devious. Second EMP that's been earned is immediately popped. Rehand in a little bit of trouble. Taken down by Forsaken. But still a couple of kills come the way of Devious. Tribe just trying to survive through the EMP, and they will do so. Lots of operators at the ready space. Will kick things off with the Sparrow. Looking to open up something in through mid-kitchen.
Ojito el Alex, ya no sé si estoy viendo a Stug o a Fabuloso. Increíbles. La otra, síganme en Instagram.
And they're going to be fully stacked. They have the operators to play with on both ends. 6 plays 14, and now a minute on the clock. And Tribe trying to go in there for the long rotation. Instead, Saken will only be met by 1 player. Information already given to Devious that there will be a claw in this area, and it will be heavily stacked.
There's still plenty of time. They can actually pull this spawn trap together. The life count goes down to a 6v9. Hold on a second. Tribe have gotten some space to work with, and boy, are they ever using it. Chad's looking for the jump peaks. Maybe better than his jump shot down here over towards the bottom of the map, but just can't quite land any of the connections. And that will eventually get Devious back on their feet defensively.
Los de Latam tienen Samsung todavía. No.
They're going to use everything to try to get this map done and dusted. But still 40 seconds on the clock. Tribe could continue to try to play around jungle side. Pred Missile going to be earned.
Es una buena época para en Latam comprarse un celular, para cambiar a Samsung.
No more respawns from either side.
No hay MMS en un mes.
Still the ones who have to find a way to make a play over towards A, and Devious are not getting rid of any of these power positions. Someone has to be a hero.
Pero ni en pedo vendo mi rock con
Going to be looked at by 2 different members up close and personal. Saul, first one, drops. Now the slide shell.
Ay, Dios. El aim está para la verga, man.
Find themselves a map win.
Mira eso de 6 que no tiene.
Slowly but surely, Devious is collecting their wins, collecting these rounds, and
Puede que se cumpla la predicción del chat.
definitely giving them a little bit more of an
3-1.
here, a definite confidence.
Yo dije
boost for
3-1,
this
yo
team.
dije 3-1.
As you can see,
El
reverse
Hacks,
sweep
muy contento el
is
Hacks
losing,
porque ya ganaron un mapa.
looming right there in the distance.
¿Hacks es el de rojo?
Devious though, really
Sí.
good
Obvio.
positioning when it comes to that
Voy a poner
operators.
acá como
They
la
played it
streamer.
well, they timed it really well. It was very tight though up against Tribe, but we're gonna turn
Mientras
things
como.
around and possibly get a very, very close summit gameplay as well later on. But I like what I'm seeing here in Raid, and it looks like something's wrong with Tribe's gameplay here in this map.
Devious, though, I think the overarching point is there's got to be a very big deep breath and sigh of relief there because, again, you go back to round 3. We're calling it Pred Missiles and EMPs when you have a 10 life lead.
Te los dije, 3-1, dice José, en YouTube.
It just felt strange for them to make those calls, and it, again, almost
Exagera tu rostro para los memes.
here at the
Mi
end.
cara es un meme.
Nearly tried able to get this to
Cualquier
around
cosa que
5.
haga con mi cara es un meme.
Regardless of how it happened nonetheless. And Devious, as you mentioned, will be very happy to get, I would say, the highest obstacle for them to hurdle out of the way here in this reverse sweep. And I think the thing about it is, in the effort, S-Thug with an AR in hand was just undoubtable, which is something that we're going to have to see as we take the conversation eventually over towards Summit. He finishes 30 and 13. Rehead 16. The forefront
Estadísticas.
here for Divas when it comes down to that surviving in the series.
It is definitely important to know that when it comes to Tribe's gameplay, they were still very good in this map.
Ya saben quién
Able to equalize
poseyó
the
la
lives even though there was so much far away, and able to capitalize on the mistakes of Devious, but at the very end of the day, Devious still won that fair and square. And now we're headed into a Summit hardpoint where the last time that we saw these teams play, these two teams, they played it in Summit, and Tribe Gaming won that very convincingly. And it looks
Gente,
like
qué raro se ve Bryan.
maps like these, they have a little bit more confidence here.
The thing about it, though, again, I just got to kind of get to the macro picture for you guys at home. As much as we've continued to tout the success of Tribe in the respawn, one thing we have not mentioned yet is that overall, Tribe Gaming's map fluency was very limited. They were really only playing a couple of maps. And Summit was not one of them in the midst of the play through hardpoint for Tribe. So that's why I look at this map overall. And even though Devious does not hold a particularly great record on it from their group play, they did get a lot of rehearsal. And this is a wild card map. Literally one single rotation between P3 and P4 open this map up completely for you, and I think this is a map that doesn't necessarily punish you for bad operator usage. You can get away with a couple of things because the map is so one-dimensional when it comes down to you're inside the hardpoint, pop an operator, you're probably going to be fine with it.
This is the type of map where things can definitely get close. We've seen so many times where it'll be a 250, 249. Let's see if it's going to be the case here. Devious slowly but surely trying to get that win, trying to still be here, clawing their way to getting these kills down.
Este es más de Devious,
You often expect at a 50-50 hill. Tribe do find the ability to kind of get themselves in for at least a little bit of time. S-Thug just kind of holding his life. He was looking for maybe a little bit of assistance to clear off this top hallway, and that moment of apprehension leads to Tribe winning a number of key gunfights. Rehan tried to get it done himself, shut down by Solo, help from Jez around the outside, and Tribe Gaming still in control of P1.
This is the thing though, looking at the kind of gun weapons and also the selections that they had, it is Devious having a little bit more of that AR control, but it is different.
Dresa, y falta jugar esto, que acá vemos al eliminado del Stage 4 NA. Una vez que pase esto, bienvenido Dark, ya vamos a tener los 3 clasificados. Y van a jugar por la Winner Bracket Luminosity contra Team Mayhem para ver quién avanza a la gran final con un mapa a favor. Gracias, Owiwi. No mames. Mira eso de regalo, hermano. Qué vergüenza mostrar eso así en el mundial. El caster no sabe ni qué decir. Nada, debieron de darle más tiempo, hermano. Ni yo, hoy día en la madrugada, veo con el Batalla. Definitivamente es el celular, no ayuda en el aim assist tampoco, seguro.
Two red spawns right beside him, and it is still going to be yellow here in P2. And eventually Babalo gets that essential 2K, but you see Devious is just literally going to be right there.
You can't hold off though if you're Devious. You have to continue to play for this hard point time. There's still so much time left before you have to worry about this rotation.
Yo creo que es el teléfono. Cuidado. En tus piernas.
No, es mi rodilla nada más.
Sí, por eso no lo dejas alzar mucho.
Every kill is a big kill here. Devious on their rotation.
Solo se mi rodilla yo de.
Tries to hold off the rotation. Couple of trades come out. Keep your eye on the minimap, and yeah, spawns will be blocked. Every kill continues to be important here in the backside of the hard point. Tribe finding a couple of kills, but from the front, Devious have a chance to break this wide open. Tribe space, looking to get back into the hard point with the Sparrow, and that may be the Scott is deep though, and hold on a second. Devious are still in a spot to possibly contest, but every gunfight that gets lost leads the Tribe getting more and more solid on the hard point, and only 20 seconds down, Tribe have gained control.
And that was a 50-50 start of the hard point where they were actually spawning all across the map. It was absolute chaos. Now brings the Purifier, but in a really bad spot where Tribe players
es increíble, ¿no? Como se adapta tan rápido al juego, al meta. Volvió literalmente que una semana antes lo pusieron en el equipo ya.
I don't love this timing from Tribe's rotation.
Y ahora está demostrando cómo se adapta al nuevo celular también. O sea, él tiene algo de él mismo, ¿me entiendes? De algo fisiológico, biológico de él.
Ese güey tiene el nivel para estar en el eje, en cualquier equipo. Sí.
Will win the rotation for now. Lots of space for Devious to get themselves set up. Jez with the early annihilator, playing just over the top of the forklift. Looking for someone to take a shot at. First contact is good. Freehand says not interested, tries to back away, but the rest of Tribe Gaming starts to come through. But an aid comes out from Two Red's hands. Hold on a second, and all of a sudden Rehand can get on in. Play from the backside of the snowpath also available for Devious, but the kills just aren't there. Tribe once again continue to beat the kill feed up, and with that they will again find control.
It is going to be Tribe that are getting a lot of these kills down, but it is still Devious trying to hang on by of their own, but it is still Tribe essentially to get majority of the points down here. 25 seconds is still a lot of time to play with, and it is
Lo importante es que la señorita no vuelva a mostrar el fondo de pantalla, eso sí es causal de ban o algo así. ¿Qué? Ya vi en su fondo de pantalla. Ya vi en tu fondo. Ah, ok. A la verga. Acá en un torneo de gallinas.
Are simply put outslaying Devious, and that's the reason that we have this slim margin that we currently do. And that may actually be a bit of a lifeline for Devious. I mean, they have to be feeling pretty lucky that they're only down 10 points. And
Es Julio García, nunca ha escrito, primera vez que escribe. Y lo primero que escribe es hola, la chica que está en la pantalla. Es Sims. Maneno, la verga.
And now it is P2 control for Tribe, and an essential power position that you need to have for you and able to defend here this P1. So far, it will be Tribe to go in.
Yo les gano con ese aim que se cargan. No, sí, los pones ahorita contra cualquier equipo de Latam y se los van a nukear, ¿no? Era broma, Zen, desbanéalo.
No lo baneé.
Would look to be a lot of space given up and a lot of vacancy for Tribe to get a setup. It eventually turned to, once again, the SMGs just wrecking havoc over the top of the hard point. So, Devious with a small lead. Hard point will expire. We'll open things back up over towards the catwalk. S-Thug in their way. Couple of kills through mid. Grabala looking for the trade. S-Thug. Oh, he predicts it.
A la verga.
Eso que...
¿Viste ese flick de Grabala?
Güey, se pasó de...
Qué pedo. Da risa verlo jugar así, güey.
O sea, están ahorita a nivel de Europa, creo.
Y de la arrancada, güey. No pudo hacerle 180, no, hizo un, no sé, 78, hermano. Cualquier cosa menos 180.
And now our attention has to go to number 5 in yellow. Scott by himself out towards the outside of
estoy
P3,
quedando
but he
ahorita
gets
con
shut
el chat,
down.
ni siquiera estoy poniendo
And
la
over through
atención.
Silo, now Tribe have again the setup that they want.
Empatado.
¿Estarán
jugando a 120 FPS?
No, es que bueno, creo, güey.
Un poco de... A la verga, el Jeff. Regalo sí está más cómodo, ¿eh? Oh, guate, ese prete entró, ¿qué pedo? No, si los pones contra Lucas en Rockfon, no, man.
No,
lo noquea, sí, yo sí. Disparan a todo y luego al enemigo. Sí, tienen la sensibilidad estándar muy alta, creo yo, y luego lo acomodan ya apuntando.
Every contest second is a major second here for Devious. The fact that, again, they lost rotation to P3, but they only find themselves down about 10 points, heading over to P4, is, again, kind of miraculous news. Operators also at the ready for Devious as they look to rotate over in towards P4. Space for the rest of the Tribe, working through the high ground, seeing if they can find an opening, but none are there.
No veo mucho el cabro, es que es Summit, hermano.
Shut down by Scott anchoring in the spawns, and now S-Thug will reinforce with the Sparrow out. Opening time good for Devious, looking to reclaim the lead, but hold on. Tribe already making a play through the backside of Snow. There's an opportunity where they can flip the spawns around, and they will. Now it just comes down to can they get the kills to break the hard point. S-Thug inside, does well to keep going back
Venido
and forth,
Chronic.
but Tribe, again, with the proximal spawns can reinforce faster.
It is still Devious touching the point from the front, and they're so good at contesting
Mala
and also
verga, ese es tú.
denying Tribe as much points as they can get, even though they have the more favorable spawn. One last push from Devious to try and contest this spot. 26 seconds left on the clock, and still very few points ahead of them. And
Sí, Whiskas. Lo mandé a la Valorous Bracket y este partido es el que elimina a uno o al otro.
With 2 kills is just insane.
I mean, that is just miracle work from Tribe. I don't know how they find a way to sneak through as they did to flip the spawns around, and then Rapallo just solo.
Ese teléfono debe estar ahorita por lo menos en 60 FPS. Sí, yo siento que para que estén así, porque no mames, ya han tenido más de una semana, no pueden estar así. O sea, no se puede ya. En una semana no juegas así. Yo creo que no están acostumbrados al cambio de FPS, tal vez, ¿no fue aún?
Es que, güey, el cambio de FPS yo creo que es el que más se nota. No tanto las sensibilidades, yo creo que...
Pero, o sea, entonces no van a 120.
No saben. Pero pareciera que van a 24 FPS.
Digo yo.
¿Ese celular está a la venta? Recién debe haber salido, ¿no?
Es que por eso te digo, ¿sabes?
Claro, necesitarán una actualización de sistema todavía. Brian, no veo traer el nivel de Luminosity. No, estamos viendo cualquier cosa. Ninguno está ahorita a nivel T1, hermano. Tienen su talento ahí, tienen algo, pero están luchando contra la sensibilidad del celular y todo lo demás. Igual yo he visto que ese Samsung tiene respuesta táctil de 200 y algo, una cosa así. Cualquier celular que se caliente, Quiroz, se empieza a laguear. Es la pantalla, solo responde a 240 Hz. Ah, ya ves, eso es lo que decía justamente Garo, acabo de poner. Yo había leído e investigado ese celular y la respuesta táctil es de 240. Los Rock Phone son de 720 y el Red Magic es de 960. Entonces la respuesta táctil obviamente es... Y encima, y te va a ir fluido a 120 y no te va a responder como te respondía tu Rock Phone, vas a sentir esa diferencia más fuerte, ¿no?
Va a ganar Devious. Tienen rotación. Tienen rotación. GG, Tribe.
Empatan ahí.
Si no hacen este break, GG.
Ay, el Stug, hermano. 45. Está como si jugara en el rock con él.
Si no hace este break, ay no, qué pendejo, güey. ¿Cómo?
Tienen operadores igual los de ellos ahí.
Uy, es que no mames.
Pero no les han roto el respawn todavía, ¿eh?
No, todavía no. Ese de nieve lo tienen que matar.
Ay, el Puri ese. Zulf la cagó ahí.
Con uno adentro del punto está muy cabrón.
La cagó Zulf. Es que todo estaba cubierto y Zulf tenía purificador. Pero si ahí Zulf la cagó.
No, más.
Se les infiltró soy quien. No, y ya no ganan ya con ese hardpoint. Trae necesita meterse un segundo literalmente. Tiene que meterse, tiene que meterse. Ya está. Uy, y los otros rotaron primero, no mames. Ok, ya la salvó. ¿La salvó? Sí, la salvaron.
Güey, GG Tribe, cabrón. GG Tribe,
No te creo, les ganaron la rotación. Llegó Seiken, no, mató a Riham.
Salieron en SIDA. No, va a ganar Tribe, güey, porque salieron en SIDA y los otros. Sí,
no. Uy. Ay.
Es que salieron en SIDA, en amarillo.
Creo que Devious se enfocó en el punto para intentar ganarla, no dejando el respawn, ¿no? Y trae por la rotación, por el camino justamente donde estaba rotando, hizo que aparezcan ahí los que iban muriendo. Fue improvisación y suerte, ¿no? Y error de Debbie, pues. Por la locura del momento, no se ordenaron para defender ese punto y mantener el respawn. Y trae por justamente donde rotaba. Al mismo tiempo, mientras ellos rotaban y ya tenían una posición, entre comillas, de respawn, los que murieron aparecieron cerquita y GG's. Cosas que pasan en segundos que ya los jugadores no la piensan.
Deberían jalarse esto.
Ahí, por ejemplo, ahí si los 3 del punto 1 se hubieran salido a container, gana.
Ya estaba, claro, defendía bien, pero estaban todos ahí enfocados a lo loco. Capaz en ese momento ya. Todo muy peleado, ¿eh? Y ahora se viene algo que debería estar más peleado todavía. A ver las estadísticas.
Güey, les duque es otro pedo, güey, te lo juro, ese güey es, no sé.
51 kills, 36. Con LK24 en su.
Güey, Jesse de 52 y estaba jugando con corta, cabrón.
Ah, verga, no, yes.
Desde las primeras partidas de Costa Sur.
Yo creo que ha movido Sensi, porque la anterior se hizo 8, creo. 5 kills. El Yes, ¿no? En el control. Y ahora 52. ¿No? Ahora la partida, la final de la Winner Bracket.
Crazy scenes. But with that, Tribe Gaming will qualify as our 3rd team from North America to make it to World Championships. We've got Gabby down on the floor getting the post-game reaction.
Oh my god, se viene tu team, Nix.
Thank you so much. I wanted to speak
Uy, está el papi. El papi Revalo. ¿Qué dice? ¿Qué dice, Nix?
I mean, it's no surprise that many were surprised to find Tribe in this position. Can you tell me how you were handling
Te echo las cejas, ¿eh?
to make sure you were prepared going
Me la
into
voy
the
a hacer
game?
también.
We just like I mentioned, we lost to Simplicity, which is Team Mayhem. We talked with the team, we told each other like it's all good, you know, like we've been in this position last year and we came back and that's what we did. We went to the reset and it was like a new series. We just played like a new team and we basically won.
Yeah, and this win came off of
No
some
escuché la
massive play from
pregunta, pero
yourselves,
dijo
some big
que
numbers put up. The casters
pues todo fue cuestión de mental, de mantenerse unidos y enfocarse en ganar.
After the first series against Team Mayhem,
Yo
I had to
escuché,
step it up, you know, like I've been the core player for the
y me
team,
gustan las
you
tortas.
know, and then I was like, you know, it's my time to shine, you know, so I did what I could do. I tried my best and, you know, it paid off well and we won.
Speaking of that
Dice
previous series,
que
Jesus saves you
él no se iba a quedar pues con las manos cruzadas y que iba a buscar su momento, bueno, más bien, él siente que es el momento de él pues de destacar y
I would
pues
say we're pretty aggressive, you know, we are the most aggressive team, you know. If we gotta
son el equipo más agresivo.
play passive. We play passive, we gotta be aggressive, we play aggressive, you know, and against Devious, we have to be aggressive, you know, to show our dominance, to show who we are, you know, and then that's what we did, and we basically secured the spot for stage 5.
Yeah, there's
Ay, que pues tuvieron que...
Ambos son equipos agresivos.
Ajá.
Y que jugaron agresividad con agresividad.
Siendo el equipo de ellos, o sea, siendo ellos el equipo más agresivo, competían con jugadores, bueno, contra equipos pasivos que sabían como que superarlos en las jugadas y pues igualarse en ese sentido, como que también jugar pasivo.
And I know later on in the show we'll be talking about that stage 5 security, but I do want to say congratulations right now because that's a
O sea, ellos saben que son un equipo agresivo o el más agresivo de todos y ellos dicen que pues tuvieron que calmarse un poquito para no ir tan a lo loco, no estaban jugando muy modo China. Y fue lo mismo que dijo el de Team Mayhem Jesus, que sabían que Tribe era muy agresivo y pues le jugaron más a esperarlos y así ganaron 3-1. Interesante, interesante. Después Nix, ¿te fuiste? Y ahora Se viene la final winner bracket. Pero la verdad hemos visto muchas manqueadas, ¿eh? Parece que se le hubieran dado el celular hoy día, una cosa así.
Es que si no mames, se pasan de ver. El Sdu juega igual.
Ese tipo está loco, man. ¿Pero qué habrá pasado? Algo diferente debe tener. Oye, el RJ, que es nuestro editor de YouTube y de... Bueno, de YouTube y de clips y highlights en Instagram de Reels, ha hecho un video, lo voy a poner acá. Una vez nada más va a salir. Y el título es Nix y dura 5 segundos.
¿Qué?
El título es Nix y dura 5
Ya me
segundos.
voy. Ay.
Vale. Mira tu video.
¿Dónde?
Espérate, esto es muy grande.
Oh.
O sea, qué pendejo este cabrón.
The Snapdragon Pro Series.
Ok. Predicciones para el siguiente juego. Es larga, dice mamá.
Yo digo que gana Team Mayhem 3-2.
Team Mayhem 3-2.
Ujú.
1, 2, 3. ¿Qué dice el chat? ¿Qué?
Pasó el RJ, pero buen video que me lo pasé. Bye, ya me voy.
Dale. 3-2 dice el chat. Lo voy a poner de una vez más. Me mamo. 3-2 Team Mayhem, 3-2 Team Mayhem, dice igual ahí que Fau. 3-2 para Mayhem. Ok, 3-0 LG, dice el Chris. Perdón, el Razer, el Chris dice 3-2 LG, 3-1 Luminosity, 3-1 Team Mayhem. Oli dice Team Mayhem 3-2. Neil Sublime es 3-0 LG, ¿qué? LG 3-2. Team Mayhem 3-2. ¿Y por qué no juegan Tribe y Luminosity? Porque Tribe perdió, hermano, contra Mayhem. Mayhem le ganó 3-0. Acá está, abajo mío está el... cómo ha quedado todo. Y a la derecha las predicciones. Uy, una entrevista, a ver.
Between, I know you asked for one, but it would be between two of my teammates, and unironically, it's either going to be Kings or Pepe. I think.
Pau, te toca aprender cámara, ¿no?
With the physical aspect of things.
¡Vergación!
The grit of not quitting, not becoming mentally weak, and like you know what, F this, we're gonna die. Like I've had enough. Like you know, that grit, that mental strength. I'm gonna say Kings at the end of the day, yeah, because.
Pero en lo que empieza, voy a bajar por comida para aprender cámara.
Va. El área dice, dile a Fabu que es la mufa más grande del mundo.
Puta madre.
I was kind of seem kind of dumb, that's why I don't know.
If I was stranded and had to pick one codmobile player,
Va.
oh, I don't know.
Creo que ahorita podemos aprovechar.
One, I'll either pick solo, cause you know solo is tall and big, and no, but I do a lot. Or I'll pick someone like maybe like my teammate Jesus, cause you know it does have the brains and stuff. It's pretty smart, so well, one or two matter.
Sí, podría. No, pues comemos con... Gasté al hardpoint, dice Giovanni. Que lleguemos a 500 likes, hermano. Si llegamos a 500 likes en YouTube, la casteamos. Ay, otra vez el video. Verlo acá. Y ok. Ahí está ya las predicciones del chat, muchachos. Creo que todo se ve bien. Dejen ese like en YouTube, no se olviden dejar ese like. Voy a mandar noti para este último match en Trovo. A ver. Voy a volver a poner ese video, creo, ¿eh? Me da mucha risa. el coach de Team Mayhem es el ex coach de Inco. Sí, creo que sí, si mal no recuerdo. La fase 4 es la más floja de todas. Es que es por nivel, hermano. Es por el celular nuevo que les han dado. Entonces no se puede... Sí. ¿Qué pasa? No votes nada. Ajá. Buena misa. Gracias por esa rosita. Y ese video lo hizo al RJ, nuestro editor de YouTube. Chicos, aprovechando esta pausa, les quiero comentar de cómo se pueden ganar 15 pases de batalla en el mes, aparte de los 30 pases de batalla que se ganan viendo el stream. Ojito lo que estoy diciendo, ¿eh? Son 30 pases de batalla en septiembre que van a ganar personas que suman puntos viendo el stream, los streams diarios, aparte de la champs y todo lo demás. Pero aparte, he implementado uno nuevo que de hecho fue idea de RJ, de nuestro editor de YouTube. Que les voy a poner la parte donde lo explico, que está en mi canal. Porque ahí está explicado, no lo quiero repetir, ¿ok? Es este video, ¿ok? Este video que subí hace 18 horas, ya tiene 3.500 vistas y no sé cuántos comentarios, 138 comentarios. Asumo que varios de los que están aquí ya lo han hecho. Está? Ok, y quiero que escuchen bien porque la verdad que es... Voy a sortear un pase de batalla dejando un día. Un día sí, un día no, un día sí, un día no. Aparte de los 30 pases de batalla que tienes ahí, en la tienda de puntos. Entonces, ya todos van a salir con pases de batalla, pero de la siguiente manera. Chicos, ¿cómo están? Nuevo anuncio sobre cómo ganar pases de batalla en el stream. Momento Bryan reacciona a él mismo. Viendo los videos de YouTube con un simple paso. Lo único que tienen que hacer es, en este video, dejar un comentario, ¿ok? Y de todos los comentarios vamos a sortear un pase de batalla que va a ser anunciado el ganador en el próximo video. Entonces, la nueva dinámica desde septiembre en adelante es la siguiente. Vamos a sortear un pase de batalla cada 2 días, 15 pases de batalla en total en el mes. Entonces al día de hoy tenemos 2 modalidades para ganar pases de batalla. Tenemos la de la tienda Trovo, que viendo mis streams diarios sumas puntos completamente gratis. Ahí tenemos 30. Y ahora implementamos lo de los comentarios en los videos de YouTube. Solamente comentando ya estás participando. Una participación por cada cuenta. Ok, espero que les guste. Disfruten el video del día de hoy. Ahí lo dejo con... Estaba muteado. Ok, entonces, ¿qué es lo que tienes que hacer? Simplemente vas a mis últimos 3 videos. Si tú quieres comentar en uno, que es solamente en este di el anuncio. En los anteriores 2 no di el anuncio, ¿ok? Pero, ojo, en el de la Peacekeeper hay gente que ha comentado, que es la gente de mi grupo, porque yo les avisé por privado a mi grupo, que ellos tienen pues, beneficios, ¿no? Son suscriptores. Los que son miembros del canal de YouTube, los que se hacen miembros del canal de YouTube, suman el doble de puntos que la gente que no es miembro. Y los que tienen sub en mi canal de Trovo también suman el doble de puntos que los demás que no son. Aparte de que miembros y subs entran a nuestro grupo de WhatsApp, donde estamos ahí, por ejemplo, con Nix, con Fabus, Tatati, están todos los moderadores, hay jugadores competitivos, de todo, ¿ok? De todo. Está en mi grupo, somos más de 100 personas. Y estas personas pueden entrar. Si te haces miembro de YouTube, que está creo que 4 soles, súper barato, es $1 creo, te sale el link para entrar a mi grupo de WhatsApp para solicitar el ingreso. Ingresas y por ahí puedes pedir clases de armas, gente para rankear, lo que sea. Entonces, comentando aquí es una oportunidad. Comentando aquí es otra. Yo solamente avisé en este. En los otros 2 no avisé. Obviamente hay gente que ha comentado en los 3, entonces va a tener 3 oportunidades, pero ya depende de cada uno. ¿Ok? Ese es el aviso. Y ahorita aprovechando el break, se lo estoy dejando ahí para que lo hagan. Y nada, para ver cuántos puntos tienen, pues simplemente van a poner puntos, o sea, exclamación puntos, comando puntos, y listo. Y ya con eso ustedes ven cuántos puntos tienen. Bryan, ¿cuál es la manera en la que yo puedo sumar puntos? Te lo voy a mostrar ahorita, creo que lo puedo mostrar acá. Y, por ejemplo, vamos a la parte de lealtad. Luego vamos acá a ajustes. Y acá dice, ¿no? Claramente, por cada 5 minutos suma 5 puntos. Si eres suscriptor o miembro de YouTube, son 10 puntos, o sea, el doble. por suscribirte nada más, te regalan 250 puntos de 1. 100 de mana es 1 y 100 de elixir es 100 puntos. Ya por si donas, ¿no? Si donas mana o si donas elixir, igual te suma. Igual para los chicos de YouTube. Si se hacen miembros, suman el doble, lo mismo. Y bueno, eso. Ahí para los que no se han enterado, les estoy avisando para que luego no me digan, Bryan, que no me avisaste, me perdí pases de batalla y no sé qué. Yo le recargo los CPs. Ustedes ven qué hacen con esos CPs. Si se compran una ruleta, si los ahorran. Hay gente que en el mes, solamente con puntos, se compra 2 pases de batalla en el mes, 3, 4. Hay gente que tiene varias cuentas y también... Yo no me hago problemas. Yo, el que se esfuerza, pues se lo doy. No hay problema por eso. Así que nada. Por ejemplo, el Jojo acaba de poner points, o puntos, o palomas. Tiene 3135 palomas. Eso quiere decir que Jojo, en una semana más, y recién estamos 3 de septiembre, esto se reinicia cada mes. O sea, a fines de septiembre, yo reinicio y vuelvo a poner 30 pases de batalla más. Jojo de acá a una semana ya tiene su primer pase de batalla. Lo más probable es que él, como viene todos los días y tiene sub, pasan 2 semanas más y se va a comprar otro pase de batalla más. Entonces, lo más probable es que Jojo, si sigue siendo constante en Trovo o en YouTube, se vaya en septiembre con 2 pases de batalla. Y ya depende del esfuerzo de cada uno. Paréntesis ya hecho. Cierro paréntesis. Volvemos a las champs.
To the lower bracket. Luminosity Gaming came into today as the #1 seed, and they're sitting pretty in that upper bracket final, but they weren't perfectly perfect as we watched them earlier.
I mean, Devious gave these top teams a very difficult time, which we expected. We love to see that, and now it's going to be a different gameplay because we saw that.
Sí, hay gente que suma puntos en Trovo y en YouTube. No hay problema. Si están en los dos y tienen una laptop para dejar 2 ventanas abiertas y escribir cada 15 minutos de ambas, pues también.
Take a look and just be breathing, having that such swag, especially with Tectonic not being the picture.
Ahorita mandamos notificación para el último match. Ya, el último match. ¿Entre todo? A la ropa, pues. Ah, están los dioses. Bane, Tectonic, Envy, Bay, Washi, Marshi. No, no está jugando. Está con su mano con una venda.
Yeah, surprise us as we watch, but as they play, they knew what their game plan was and they stuck to it.
And that's just ego out the window, and that's something that we like to see here in this team. They are very solid. Doesn't matter if Marsh is going to be there because he knows that he got his team's back. And it looks like he definitely is a really good selection for this team so far.
LG, listen, your ego's
Te dije mucho fab.
Okay, you got to be able to take it out sometimes, but it stays in your back pocket.
Yes,
and that's Luminosity, you know what I'm saying? And they absolutely have this in control. So they're coming in as this top card, absolutely. Make no bones about it. But when we talk about this Team Mayhem squad,
a la vez el tío 650 por 100 son 650.000 de maná. No, perdón, 65.000 de maná, tío. Se mamó. ¿Cuánto de puntos hizo eso este pendejo? Dije, la maná cuenta y de una o no. El elixir también cuenta, 1770 puntos del slow. Vergación. Maná y elixir cuenta para sumar puntos de batalla, pero lo más recomendable es que se compren una sub porque la suscripción le dura todo el mes. Y todo el mes suman el doble de puntos, con lo cual se pueden llevar 2, 3 pases. Ah, chicos, y obviamente si van a ver el video de YouTube y los que están comentando, tienen que estar suscritos al canal, O sea, si no estás suscrito al canal, pues no vas a participar. No es solamente ver el video, dejar el like y comentar. Tienes que estar suscrito al canal, obviamente. Así que suscríbanse al canal los que no están suscritos.
about to say, but you're seeing it on his screen right now because Mayhem did a phenomenal job at shutting down the best map of Tribe.
Son 3 cupos correctos, Yostiño. 3 cupos para NA. Bueno, ya Debbie está eliminado. Ya sabemos quiénes son los 3 que van a avanzar a la fase 5. Voy, Nix, ahora te lo mando.
It was not a good scoreline, but now they're picking up the pace and hopefully they found a way to kind of counter the play from Tribe back go.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty comfortable for a opening set of hard points here for Team Mayhem. This is the same map set that they had in terms of hard points when they were playing up against Tribe. We didn't need the arsenal, but I still believe that even if we do need it.
Suscribirse a YouTube, por si acaso, darle a suscribirse, no a comprar la membresía. Andrea, puedes sumar en YouTube y puedes sumar en Trovo, pero no se suman, no se suman. O sea, no es que, Bryan, tengo 2500 puntos en Trovo y 2500 puntos en YouTube. ¿Los puedes sumar? No. Cada cuenta es independiente.
Man, that Express matchup is definitely going to be exciting, but what we're looking forward to now is going to be that
y recuerden que suscribirse es diferente. ¿Cuánto te costó eso ahí? Eso de ahí. Eso de ahí. Lo que compraste. ¿Y por qué sale 291? Pero me sale que se intentó. Con las compras de la comida. Pero eso solamente nosotros. No, me intentó.
I'm ready for more COD. If we get anything that's looked like what we've had to this point, if these teams are playing in the form that they had in their upper bracket matches, this one should be just as good and just as anticipated as when LG and Tribe played during the group stage. Just comes down to will we actually get that? I have to imagine that for LG, there's a little bit of a wake-up period.
Luego vamos a la tienda natural.
They're going to be, as mistake-heavy as they were in their search and destroy, in particular when we get back to firing range.
Suscritos, mi Bryan. Buena, Javi. Chicos, suscríbanse a YouTube porque para participar de esos comentarios tienen que estar suscritos, obviamente. Dejen ese like. En realidad, te entras al video, dejas el like y pones buen video y ya participas. En los 3 últimos videos que he subido a YouTube, si comentas en los 3, te cuentan en los 3 veces. Aparte de que yo voy a aprender stream todos los días, ya tenemos el Red Magic aquí. Que el unboxing lo vamos a hacer luego, ya lo tengo grabado igual. Ok, y pues obviamente me va a tomar mi tiempo acostumbrarme al Red Magic gigante, chicos. O sea, yo pasar de un iPhone 12... Yo nunca he jugado un celular gamer, lo voy a mostrar acá. Nunca he jugado un celular gamer. Siempre he jugado un iPhone 8. Yo empecé haciendo streams. Les voy a contar la historia rápida. Yo empecé con un iPhone 6S cuando descargué COD, porque mi sobrino me dijo: hey tío, era pandemia, ¿no? Descárgate COD para jugar. Mi sobrino tenía su iPad. Y me descargué mi iPhone 6S COD, me acuerdo, pero como yo antes de meterme a algo investigo muchísimo, me vi un montón de videos y me metí a ver un montón de videos y de una nunca jugué con HUD de 2 dedos, jugué de una con HUD de 4 dedos. Nunca me acostumbré a jugar con 2 dedos. Me vi un montón de videos y ahí empecé a transmitir cuando tenía el iPhone 8 con Wi-Fi prestado. Yo no tenía un Wi-Fi particular para mí nomás. Le pedía prestado el Wi-Fi a mi hermana, me acuerdo. Y ya con el tiempo fui casteando a Brasil, a lo que era Godsend, Skate. Tenía yo... tenía yo un stream, no como el de ahora, que es profesional completamente. Un stream en el que se le ponía todo como Minecraft por ratos, pero tenía 500 personas de Brasil viendo, ¿no? Vamos a la partida, luego hablamos de eso.
Let's get it on.
All right, Luminosity going in from that left side of the map, and they're going to be greeted.
Tectonic está con la mano fracturada, muchachos. Está con una venda, por eso está Marchi jugando.
Definitely going to be difficult as Mayhem gets that one gunfight. They do have the verticality to play with, and essentially flips that spawn.
Y se me cerraba el juego. Ah, IGN debe ser antiguo, ¿eh? Yo jugaba COD y se ponía todo negro y se me cerraba el juego. Uy, yo la pasé re mal. En pleno casteo también. 500 personas viendo cómo el stream se me ponían en modo Minecraft, hermano. Todo. Pero bueno.
30 seconds left on the clock, and Luminosity will
Último match. Voy a mandar notificación. Último match. Luminosity versus.
Off into the left side, alongside Washi as well, and another player. That's big. So it will be granted them not only the scrap points here in P1, but also rotation for next.
And again, just for those that may have missed Luminosity's opening game, Tectonic not in the picture, threw a lot of question marks as far as who's going to be running the other AR. It is Envy and Washi at the moment, but the SMG presence from Marshy was huge towards Luminosity, not
El
just
Dios.
pace, but also dominating in the tempo of the map.
Actívala, actívala.
Leader in the map number 1 when they put it up against Devious, looking to respond and do something similar here. But as we open up the second hard point, LG finding a couple of kills, trying to get comfortable in the backside spawn, but Raph, we'll see one near him, just not quite enough to fully influence a break the hard point nor the spawns. LG still in control, but losing out on
IGN habla de mi yo. También jugué un 6. Ah, ok. Ok, Atilio. Gracias a Dios todo mejoró, mi Bryan. Sí, Jonathan, fue mucho esfuerzo, la verdad. Yo hacía stream 12 horas todos los días, pero luego hablamos de eso. Ahí está el Dios. Mi hermano del alma ya está con nosotros ahí. El Dios Fabu.
Just picking up where he left off, right? I mean, he's on 13, putting together a bit of a spree. Jesus right there behind him. The SMGs really lighting things up. 13 seconds of scrap time to fight for. Team Mayhem spawning top side of the minimap, likely to give the majority of this time up in order to play for the rotation to do. And operators are available, and I mean available, on both sides. Just comes down to who can make the proactive call and earn the
Kings lo noto, no sé qué le pasó.
And now you see the rotation of Luminosity right now in Generators will be greeted by 2 players of Team Mayhem, which they're going to be winning the gunfight. Still has to worry about that one last player, but split spawns coming in from Luminosity where they're kind of all over the place. It's still Mayhem winning that gunfight.
Well, Team Mayhem will get the favored spawns top side of the map, but Luminosity are putting together a threat around the backside. Kills coming through on both sides. Pinstripe goes to kill feed, but Team Mayhem, oh yeah, big time from Kings. Gets a double.
Kiki, copiándole el código, puedes ver la clase que tienen.
And yep, this is looking really solid for Team Mayhem. Chipping away and growing a bit of a cushion. Still 30 seconds to fight for, and Luminosity are not done yet. Band has the Purifier out, trying to get in for the scrap time, and so far he's gained entry. But the kill is still not fully here yet, and Team Mayhem right back in. All of a sudden, they're going to be able to shut down the Purifier, recontest, and win some of the scrap time. Key moment here for Team Mayhem.
And the rotation for next definitely going to be essential as well. One player from both teams already positions right there. It is Jesus trying to be very patient, trying to get those audio cues down, waiting for the rest of his teammates to provide that backup because he knows if he pushes all alone, it just means very bad for him as he wins. Essential 2 kills for his team, and he's still alive to possibly get that third.
Washi, gets shut down. He takes the Annihilator out of his holster. So all of a sudden, LG possibly winning this rotation.
Un 3-2 puede ser. A cualquiera.
They miss out on a key operator, and it kind of turns into a desperate moment where Fade pops the claw out, and
No,
then
que
turns into a double.
Mayhem se puede crecer contra Tribe en el mental, pero contra LG siento que por más que tengan las ganas, es una cosa decirlo, ya chicos, vamos a estar todos motivados, y una cosa es cuando estás en la partida ya. Sí.
Pero mira, el Kings empezó a matar, ¿eh?
Blur is
Llevaba
dealing
3,
some damage from outside of the map, and speaking of, he'll be dealing with everyone else from Luminosity that is going to be spawning off into the left side of the map. As
Sí, es Careciño, funcionan en la global el código de arma. En realidad, dime.
Le cuesta mucho a ellos los mapas.
What a scrappy first set.
Ahí lo vi, sin 6 kills. Escareciño, esos códigos se forman y sí funcionan para cualquier versión. ¿Por qué? Porque te explico. El 1 es el accesorio número 1, el primero que te aparece, que es el silenciador. El 2 viene a ser el cañón. Entonces siempre te dan 1A, 2B, por ejemplo. 1A sería el silenciador, que es el 1. A es el primer silenciador. el 2 que es el cañón, si te dicen 2B, entonces sería el 2 que es el cañón, y luego vas A, B, sería el segundo accesorio del cañón, y así lo van haciendo.
Unfortunately loses his life. Team Mayhem on the other side, still trying to get rid of a lot of players from LG from outside, but still having a little bit of a touch here in P1. Oh. Things are still even down here, dude.
Ahí está el Raf. De cerca sí le dea al Raf.
Completely takes over again. Long range from Envy, assisted by the nade from Marshy, but that moment right there from Team Mayhem on the backhand of Raph have allowed them a chance to not just contest the old time, but also put themselves in a position to open up a flank here over towards P2, which Cartels is happy to take. He's now all of a sudden on 3 in a row.
El Team Mayhem puede ser el Lux DNA, ¿eh?
Stadium, and he will be able to find a couple of kills. Shut down, pinstripe again, goes the kill feed, back and forth, LG trying to hold on to spawns, but from inside the hard point, they find the kills needed to get the opening 15 seconds.
Yeah, Cartels needed to stay put in order for the rest of his teammates to go and spawn out there, but it is enough for the rest of his teammates to go in there very much quickly to try and go in there for the contest. But it is Kings with that Annihilator, possibility to get that, and also just acquiring a lot of points here. Luminosity, even though they do have the claw, still has to worry about that one player, but it's a good thing that Blur is gonna go down. And they're going to bring out a lot of their operators here at this point.
Yeah, critical moment, I'd say, right here. Marshy gets the full streak.
Las gonfas de Team Mayhem son superiores. Pero siento que el... Bueno, no sé. El control del mapa de Luminosity está siendo superior ahorita.
10 seconds of scrap time going to be conceded by Team Mayhem. Looking to play on rotation. And they really have a lot of tools available in their own right to try to lock this down. How does LG try to set up this break on rotation? All of it's coming to the top side of the map except for one. So keep your focus here. Ban trying to work his way into the backside of generators. Team Mayhem giving up a little bit of space, looking to find a way to control it. Good flashes coming out, kills good. Team Mayhem have found a perfect read, and they will have a chance to get into the hard point, but Luminosity spawn essentially in the hill. Raph's Claw will put the rest any further hit, and Team Mayhem will sustain.
My goodness, the spawns here in P3 are just so chaotic, and Luminosity, even though, like, yes, they spawned inside, not able to get majority of the points. Cartels, unfortunately for him, does not spot that one player on that side. That would be Washi, and essentially gets rid of a Purifier as well. It is still Mayhem getting a hold of this kill, and Luminosity will try to go and flood through, but they are losing their gunfights right now.
Yeah, just no more operators that's available for either side. And yeah, Key back 30 seconds. Jesus saves, tries to make a further play, but it's Raph who actually gets credit for all the kills. And with it, scrap time looks pretty much guaranteed. Not even going to bother playing through the old time. They're just going to run through mid, try to get the foot race win over towards the new hard point, but they're being cut through the middle of the map. Envy does have an opportunity to try to do the
Fabuloso está fabulosamente guapo, dice Aaron. Fabuloso, mira la cámara, ya casi acabo. Deberían llevarse a Stug, tuvo un desempeño muy bueno. Pues para la fase 5 se puede hacer un cambio. Y deberíamos estar 2, creo.
Washi is still alive here with the
Annihilator,
and he is shredding.
A Tribal Mayhem podría meterlo.
Spawning off into the left side, and that play of the Predator is essential for Luminosity to clinch this P4.
Nice little bait and switch here, though. Raph able to find some entry.
Sacaría Carter.
As Kings will follow behind him. Now an opportunity to hit a bit of a pinch from the high ground. Falls on into the hard point. Clean stuff.
¿De Mayhem?
That'll be good for the break. 18 seconds to
Porque no es AR, ¿no?
stops at 185.
LK. A Blue, ¿no?
Se puede usar 3R.
Largely concede, play for a rotation over to the middle of the map, but as they find a couple of kills from Vague, hold on, the focus may change, and the critical last 5 seconds actually go the way of Luminosity.
Essential scrap points for Luminosity, and they also have a chance to get those high grounds, especially in the form of play number 1. Again, that is going to be banned. He will just try to find a way to touch that point. And even though that he was able to rotate early enough, they're not able to get that verticality that they needed here for P1 as Mayhem. Getting that 2F control by P4 is definitely going to be essential.
Gunfights being won by Team Mayhem. Try to dig into a 15-point deficit. Marshy just running laps around the hard point. Marshy, no, shut down. Cartel is able to put him to rest. Numbers start to come through for Mayhem again, but Luminosity They maintain control, at least for a moment, around the hard point. Band getting a double on the outside.
Trabajando muy bien ahí. Luminosity. Y Mayhem, ¿no? Se meten todos, ¿no? Sale uno, se meten otro.
They haven't been threatened over towards P2 either, and all of a sudden, Team Mayhem in a little bit of trouble.
There you go.
Yo no entiendo por qué los de siguen usando la pila, güey.
No es la única región que lo usa, ¿no?
Pero ya no está buena, güey. Por el daño, será.
It's just a few seconds into the favor of Mayhem right now, and as they're trying to get collected, they're just not in a position to try and contest this P2 as they're so far away, spawning off into Medic and also here into Generator.
Well, Blur's going to kick us off with one of the 5 operators at the ready, and oh, Blur actually gets 2. How about 3? Hold on a second. 224 is where it stops for Luminosity. Numbers for Team Mayhem as they work their way back over to the hard point. Washi's double may turn things back to LG's favor, but no. The SMGs run forward. They get the kills they need.
Salen del punto los pendejos.
For Team Mayhem, they've used just about everything. LG still an opportunity to try to contest. 198 to 228, and yep, Team Mayhem have spent everything to try to get this map a bit
Martian Champ se prende demasiado.
Not able to get as much kills as he wanted as Team Mayhem.
Hey, ¿qué le pasó a la morra ahí?
Majority of the points here, but Marshy with the late War Machine able to flush out majority of the players here from Team Mayhem, but they are still able to go in there for the pinch. And speaking of,
Qué buena de Marshy, no mames.
It's gonna get turned on.
I'm pretty sure Luminosity get the final tick here. Team Mayhem need to contest this. They have to touch, but there it is. The contest does come through. We'll see another hard point. And good exit kills actually come through here for Team Mayhem. Marshy's been able to earn himself streaks though. Washi, the only one wielding a potential operator. Envy's double opens up the hard point. Locke will try to get going here for just a moment. Band has also found himself in. Envy just desperately throwing Sparrow shots out. Team Mayhem in the hard point for now, but they don't have the numbers. Raph is the last one left, and as he drops, Luminosity should be able to confirm it right here, right now, unless there's some miracle plays to come out. But no, Washi gets it all done himself. No need for the final shot. Luminosity take map number 1.
Oh, that was close. Back and forth that we really just expected to see. It really is the operator usage back in those last 2 hills. That was the biggest difference. Purifier was gone from Band, but then Marshy was able to bring out that War Machine just in the nick of time, where we thought that we should have just seen the rotation from LG from P2 to P3. No, they were still able to just fight for the points and eventually just brought it down to the wire.
Tight map though. I mean, again, you could point to a number of different moments where the extra 15, 20 seconds.
Bien, estando superiores y sin Tectonic, ¿eh?
End of the day, LG once more find a way to
Sin el
survive
tetas.
through difficult moments. And Team Mayhem on P2, we're able to throw everything at, extend it one more hill, but that's when the individual prowess of LG really shines. Band gets a couple of key kills on rotation, opens up spawns for LG just as the hard point gets involved, and yeah, at a map that's back and forth like that, those little moments are everything.
And it really just how chaotic these spawns are. You saw it in P2, everyone spawning right on top of each other. And also in P3, where we saw players from both of these teams just spawning inside of the hill. And this is what I'm talking about with Marshy bringing out...
¿Qué le pasó a Tectonic? Pues está vendado de las manos. Suponemos que algo le pasó en su mano.
P2. So it really is just those essential last-minute decisions from each individual player from LG that was the biggest difference here.
No, o sea, ¿por qué no está? Preguntan.
Blur, big game from him, 44 and 40, he was everywhere.
En mi chat hace poco, en la Mastercard pusieron también, no, que algo le pasó, no sé qué.
He's been putting up some numbers in hardpoint, and that's the biggest thing is when we were talking to Hippo and the rest of the LG squad, they're like, we're really not feeling good about our hardpoint. And there must have been some late evaluations onto what do we need to do to evaluate not just where we're missing out on, but how do we find some pros of our own. And apparently Marshy is the X factor to provide all of the answers that they need to their problems.
And it's nice to actually see that they're able to make such adjustments going into such a crucial playoffs moment where they could have lost this spot, because you can never be too comfortable in this tournament. And for them to just
coach de Mayhem es el ex coach de Inco,
like that really goes to show how much they care for their team as a whole. On the other
O sea, acá ver
Mayhem could also be said the same. Everything is very, very close on their end. They chose Cartels, and it looks like he is performing really well. And now what it needs to be is this firing range S&D is a must-win for this team.
Big time. And the thing is, we've seen a lot of firing range today. And even though LG did survive through their initial heat versus Devious, it's one of those maps that never really felt like LG had in their hands. Like, it didn't really feel like they controlled it as much as they
Dice
often
RP,
do
¿no?
in
En
any
la
other
playera
search and
de...
destroy map. I mean, we talked about
Sí,
how good
esos
LG
cuatro
were in
equipos.
search.
Bellísimo. Habían comentado en la polera de Mayhem, dice, están los equipos de N. Pero los 4 que pasaron. Ah, no, ya. ¿No viste el Twitter de Mayhem? Entra a la página, a la cuenta de Mayhem, de Team Mayhem, y sale que los sponsors, uno de los sponsors es ARP. O sea, está que le mete dinero también ahí. Como socio. Como marca ya.
Patrick's stealing the show right now, I'm not gonna lie.
I know.
Están jugando mucho fighting.
No, let's not do that. That was just asking for danger. Here we go though, Luminosity into the Fire and Grain Surge on offense first and foremost. Pardon me, it looks like the names at the top will be fixed here in a moment. It's gonna be Mayhem on the offense first. And how about
Envy watching sniper.
the kills clean as you like. Vague also gets a read that. Yep, here comes the rest of the Team Mayhem squad.
No.
What a shot though from Kings. And that turns into more level grounds 2v3 situations for more. And I'll tell you,
¿Quién lo subió?
En Twitter,
Nox catches one by surprise. Kill comes through. Hold on. Kings may just do it all himself. All 3 kills. Tail it in his back pocket. Blur's going to stop for the plant. 2v2 scenario. And it's a bit of an isolated attempt here from LG with not an opportunity to get back together. And look at the post plant.
Es de México, Ángel.
It's very good. And now it's Luminosity backed up in the corner.
We're
able to get rid of Ban, bringing it down into a 1v2. As they are going to be a little bit isolated though. Marshy going in there for the hunt, but doesn't quite get it. That is a really good post-ban situation in Alpha that we don't really get to see too often.
Marshy just tried to give him the wiggles right there for a moment. But no, you're absolutely right. And it just felt like a play that was pretty
Tony está lesionado. Marco. Se viene Krieg meta de nuevo. Pues va a salir la Krieg el 9 de septiembre sale. Así que ahí le van a meter su bufeada. Ya está buena igual.
Está buena para Azul.
Alarga como que se siente una velocidad de balas sin le falta.
No, es que no tiene nada que hacer contra el LK, contra la
go in for that kill off of Blur, but pistol out though. It would take a miracle for Envy to hit that shot, but we know how nasty it could be with
no, qué timing de Blue.
Doesn't quite seem to go around each other, but Blur still spots him. What the cop timing?
That was awkward to say the least. Wow, okay. That's one way to do it. Team Mayhem up early, 2-0. Luminosity feels like I'm sure they've missed out on chances here. Early on, Blur hoping, praying, trying to find wallbang connections over towards bottom 10. None will be connected down though. Vague once more, shotgun in hand, gets in towards trailer. Blur surely saw him on that cross. Cartels, Krieg out. Deals with the trophy systems, makes those safe. Vague is really everything here for LG's defense, and it looks like he's just going to hold trailer while they allow Raph to plant. We'll go 5v5 retake.
Mayhem is very much aware that they could be still one player right there. They have that information with Blur, but it is going to be Jesus Saves that will try to be that surprise factor here and cuts that rotation off. Still has such an amazing presence here and through thin.
And he can just create noise as much as he humanly wants. Should be in a position to get a couple of kills, and yep, that's exactly the case. Kings again, up close and personal, not on screen, but
3-0 de Mayhem.
Trust me, we see you, brother, and that's been a handful now for him. Off to the races early. Both of the sniper rifles doing a lot of the legwork for Team Mayhem.
It's Mayhem in those off angles that you don't expect them to be at, which is the best thing for them right now in this game. Round number 1, it was Kings just fully flooding through in through American, and now Jesus Saves in tin in through mid. You don't expect that kind of play. Now a fast push going in through Alpha, where Raph gets the kill, but does get traded out the back end here for LG.
1 for 1 go the opening kills, bomb planted. Team Mayhem have to be cautious about what could be coming on the flank with that elimination happening through jungle path, so they're going to keep Kings deep. He will be in a spot, though, to watch over this bomb late in this post plant. Here come LG from the front. Vague, Marshy, all looking to find a way in. Here comes the hit. Marshy,
bien se controla el
able to connect. Vague does get one in response, Washy another, but time is running out of this. Hold on a second. What? Around the back?
No,
How has he managed to pull that together?
Claro, por la espalda. A ver.
Here come LG from the front. Vig, Marshy, all looking to find a way in.
¿Cómo le grita el Washi para que lo deje desactivar?
Able to connect. Vig does get one in response, Washi another, but time is running out of this. Hold on a second, Washi! What? Around the back? How has he managed to pull that together?
I mean, Mayhem already had a flank watch.
Le grita, ¿no? Le dice, déjame desactivar la bomba.
Mayhem enough of an
Y luego
information that
sonríe.
Washi's going to be at the back. It's that gunfight. That should have given Mayhem enough of an information. Already had a flank watch, lost that gunfight.
It's the opening shot, and then just runs forward and quickly tallies the next two quick scopes.
No mames.
Stuff from Washi. Getting LG on the board. That nade didn't get over the top. Hold on a second. Raph may think that hit over towards the backside, but I don't believe it did.
Con colateral no, le dio los tres por separado.
Ban stays safe, and Ban just rips him apart. A double. Stops the entire play before it can get off the ground. Washi still keeping the hand hot. No worries there. And it looked like this based off of the nade trail. That opening stun actually hit Team Mayhem, not LG, over the top of the site.
Yeah, that was a difficult one to watch just because they were just so slow down when it comes to that stun and just basically destroyed the play that Mayhem wanted. And now the bomb is going to be down in a very difficult situation for Kings to get. And now a 3v1 situation where he's going to be left with
no mames,
definitely very doable for him to get those closer ranges. We've seen this gun perform, but with Luminosity, they're just bunching up together right now.
They're just not going to give him a chance. A number of weapons down and spinning for him. I'm sure likely to look for an upgrade off the pistol, but the problem is getting to them in the first place. LG very confidently know the bomb is down just
La
behind
posición de LG también.
over toward the B side.
Literalmente se están viviendo el mundial.
Gets to work praying, seeing if he can find any way to isolate a kill. But as soon as he's seen, expect LG to just run at him. Here comes the first play. On the corner, Marshy just laying prone, pops up, shots are in, no worries. LG back-to-back rounds.
That was great. Luminosity playing off of that flash, and Mayhem just did not know where it came from. Didn't expect that for sure. And now Mayhem kind of having a difficult time when it comes to the attacking round, but they still have a lot more chances for them to try and pick that 8 hit. But Mayhem and Luminosity is actually going to play that right as they're going to be stacking it.
Wow. I mean, this is as many nades as you could possibly want. Trophy system's also down. They look to kind of test the issue by getting forward with these shotgun, but doesn't find anything. Envy does provide a trade, but it allows Team Mayhem still to get on, still to find a plant. Envy looking for an exit. Cartel's in his way. Headshots in, but no, doesn't quite finish off the kill. So Cartels keeps his life. Washi will make sure that still is a kill tallied for Luminosity. Now it's on the retake, all of it coming from the front. Team Mayhem, their post plant. Pretty dynamic from multiple angles. Slide through for Jesus saves. He only gets one though. Back to back we go. Washi continuing to find kills. And it's into the sniper battle. Kings versus Washi. Kings playing way deep. Washi trying to predict it. Gets a look at it. Both players miss. Everything resets. 10 seconds on the clock. Washi looking to try to hold, and no, Kings will not allow him. 4-2 goes to half. Advantage Team Mayhem.
Sí se nota que estos dos equipos practicaron más. O sea,
Un poquito más que los demás.
That Washi was able to defuse that bomb. And now a different look coming in from Luminosity as they're trying to go in there so aggressively.
I don't know who threw that from Team Mayhem, but Raph says thank you very much. As he gets an early double with the threat from LG pushed aside in this playthrough trailer. And now all of a sudden you really look to this guy on your screen. Washi's going to have to hit some shots, and no, not going to be allowed to. Blur up top at 10 puts him to rest at a 5v2.
Ni el láser su locus.
Mayhem just needs to stay put. We saw such greatness when they're holding their angles, especially those off angles, right? So far they're playing those traditional places that we like to see in that defense. They're stacking a little bit more, taking cover here in trailer. You do get to see Envy just playing his position right. He does get spotted though, unfortunately for him. Bomb goes down as well, and Cartel finishes it up. It was a very clean round for Mayhem, and now there's so much series here.
And that whole round starts and ends with the playthrough trailer. I mean, it was double stacked. Raph was playing alongside Jesus Saves, but the timing of the flash impacting both LG offensive players was critical towards a very easy double. And this time LG will just throw nades up mid, smoke it out, and then take their focus elsewhere. The thing about this is Team Mayhem have also changed their defense up. They've got Raph with a shotgun in a corner at trailer, but everyone else is kind of loading the box in through mid.
Blur still gets that kill off of Envy though. Bomb's finally gonna be picked up. And for Luminosity, they don't have any kind of map control whatsoever, and also allows play number 3. Jesus saves in such a good position. He's so good at catching Luminosity off guard. Possibility to get big as well, and he gets that kill.
Nice.
Yeah, big stuff here from Team Mayhem. They're just dominating right off the get-go on these defensive rounds, taking over the map, finding key eliminations early, and more importantly, I would say just winning positions that LG are just not expecting them to be at. Marshy banned, well, now just Marshy left by himself. And it's another one of those good luck, have fun moments, because there's just no way you get through Jesus saves. And wow, these are some dominant defensive rounds from Team Mayhem.
No sabe qué hacer,
It's really
Luminosity.
impressive the type of angles that Jesus actually has here. It's so good to have such an advantage of getting that mid-map control, knowing very well that Luminosity in through the mid-game actually kind of leaves it a little bit too open for my liking, and now they're trying to go in there for that Bravo push. Mayhem on the other side goes in there for that full push in Alpha, and they're going to clear out so much space, and what a rotation from both teams.
The thing about this is Team Mayhem have spent a lot of their utility just making this play through A. And now Marshy up top, he's going to get the read that, yep, they're already on our flank. He should be calling for help here as the bomb is being planted, and he's going to get it with numbers as well. Trophy system deleted. This is a tough fight for Jesus saves, and that's exactly why. Trades do come through, favoring Team Mayhem on this rebuttal. Envy tried to gain some space, and actually Vade kind of forfeits his own life. Hold on a second.
¿Tú crees que
Mayhem
es
are
el
gonna get all the
coach
kills they
o
need.
no?
Now it's
¿Quién?
just down to finishing off the final kills.
¿Tú
It's
crees
just
que es el
down to
coach
one.
por lo que
Band.
Mayhem está
This will be a
bueno?
1v3 from over the top of the bomb site. 1v1 now
No.
for Band.
LG
Slips
está...
away. Gets the reload off.
Ya sé cualquier
Not
cosa.
gonna be allowed to get the regen though. Raph cleans him
O sea,
up.
sí influye un poco,
A
pero...
little extra lead, and with that, Team Mayhem will
CLG la acabó.
series 7-2
Jugó bien X, pues.
Oh my goodness. There you go. The defuse happens.
Se fueron todos, ¿no? Plantaron y...
Everyone else in Mayhem is
Yeah.
just on point. Every single player just did a phenomenal job. Blur going in there for the
El
first
de ellos.
bloods, getting those essential kills.
El Blur sigue
Things
bailando,
out.
¿no?
Kings to
Güey,
able
¿qué pedo,
to
güey, con su
clutch
pinche
out rounds
aplauso,
on his own.
Sí.
Stop
¿Eso
that
qué?
defuse. Jesus saves
Con su
on
aplauso,
the
güey, con
angles,
el
the
ritmo
off
del aplauso.
angles, getting such essential kills that just make Luminosity surprised. And what a display of dominance here in
Velo,
this
güey, velo,
firing
velo.
range.
This is one of those things that, you know, it was one of those records that was kind of seemingly meant to be broken in a way. You know, we saw Tribe drop off of their perfect hardpoint. LG now dropping their first search and destroy map. And it comes in very convincing fashion. And this is the
Damn.
life that we saw
Güey,
from
¿cómo
Team
es el que está
Mayhem in their
atrás,
opener
güey,
versus Tribe, where like,
de
look,
Mayhem?
if these guys continue to play at that level,
Parece Sayas.
they are very much
Pero no
so
es él.
at the forefront
Me
of the
parece.
conversation of being a
Mm.
favorite on the weekend. This search and destroy for Team Mayhem that we had.
Informa la situación, recién entra, please. Valeria, Luminosity le ganó 3-0 a Devious. Están con un nivel más bajo de lo que solemos ver porque están jugando en el Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra y pues no se están acostumbrando tan bien. Luego Tribe perdió contra Team Mayhem 3-0. Por ende Luminosity y Team Mayhem avanzaron a la final de la Winner que están jugando ahorita. Y en la Loser Bracket estaba Tribe contra Devious. Tribe ya le ganó 3-1 a Devious. Quedando Devious eliminado, los tres que van a avanzar a la fase 5 de NA son Tribe, Luminosity y Team Mayhem. Y ahorita están jugando Team Mayhem con Luminosity por el pase a la gran final para ver quién entra por la Winner Bracket. Y espera a los demás con un mapa a favor. ¿Quién es el coach de Luminosity? ¿Es como el palitado de NA? No. Es el coach más fashion, eso sí.
That's, I think, a really good player to highlight as we start to look at a crossroad strike where you assume the SMGs are going to be the difference makers.
Y nada, Valeria.
It's going to be an important one, I think, to see if Team Mayhem can continue to find
No
success
nunca vi tanta gente bella en un presencial.
up close and personal on tight, scrappy maps.
Es Analu.
You think back to LG versus Tribe, and yeah, it was a 3-0, but
La Analu, dices como la Analu, no, ven al Discord.
we're tremendously tight.
Bora, carajo. Ven, Analu.
Both sides as they try to approach the swing map here in this series.
Yep. There's the potential to go the distance and possibility to get into that game number 5. And
¿El Samsung tiene crosshair? Pregunta Object. No creo, porque no es gamer. No tiene, ¿no? Pau? No creo. Crosshair, el cosito para apuntar, para ponerle el punto verde. No, no tiene. El Red Mic, ¿sabes qué? Bueno, yo asumo que tú ya sabes, tiene una opción para optimizar el Wi-Fi. Te lo hace más estable. Sí. Y me bajó el ping, weón. Increíble. O sea, yo primero es como un niño con juguete nuevo, ¿no? Primera vez que estoy descubriendo las cositas de que tiene esta cosa. Es increíble, weón. el lane que te da es superior a un iPhone.
Se nota mucho.
Yo lo sentí. O sea,
Los
que,
aim assist de los celulares gamer.
y no, man. Empecé a disparar a alguien una vez que ya le apunto hacia el cuerpo y la mira se pega, mucho más que el iPhone. El Samsung sí tiene, se descarga de la app de Samsung. Ah, pero debe ser una aplicación aparte, ¿no? No está dentro del sistema como tal.
Yeah, it's just pure gunfire here, and definitely going to be so much more difficult for them to clinch. And Raf is going to be surrounded by so many LG players, and the fact that they wanted to go in heavily stack alpha is definitely going to be good for them to get these early kills. But mid-street was
Ojalá que gane Team Mayhem.
place to get, but
La verga.
is an essential
Yo también
3K.
quiero que
Es el Red Magic 8S Pro.
Smoke will dissipate. Marshy playing with a bit of elevation, tracks down one. Team Mayhem still trying to focus to play through fire, but honestly speaking, they don't have the resources to continue to stay here.
Es como un plugin del propio Samsung.
We even out the lives, and now all of a sudden Luminosity have recovered. They get off spawn, and there's a chance for them to use the middle of the map to try to regain control of this A zone.
Mid-street right now, trying to be fought by both these teams. Luminosity is going to be winning the better of them. As we see that second tick of progress not quite being secured by Mayhem. They need to find a way to slowly just wait for each other and also play the game really slowly. As we do get to see Washi having that 2K, just eliminating the players that are right there. But it is essential for Cartels to solo hold and possibly get that second tick of progress, and he finally does.
He's been a playmaker. The triple in those first life, he gets a double to stave off the LG spawn threat on this life, and now he's kind of getting the job done on the objective. Extra 60 seconds added to the clock with the full capture of the A zone. 13 plays 11. Cartel's not done yet. He's on 4 in a row. Finally shut down from behind. Wasn't a fair fight. Blur over the top of the catwalk. Puts together again. Good kill for kill trades. Now you start to get some resources built up. 100 killer drone out initially. LG looking for space.
Para mí, Tectonic está con la lesión en la mano. Tiene la mano vendada. Por eso suponemos que March entró. Salve, Caturro, ¿todo bien?
They're very much diligent as to cover all of your bases, cover all of those entrances down, and trying to find a way to wind down that clock and just let Team Mayhem just enter into that B side.
That's a great smoke, though. It allows number 4 in Cartels to slide on into the zone. This is going to force Luminosity to have to start to play recovery over the top of the zone, and Team Mayhem are finding the kills. 6v5 situation.
Este mapa lo domina LG incluso mejor que TLE, dice el Toxin.
LG trying to regain from the top side of sandbags. Band pushing forward, gets one. Now towards the zone. Band gets the second. Off the reload. Still more around and backside
Los de
continues.
Latam este mapa
Gets us to a 3v3 though. And they
No
have
juega
to know
mejor.
that Band is still flirting around the middle of the map.
7 veces
Big
mejor que
gunfight win for
todos
Kings now
nosotros.
on 5 in a row. Has
Que
an
todas las
annihilator if he
regiones.
wants it. Hunter killer drone comes out first. Band is still stuck in the backside of the corner.
Uy, 15 a tu izquierda, hermano. No lo vi.
Looking for more.
Es muy
Finessing
superior
his
el
life
control de
even
Latam,
longer.
yo creo.
2v2.
Todo el
Blur
mundo.
up top, shut down. Band doing it all himself. Could he get the final? It's Jesus.
El
Saves
BD
on the
también
other
siento
side.
yo que los DNA.
Jesus will turn tail and reset.
Sí.
Yes, 30 seconds. That's still a lot of time to play with and try to catch one player off guard.
So
he
smart.
should know that Jesus saves, and Band is right there.
No lo vio. Está que pendejos. Banet se hizo a los 4 últimos. Solamente escondido ahí. Ay, Dios, y la cal.
I mean, Jesus Saves has learned a very tough lesson that container goes a lot deeper than you think it does. Band gets everything in the final moments, earning himself to full streaks on top of also getting himself the operator, which you expect to start seeing a lot of that being used initially. Cartels trying to open up space defensively over the
Brian, ahorrarás para comprar la cuenta de Parca. La cuenta de Parca ya fue vendida, hermano. Ya la compraron, pero la persona que la compró, como es del stream y nos conoce, nos la va a seguir prestando.
¿Y no la vende?
La compró $1000. Tal vez.
Envy just creating so much paranoia.
Pero como recién la acaba de comprar, pues no le voy a decir la vez.
Pushes back Mayhem just a tiny bit and just leaves
Le va a
Alpha
preguntar.
just so
O sea, si le
open
doy
where
150
four players
dólares,
have
¿crees
just
que
one. And now that second tick
Sí,
of
tal
progress
vez.
done, third tick
La
now
cuenta vale
on the
como
works.
$10,000
As Bang is
dólares.
going to be right there all alone with a lot of backup on the long end, where we do get to see that finally secured it. Bravo will now be in the next side.
And if LG are thinking about this methodically, with
Güey,
that
qué
much
pedo,
amount
cómo
of time
saca
on the
ahí el
clock,
arco.
they can just play trades and enjoy this life lead.
Behavior se llama Sign Black la cuenta.
Mayhem are not going to allow them to do that. Claw, Annihilator out. Team Mayhem trying to build a life
¿Qué
lead of
dijiste,
their own,
Pau?
and not only that, they're getting
¿Por
it
qué
towards the
sacó
spawn
el
of
arco
Luminosity.
ahí?
This could get dangerous quick here, friends. Kings. All of a sudden,
Hey.
oh, what a turn! Takes down Banner on the corner, and then up close and personal. Finally,
Qué buena,
Envy
y
puts some
por
arrest
fin de
advantage
todas las que no
built,
pegó.
and LG are struggling to get out of spawn.
What is his sense? That was so good. Turns around.
Pero viste como se ha acostumbrado a lo mal que tenía la Sensis.
Really good movement right now.
Se movió de la verga, pero le dio.
Ya después en 5 partidas, güey.
Ah.
Middle of this game,
Sabes que están
they were
altas, pero
able
ya
to
te acostumbras.
finally get that life lead. Marshy gets an essential double, but it's still going to be possible for Luminosity to try and even things up.
Oh, big gunfight here, but no, Blur just holds down the trigger of the kilo. Trades are out though.
Que ya hola, ¿cómo estás?
Still some operators at the ready for LG if they feel like they can maybe win this offensive round. Jesus saves, long flank, not able to get the connection. Marshy puts him down. Hold on a second, here we go. LG, 5v6 situation. Plenty of time on the clock to finesse and make a play. Marshy, War Machine at the ready if he wants it. LG trying to set themselves up for one good hit.
Que bien se reposiciona. Por favor, pesa pro fabuloso, parar de chupar esa garrafa, mis solos están sangrando, dice. Analu en Discord.
Other side of the map, Kings gets a trade, 5v4, make it 4v4. And all of a sudden, Luminosity, they've kind of got Team Mayhem trapped inside fire. There's nowhere for them to go. Here comes the play on towards the zone.
No, les van a remontar solamente jugándole lento, hermano. Se tiraron para atrás, dicen.
Somebody from Team Mayhem has to make a play. You can't
No
just
pueden
fucking capture it
repusharlos
for
de
free. 4v2 situation. Vega able to scout out another. Last one
GG
left
le
is number
remontaron,
3.
güey.
Jesus
Tiene Blake con
saves.
4 kills.
And there's just not a lot for him to do. Second tick of progress
Se
about to get
mamaron,
locked.
man.
Washing in his way. Kill comes through and LG bring
Se
back a
mamaron.
6 life deficit.
That was
El
a
pobre de Ñabil lo
beautiful
nerfearon.
comeback coming in from LG.
Pero
They
sé,
waited for
hay
Vega to
mapas y
get up
mapas.
close and personal with Team
Jess
Mayhem.
hizo
That
6 kills en el control y en el siguiente hizo 54 kills, creo.
started moving for Luminosity. We saw Marshy on the right side of the map, a little bit
Hay
far
mapas en
away,
las
but
que
yes,
de
he
verdad
wants
no
to
encuentras
be so
nada. O sea,
aggressive
tu
with that
timing es una
later
mierda,
on.
te matan por la
And now we're
espalda.
switching things
¿No?
again, where Luminosity gonna be on the defensive
Haz lo que hagas, no
side,
sales de ese
and it is
timing.
just gonna be an easier time for them this time around because they're on the defense.
Yeah, it just feels like the wind has been sucked out
Es
of
que
the
LG es
sails
más
of Team Mayhem.
inteligente, por eso lo remontaron
Last
anterior.
round finished off. Can they find a way to get themselves back into this map? Have to have this round right here for sure. And if we could do it cleanly, that would be all the better. Opening exchanges, keep us pretty level on the lives, but Team Mayhem allowed to still exist over the A zone, but Envy threads the needle with the Sparrow, takes down both contestants on the zone itself. Clock continues to tick for a little while longer. Cartels was thinking about it, but Envy there to meet him. And all of a sudden, Luminosity holds
¿Dónde ves más nivel, Latam o Neo? O sea, con el Samsung Galaxy que están jugando ahorita, no están acostumbrados, se nota. Latam ganaría ahorita, sin problema.
Pero si tuvieran los dos rockpots, ¿quién te hacía?
¿De qué? Ah, con los dos en Samsung.
Ajá. O los dos rockpots.
Third tick of progress coming in from Alpha for
LG.
Mayhem. Definitely going to be right there.
Tribe y Simplicity pueden ser ganables por cualquiera de la TAM. Pero LG es muy inteligente, man. Saben cuándo jugarte agresivo y saben cuándo jugarte atrás. Eso es lo que los hace diferentes.
Para mí LG está a nivel de Tele.
Al igual, no superior. No superior.
No superior.
Pero igual de que tú dices de que dependiendo de la situación del mapa, un pequeñito error, listo, cambia toda la partida.
Sí, el que cometa menos errores. Ah, sí, sí.
LG have to scramble to get here. Second tick of progress, likely to get locked, and it will be. Third tick on the way, and with the claw out, it looks like Team
Yo digo que LG porque como en las últimas, bueno, la última estadística de LG que tengo con Tele es la MMNA y la TAM. Que iban muy parejos y todo, pero en la final le metieron 4-0 y 4-1. Tú la
Pero
viste.
siempre pinta.
Siempre fue pinta NA.
Sí, o sea, sí, igual. El pendejo de...
Claro, son dos en Perú y uno en Bolivia con ping 80, ¿no? 70.
Oh, what a
Claro, eso también.
challenge from Envy.
Mañana es el último día, IGN.
Purifier also in the mix for LG early, creating advantages, but Kings, I mean, how good has he been with the Annihilator in this map? Only getting one that time around, so not exactly exhibiting what we're talking through, but still, that said, Team Mayhem come out on top of the kills, and Jesus saves.
Y ahora, con todos en Samsung Galaxy S23, ¿mantendrías igual todo?
Se supone que es el mismo nivel porque todos van a estar parejos.
Sí, no creo que cambie la jugabilidad de algún jugador por el cambio de celular, ¿tú crees?
No.
Solo es acostumbrarse el tiempo, ¿no? Y de por sí el tiempo lo tiene Luminosity a favor, ¿no? Más tiempo con el celular.
Vamos a ponerle un mes más. 2 meses máximo.
Sí, Nico, WPM sí puede ser un problema para la también, así como Wolf también. Y Kings, ahora que tiene palitado de coach, puede sorprender por ahí.
¿Quién?
Kings, el top 1 de Europa. Con palitado de coach. Le puede ganar un loop, yo creo. ¿Tú crees que no?
Es como si te digo que Gosen tuvo la que le va a ganar a...
No. Pero es que han tenido exclusive, tenido scrims con Team Mayhem.
O sea, ni porque tengan el mejor coach, o sea, siendo muy francos, no hace güeyes.
Por el nivel de gunfight.
Por todo, güey. Por más estrategia que le pongas a los güeyes, desde movilidad, gunfight, todo.
A couple of members will very quickly be able to earn operators of their own here for Team Mayhem, but they will not have the
Dice,
ability
a Lucasín se lo dan un día y se nos queda Heavy otra vez. El lugar.
completely overwhelm LG right off the rip. In fact, it's actually Faye following the early claw, fighting first blood. Gets a second with it. War Machine now to follow for Marsh.
Yo siento que Tele e Inco están un pelín adelante, dice Luis Martos.
Sí.
Ya quiero ver ya todos en presencial ahí. Muy ansioso por esa fase 5. O sea, esta Champs viene muy pareja comparada a la Champs pasada. Sí, lo dije, lo hemos dicho ya. Esta es la Champs más pareja de todas, creo yo.
Pero pareja en 3 regiones nada más.
¿En qué?
En 3 regiones. De arena, Latam
y China con Wolf. Sí, pues, ¿no? Latam, NA, Garena que tiene un equipo y China que tiene un equipo. Bueno, para representar. Pero o sea, la pelea en sí entre Latam y NA está mucho más pareja que el año pasado.
Ajá, el año pasado, sí, o sea, el año pasado era 5 contra 3 de NA. 2 de NA. Y ahorita siento que nada más uno de NA le va a hacer pelea a 3 de...
Claro, eso es.
And we're going to a possible shift in momentum here for Luminosity.
It's just one of those things.
Yamoshi, Simplicity es Team Mayhem. Simplicity era el nombre del roster sin organización. Luego vino Team Mayhem, que es una organización, y los compró como equipo. Todo peleado el control, ¿eh? No están jugando mal los chicos de Team Mayhem. ¿Sabes qué quiero ver? Pero que sé que no va a pasar hasta la fase 5. Un TLE contra Inco al mismo ping en Brasil. Con el Inco actual.
¿Ping Brasil?
O sea, que TLE vaya a Brasil así como fue en la fase 4 y se enfrente a este Inco Gaming con Leo Será. Eso es lo que quiero ver, te digo. Pero sé que no va a pasar.
When it comes to the operator usage, Luminosity is still king when it comes to using it efficiently. And even
¿Tú no quieres ver ese match?
This is where Luminosity actually shines. And that's
¿Cómo?
¿Tú no quisieras ver ese match?
in this competition.
Sí, pero ¿quién crees que gana?
Y ese match se da de aquí a un mes. No sé, la verdad. Creo que se la doy a Tele igual. Pero o sea, sería un juegazo así increíble, ¿no? Es que si Lucasín aparece con 60 kills como ya lo ha hecho antes, Eso te cambia la partida completamente.
El único equipo que le podía ganar a Tele en la tabla
Es 5 nomás, ¿no?
Galoris.
¿Galoris le puede ganar a quién?
El único equipo que le podía ganar a Tele en la TAM
Era Galoris en la fase 4.
Sí, o sea, era el único, era el counter.
Pero Tele en una entrevista dijo que sentían más fuerte a Codm que a Galoris. En las scripts.
Pues no se vio, pues es que eso no se vio en los resultados.
Pero al día de hoy es 5. Claramente el que le puede ganar a Tele.
Claro, o sea, en plena Champs, o sea, de luz.
Let's say Mayhem wins this, we're going into an express, so it is going to be kind of a deja vu situation.
Yeah, definitely good news for Mayhem on the horizon, but as we're getting ready for the Arsenal, have to give another big thank you and shout out to Snapdragon Pro Series for even putting this on in the first place. I mean, we enjoyed ourselves immensely in Poland, but to do it again here in Seattle with our players in person, absolutely awesome to see. So major thank you, and if you want to level up your game and play like the pros, make sure you do so by grabbing yourself a brand new Galaxy S23 series.
I'm going to slowly just get this Samsung Galaxy S23 production. Can I have this, please? I want to play Call of Duty Mobile here, kind of like the players, but like what you mentioned, it's just a different feeling when you're here in LAN, hearing all of the players doing their comms, smiling at each other, joking around, seeing Patrick in the crowd. It's definitely
Hay jugadores que juegan con funda.
And for Mayhem to be so cool.
Tu Rockphone está con funda, ¿no? Te viene una funda en el esto.
El mío sí, el de Puedes no,
Este Red Magic viene con funda también. Te viene un protector de la parte de atrás. El Rockphone supongo que también.
Sí.
Un protector gratis. Pero en la pantalla no. O sea, en la pantalla no le ponen cristal. ¿No? ¿O sí?
En el Rockphone venía con una miquita de plástico. En el Red Magic 7 también venía con.
Y le ponen la mica.
No, o sea, ya venía puesta en el Rockphone.
Ah, ya viene puesta. Ah, con razón yo siento algo acá que está. Esa es la mica que viene puesta entonces.
Ah, en mi Red Magic 7 también ya venía puesta. Se la tienes que quitar. Bueno, cuando yo se la quité, no mames, sentí lo que es en verdad en la pantalla.
Porque a veces rozo el borde y como que hay algo áspero ahí que es el borde. O sea, ¿lo tengo que quitar, tú dices?
Sí, o sea, cuando tú se lo quitas vas a sentir ahora sí la pantalla de...
No mames, yo estaba jugando con eso, weón.
Por ejemplo, mi Red Magic así yo estuve 2 semanas, güey. Dije, ¿qué pedo con esto? Se lo quité, que era en Aniki y no mames.
¿Pero eso por qué lo ponen?
Pues no sé, para que no se raye la pantalla, yo creo.
¿Tú recomiendas quitarlo?
No mames, es 100%. Güey. O sea, tus sensis van a cambiar.
Ya cambiaron, ya se van a cambiar más.
Pero es que quítaselo, güey.
Ah, la verga, ok. Imagínate que se me cae, weón. ¿Qué hace el coach de escuela ahí? Dice Noisy.
Pendejo, güey. Pero aunque se te caigan, esa mica no le sirve de nada porque es de plástico.
¿Crees que LG le gane a TL actualmente? ¿TL en qué está? No sé nada. Yo creo que están en break, ¿no? Como que no están jugando screen nada.
No, solo... Bueno, sí se están jugando, güey, pero no todos los días.
En un descanso, pues, ¿no? Todo la estamos, ¿no?
Como que juega 3 días a la semana, en toda la semana. Güey.
Para no perder ritmo más nivel.
O sea, jugó nada más en las finales de Mobile Mayhem.
Meu Deus, entrei no Discord e tem feio aqui, Brian.
Caralho.
Eu não vou falar com você, não, porque eu não gosto mais de você.
¿Qué ha pasado?
Nada.
¿Y se siente, Analu, estar en una misma cal con 2 hombres tan fieles?
Viado, né?
Dios mío, una bendición.
Meu Deus.
Pues de eso yo creo que nunca en su vida lo va a volver a hacer.
Y nunca más te va a pasar, valoro ese tiempo. Ahorita eres la mujer más bendecida del mundo. La gente dice actualmente, como si lo de
¿Qué te ríes, Annalise?
Que vocês mentem? Ai, os homens mais fiéis. Mentira! O único homem fiel que já existiu foi Jesus. Vocês não.
Dice, ese protector sirve un poco para enfriar, pero es más cómodo sin él. La parte es codmobile y esa cosa trae ventilador, dice.
¿Cuál protector? ¿De qué protector?
Del Red Mike dice que trae un protector. Sí, plástico no creo que enfríe.
¿Cuál el protector?
No. Y en el Red Mike la mica ya te viene puesta, dices, ¿no?
Sí, o sea, de hecho ese protector como ese plástico, güey, cuando se calienta tu celular, le hace daño a la pantalla porque
el táctil
está
derritiendo.
Está derritiendo.
And it's just all over the place as we go in there for that rotation.
Pero el protector de pantalla,
gets the better of Luminosity, getting the scrap points down, but that rotation from LG
Lo voy a
is
quitar, me da
already there
miedo,
for
güey.
P5.
And a big win onto Raph, who was trying to get around the back of this play. Doesn't quite work out. NV pushing forward. He gets taken out of the picture. Band in mid-map just trying to stave off any rotations through double doors. Does well, but eventually gets traded. All things told, though, LG feeling pretty good about their position inside a trophy. Keep your eye, though, on Team Mayhem's motion on the minimap. You've got number one in yellow making his way all the way around the back. Is actually shut down, though. So LG have dealt with the flank around the back. Sure, you get a Pred missile in, but it doesn't really result into too much. And the first 20 seconds is essentially dead perfect for Luminosity.
Yeah, I mean,
Mayhem
using that Preddy just allowed
¿Y qué hacías, Analu?
literally right beside that
¿Te
area.
enamoraste de los jugadores de NEA? Me estaban diciendo por ahí.
Something that you don't want if you are Mayhem. You're trying to connect and
¿Tu
also
novio el
get those
Kings?
spawns down. It is still Luminosity on the more
Nossa,
favorable side
credo.
of the map on the right side. But just like you said, that Mayhem also gets that spawn.
Tava
able
até
to go in there for the
assustada.
pinch, as no
Abriram
one
a
from
câmera lá
both
do
teams has an
presencial, só
operator
menino
trying to defend
feio.
this point.
Meu Deus. Verdade. Meu Deus.
¿Quiénes son más lindos, NEA o Latam?
Latam. Com certeza.
Sobre todo los de México.
Não, nunca. Nunca. Mas eu entrei na cal só por um motivo. Eu tô esperando o Fabuloso mostrar o Crocs plataforma verde dele, Brian.
And it is still Mayhem having a pretty good hold here, but for how long, as they're losing
Ey, también me trajo Crocs a mí. Yo nunca he usado Crocs, hermano.
No mames.
No, nunca me compré Crocs, pero ella me trajo también. Junto con el Red Mike. Mira, me compró estos de South Park.
Güey, yo amo las Crocs.
Meu Deus, que feio.
Analiza.
And now they're hungry
¿Cómo
to get
viste el
more
arma
points
de
here
Jesus?
as the scrap gonna be in favor of Luminosity and
No
the
vi.
rotation for next definitely gonna be right there. Mayhem
Por quê?
though, able to get those wins,
No, por nada.
those kills definitely gonna be in their favor as the scrap points still being contested.
Go, quinto mapa.
Rotation gonna go for next. But what we've learned a while ago in the first set of rotations is that even though you have the more favorable spawn, it looks like you definitely want to have guns control instead.
Well, Blur only gets one.
Sigue estando un poco superior la Gunfire de Luminosity para mí. O sea, en conjunto. Por ahí, por ejemplo, Jesus tiene 26, pero los demás como que no. Juegan más controlando el mapa, juegan más OBJ, todos se meten, se tradean bien el punto. ¿Cómo? Sí. Control de mapa es perfecto. Mira un Tabake adelantado, los demás en el punto, 3 en el punto. Está todo cubierto. Si tú no haces un ingreso colectivo, que ya TL lo tienes súper practicado, por ejemplo, no le entras al eje. El ingreso tan fuerte de TL es lo que les hace romper y poder llevarse los scraps de un hardpoint, rotar tarde pero entrar. Tienen muy buen ingreso.
Have to have a full 60 essentially for Team Mayhem here at the statue. And Fake almost slips through. That would have been disastrous for Team Mayhem. But a clean
Ah,
kill does come
Jesus sí
through.
anda armado. Mira esa partida. Se la está sacando.
Red missile called in. Big gunfight for Jesus saves. Takes the dub. Raph from the front. Claw out.
Jesus con DLQ y Latam con Fenix.
Yeah, he's provided kills that absolutely were required. War Machine also in the mix.
El Jesus es de Latam, chicos.
And it looks like Team Mayhem will get the opening time. Luminosity trying to restructure off the respawn.
Que son los scraps, los últimos puntos de cada hardpoint. Que dejas para rotar antes.
El Blur casi se mata.
Nah, en hardpoint los domina LG. Y eso que Mayhem le ganó a Tribe el hardpoint. Pero Luminosity está superior.
Big gunfight win. It keeps Team Mayhem alive, if only just barely. But the breath, you can kind of feel it leaving the lungs as LG have a substantial lead. And they've got annihilators, or pretty operators at the ready as they make their way over towards new. Envy kicks us off with the Sparrow. Turned away by Raph. A couple of trades come through. Team Mayhem looking decent on rotation. EMP impacting their vision. But Cartels doesn't care. This slides on in. Cartels, goodness gracious. Not done yet. Purifier out.
Buena el Cartel.
Back over towards the front of the hard point. The range.
Ese Puri de agua tiene más alcance, hermano. Ya lo he comprobado completamente, hermano.
Sí, eso sí.
But it's a matter of, does Mayhem know where the rest of Luminosity is going to be spawning off to? As a full flood from that left side of the map versus the right side of Mayhem, definitely going to be essential gunfight to win here. It is still Mayhem on the more favorable side though, as
Ahí está prohibido hacer el glitch ese, ¿no?
De la nada, güey, porque hace 4 se podía.
Oh, what a fight from Raph. Clean feed comes through. Here we go again. Team Mayhem looking good for the scrap time. Envy shut down. This is going to keep Luminosity at limited numbers on rotation to trophy. Band at mid-map.
La Tati. Y ese barbado.
Goodness, Band gets the turn on, but over towards new.
Barbado, no sé qué barbado.
Do they get a prediction on where Band is coming from? Band again just jumps into the hard point. Purifier now at the ready. 225, 203. Annihilator to support. Cartels gets one shot.
Se traía muy bien el punto, hermano. Muere uno y de la nada aparece otro que se mete al hardpoint. Puede salvar a los operadores de Team Mayhem, vamos a ver. No, también hay
Güey, qué pedo con Marshy, jugó muy bien, güey.
Calvo, mira. GG's. Uy, uy.
Seals the deal here to be still undefeated in this competition. Even though
Ahí aparece el papá de Vanessa.
search and destroy, they pull things off.
Meu Deus.
Take off, control, and also here in hardpoint. My goodness, their operator usage always on point.
Los de Mayhem.
Talk about Band. This guy is so essential in that control.
Nadie celebró ahora sí.
Cutting off any kind of confidence that Mayhem had, and also here in this hard point, always cutting off that rotation from P5.
Ahora sí que baile Blue, a ver.
Just an unrivaled playmaker in the space. And we saw it all through last year, we saw it all through the group stage, but here today, you're absolutely right. He has provided the spark to make sure LG can get through the finish line. And can we just take a moment to give some praise to Marshy? I mean, you want to talk about a lot of pressure. You're filling in, your team's kind of making role swaps happen in real time. And Marshy in the respawns has been electric. Have to be, I'd say, the biggest storyline of today for LG.
Todos son chiquitos, ¿no?
Through the upper bracket.
Explosive.
Sí.
And we saw it quite literally visually
Todos son
right
como
in
Skull.
that last hill in Arsenal, where he was able to get rid of so many players on his own in different
Codmobile
angles.
School.
The timing of the operator definitely going to be good. The timing of Marshy in general, there's a reason why that he was brought here in the first place. Things weren't working out for them in the beginning, but now it seems like they're a much more solid team that they
El
were
Bey con su
back in the
peinado,
past
todo
in
loco.
challenge.
Tempo and timing looks to maybe have alleviated
Lucasín también es chiquito nomás.
in hard point, and would you
Sí,
know
Lucasín
got
es
Gabby
chiquito.
ready on the stage with Marshy himself filling in and seeing LG make it to the upper bracket. Gabby, let us know.
Ahí está Margie.
Dejaron con la mano extendida.
Another LG victory on
¿Quién?
the stage today. I've got Margie first. Bigger picture, space out. I don't think a
Ana Lu
lot of
traduce.
people were expecting this matchup to end
¿No vi?
today. Mayhem on the
Traduce.
other side. What did you make of their performance compared to the
¿Por qué?
regular season here at LAN?
La entrevista.
Mayhem played really good. They practiced
Eu não tô
so
ouvindo.
much, survived so much.
Meu
I
Deus.
think
O som tá
that's
muito
what
baixo pra
Tribe
mim,
did
eu não
not
tô
practice
ouvindo
for a
nada. Só
while,
ouço você.
And like, I think that hurt them. That's why they lost.
A ver.
The practice paying off, and it looks like they were having some fun on the stage as well. Did you catch Jesus Saves You with the friendly bird? This is my censored version of giving the bird over to the LG side. Did you catch that?
Yeah, I was just begging Jesus going at it just for fun, and Jesus did that. I don't know why, but he did it, and like they lost, so they deserve it.
You've got
¿Qué dijo?
chill vibes for somebody that
¿Qué
has a
dijo?
lot of pressure on them today. We've talked so much about how each and
Puta
every
madre, yo
one
ni
of you
siquiera
is a
tengo el
star
audio
in
de-
your own right.
¿Por qué?
There was still some surprise to see
Ya.
the shakeups in the roster, Tech
¿Por-
taking the seat, you stepping in. We
Ah,
heard a
que fue
little bit of
gracioso que Jesus haga activas porque perdieron al final.
what brought you onto the stage today, and what was that
Pinche hater.
like, kind of slotting back in again?
I like doing this, so like it was easy to just go back in and like be good, cause like I just love the game and like competitive or playing professional is just my thing, and I don't know why Tech stepped down just to like not play and let me play. I don't know why, it was dumb, but yeah, I just got to go hard cause I'm in now for a little bit.
Well, that's the thing I
¿Qué
heard.
dijo ahí? Que le gusta jugar nada más básicamente. ¿Pero por qué? Pues, ¿qué más? Solo eso.
I can say yeah. I played like a different
Ahí.
playstyle than I usually play, more like a rotator or like anchor, lurker, and all that stuff. I was just doing everything.
Doing lots of things on the stage, and it
¿Qué dijo ahí? ¿Qué? ¿Que él está haciendo todo? Que él estaba haciendo todo, él sentía eso.
championship.
Tus
We're gonna
traducciones están un
talk to some
poco...
of your other teammates about that a bit later, but for now, we've got a bit of a teaser on what to expect in the World Championship to come.
GG's, ok. Solamente lo de try no me lo esperaba, ¿eh? Dice Valeria, en las partidas las noté aburridas, más emocionantes Latam y Asia. Sí, es porque se han cambiado de celular. ¿Crees que TL puede obtener un top 3 o top 5? TL está ya, para mí, dentro del top 5 del mundo. O sea, si todo sigue igual, si todo se mantiene igual, no hay nada que pueda sacarlos del top 5 del mundo, por lo menos. Dice Som que se merecían perder por lo de Jesus. En resumen.
No, man.
Gracias, Som. ¿Y lo otro, Som, qué más? Acabo de volver, pero también dijo que no sabe por qué Tech decidió no jugar. ¿Eso dijo? Que no entendió por qué hizo eso, pero que ajá. Ok, Som. Dijo que fue tonto de Tech dejarlo jugar porque ahora está adentro y está fino. ¡Oh! Ay, a veces sale la traducción. ¿Tú qué me trajiste? Que él puede jugar el rol que quiera, dice el Ari. Nice. Ah, no sabía. Ah, o sea, fue decisión de Tech. Entonces, no jugar. Tan confiados están.
Meu Deus.
¿De qué te ríes, Ana Luisa?
Você fazendo coração.
Ah, mandó un corazón. No lo vi, Mándala, Fau.
Você não viu?
Despídete de la gente ya, despídete de la gente. Chicos, ahí se despide Fau. Ahí está.
Pinche corazoncito.
El corazoncito de... Ese es este tío, ¿no? Ahí está. ¿Cuánto quedaron? Ganó Team Mayhem X a la gran final.
El corazón de Teti.
No hay nivel, dijo Tech, por eso mejor no jugó. Tal vez, no se le dijo, miren, ¿saben qué? Podemos quedar top 1 sin que yo juegue. Jueguen ustedes y en la fase 5 juego yo. Nadie va a esperárselo. Más entrevista. A ver. Atenta, Son.
For the 4 teams that came in to compete, only 3 have
bien.
qualified to the World Championship, joining the other teams from all of the regions that have already qualified, and now we know our North American representatives. So I wanted to be able to speak to the captains ahead of tomorrow's matches. I'm going to start all the way over here.
Uno de cada
Jesus
equipo.
saves. We already talked a bit at the start of the day, but you
Son los
only had to
capitanes, ¿no?
play 1 match before securing that spot. How did that feel for you
Los
and the team to
capitanes
be
de cada
able to
equipo.
take that releasing breath?
It was very satisfying, and just wish you GGs. We'll see Solo back tomorrow, so I'm sure they're going to come out with some fire, but we'll be ready.
Not to put you in a tough spot by putting you right next to, you know, the one that knocked y'all down a little bit. So an additional level of pressure and having to go into the lower bracket to secure that 3rd and final spot. How are you and the team handling that to make sure you achieved what you believed you deserved?
I think opportunities are presented by the enemy, so a lot of stuff we learned today, we'll be going over in VODs. It'll definitely make us stronger. A lot of preparation, a couple of weaknesses got pointed out. I think it'll help us tomorrow, though, for certain.
Speaking of preparation, when I was talking with your coach Hippo a couple days ago, there was this discussion of balancing and prepping for domestic play versus international play. How did that factor when you're trying to get the job done to get to international, but also thinking ahead to how you're going to be performing there?
Well, I mean, honestly, we had a couple like challenges throughout the way. We had like recent like roster changes, as you guys saw. But I mean, we were practicing, going through VODs, going through everything, and you know, it turned out well. We put on a good show for everybody. So, yeah.
A good show indeed. And it means that y'all got the job done with the rest of your squad. So congratulations again on making it to the World Championship. I can't wait to see you all perform there, but we do have one more day to go through. So best of luck tomorrow to you all. Back to the desk to close this out.
Jesus se robó el trofeo y lo tiene escondido en el pantalón, dice el Celtic. Así quedó el bracket. Oh my god. Se va la imagen. ¿Por qué se va la imagen?
And we'll see how that works out. Shout out to our partners at DHL, Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, and of course Samsung for helping us put on such a fantastic show. But Shift, it's just day 1.
Traducción. Yo no me sentiría bien teniendo eso en la espalda. Por eso estaba como ahí, hermano. La traducción.
Man, it is definitely a question mark as to will Tribe clinch another NA Grand Final because
Son 3 cupos para NA, Black sin dedos. En la TAM también tenías 4 equipos, clasificaron 3, hermano. Jesús dice, según Son, que está muy emocionado, estamos listos para mañana. Solo dijo, aprendimos mucho hoy para hacernos fuertes, que no van a tomar el día de mañana nada por sentado. Ojo. El que no me sé el nombre, que era, si no me equivoco, Envy. Honestamente tuvimos varios desafíos como lo del cambio de roster, pero que han podido acoplarse y estar bien. Por el cambio de roster se refiere a que Tectonic decidió no jugar, ¿no? Y Marshy la verdad lo hizo bastante bien. Dile a Isos que nos muestre la clase de esa LQ. Va. ¿Ya te llegó el celular? Ryzen, sí. Ah, te lo enseño acá. Ya tengo el unboxing grabado. Lo voy a subir a YouTube o lo voy a mostrar en stream. Yo creo que mañana. Mañana lo voy a mostrar en stream, ¿ok? El celular lo tengo aquí. Es a comparación del iPhone que yo jugaba, que parece una cosita, una miniatura. Es bastante la diferencia, la verdad, de pantalla y todo lo demás. En este jugaba 60 FPS. Nunca he jugado 90 ni a 120. Entonces el cambio para mí va a ser un poco drástico. Pero ahí está. Esa es la diferencia. Ya igual con el video van ustedes a ver, ¿no? Que hago la comparación ahí. Ahora, ¿cuándo nos lo muestras? Y el remake de mañana. Entonces, ya saben, va a ganarse 30 pases de batalla, chicos, viendo el stream, sumando puntos. Ya va bastante gente con más de 3000 puntos, 5000 puntos un pase de batalla. Y dejando un comentario aquí dejando un comentario, aquí y dejando un comentario, aquí. Si comentas en los tres, pues son 3 participaciones. Si comentas en el de acá, solamente en el de aquí di el anuncio. Solamente en este di el anuncio, que ya les mostré y ya. ¿Quieren ir a verlo? Ahí van. Pueden comentar en esos 3 y tendrán 3 oportunidades de participar. Nos vemos el día de mañana. Mañana voy a hacer el unboxing del Red Magic 8S Pro, que al día de hoy es el celular más potente para jugar cualquier tipo de juego. Y pues nada, nos vemos el día de mañana, chicos, en el Watch Party a la misma hora, ¿ok? Misma hora, mismo todo. Y ahí yo creo que Nick sí va a estar toda la transmisión, no sé, no le he dicho para mañana, pero en caso ella no pueda, por ahí traemos otros invitados. Pau sí creo que sí, no les he dicho para el día de mañana, pero asumo que y ojalá que puedan.
Sí, creo que sí puedo.
Va, listo, entonces, ahí vamos. Nos vemos, hermano, gracias por estar aquí acompañándome.
De a ti, hermanito, por la invitación.
Ahí te aviso para Red Magic a ver qué sale. Voy a hacer unas compras y luego vengo.
Va, hermano.
Dale, nos vemos.
Va, hermano.
Listo, chicos. Nos vemos Javi, nos vemos Mario Sims, Wiwi, Pedro Aceca, Semtic, Anthony, Moro, nos vemos. Wally, nos vemos. Slatis, bienvenido. Andy OG, ya saben que tienen que estar suscritos. No solamente es comentar y dejar el like en los videos. Tienen que estar suscritos al canal de YouTube si es que quieren participar. Nos vemos Johnny, nos vemos Wiwi, nos vemos Nico, nos vemos Demon. Voy a hacer la publicación en Instagram en breve, en la noche. Ahí voy a poner el recordatorio para el stream de mañana. El stream de mañana ya está creado, El stream de mañana, chicos, ya está creado. Así que denle al recordatorio, activen esas notificaciones ahí. Miren esta miniatura que hicieron. Ahí está el recordatorio, lo activan. Y ya nos vemos el día de mañana en el Watch Party de la gran final. Nos vemos, Carmeli, buenas noches. Semtic, Nico, Gerard, Orgullo Peruano, Bandido, John, Elizalde. ¿Qué show? Voy llegando, ¿qué pasó? ¿Cómo quedaron los lugares? Luminosity Top 1, Team Mayhem y Tribe van a enfrentarse por ahora, hermano. Todavía no hay Top 1, Top 2 o 3. El bracket te lo voy a enseñar mejor, hermano. De cómo quedó todo, si recién llegas. Te lo voy a resumir con una imagen. Ahí está. Esto va a jugarse mañana, ¿ok? Descansa Moro, Morotrobo, nos vemos Q, fue en YouTube, Broken, nos vemos Ronald, Sander, Javi, Patata, Ari, descansa, gracias por el clipcito, Wally. Nos vemos Jojo, Peposim. Voy a estar practicando Jojo con el Red Magic para ver si mañana llego para el torneo, ¿ok? Si no, no. What the fuck nos dijo Feos, dice a mimir, encontros feosos mañana. No, lo dijo por la presencial, hermano. Nos vemos, chicos, por aquí unos recuerdos del stream de hoy. Voy a poner esto así. Nos vemos. Buenas noches, buenas noches, buenas noches.